sports station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Just heard from Boomer Esiason there. The heck with who was picked first or second. Talk about who was picked third. Congratulations to VJ Edgecombe. Let's hope he lives up to it. It was obviously a choice between him and just a couple of others. And the Sixers last night went with the guard from Baylor. Look, we'll get into it today. We'll also get into the Phils. They lost again yesterday in really pathetic offensive fashion. Dombrowski also on the record on some things. We'll get to that. Look, we got a lot to do. A lot of audio related to Edgecombe last night. The Phils, obviously, and your phone calls 215-592-9494. It's Rich.
I really need charging cords, and I don't have any, Joe.
Okay, well, we'll help you out.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm limping. I mean, all of my electronics are completely limping along.
You got that brain thing, though, right?
I can remember
you're here.
this fact if I lose it before it
I remember it if you don't. No worries.
The Sahara.
Yes.
The Sahara Desert, up until 5,000 years ago, was a giant green grassland.
Wow.
It was called, this period was known as the Green Sahara period or the African Humid period. And it was a huge habitable land area all throughout Africa. It's amazing. Until 5,000 years ago.
Well, those kind of things are wild. You know, I mean, the fact that the Earth had, so many changes, obviously, through the year. It's almost like how the Sixers could become good.
Very similar. How the world was all ice before.
Almost exactly
the same.
Oh, here comes Rhea saving the day with a plug and charge.
Look at this thing.
And now Rich is hooked up. Here we go. By the way, speaking
and then
of...
I thought there was something else behind. I thought
that's
someone
you.
else was back here.
So our YouTube stuff...
Well, good thing
we got stuff behind
current
us.
pictures. When was that picture from?
Maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So, they got me in fantasy camp uniform behind me. Richie with his Snoop Dogg jersey behind him.
They got you in your costume.
Yeah, that's what some
the
people...
Hammer Way Bang.
I got to figure out if I'm wearing that versus Fritz in a couple weeks. All
Hammer
right, so
Way
let's get... I might, James. You haven't thought about that? You haven't thought about that I could... wear the Phillies uniform? Come on.
Oh, I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at him saying the Hammer Way Bang.
I think you should wear the uniform,
Just putting it
Joe.
all
It's a
together.
great
That's what
idea.
I was like.
Oh, yeah, no, that's tremendous.
Well, I brought my old uniform in, too. That would make a nice
We can do that.
addition, too.
We'll do it. We got
But
time.
I got the... Can you see that it's Snoop Dogg on my...
That's
my
a real old John
suit?
Ritchie face right there.
Yeah,
Well, that's
like
another thing.
Old school Ritchie.
Is this
2017.
from when
Yeah.
we first did our show?
Yes,
Pretty much.
that is like original John Ritchie
So
picture.
could we get a more like a current photo also?
We can do that. One thing at a time. All right, so let's get right to the announcement last night when Edgecombe was selected by the 76ers, third pick in the draft.
With the third pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
All right, so come on down. Edgecombe obviously going to be, third or fourth guard or second guard. We'll see how it all sizes up over time. They are loaded at guard. But he's now one of them. I'll tell you, I'm excited. I love what I heard from him last night. Now, I was on the record yesterday talking about Ace Bailey, and if he does have better upside as perceived, not by all, but by some is better upside. That was, to me, very intriguing. But obviously, Ace Bailey dropped to an extent. How much was pre-draft and how much was actually just natural talent? Impossible for me and us to know. But we know this. The Sixers got a player in Edgecombe last night. A lot of people do believe is the third best player in the draft. So away they go with a loaded backcourt, and obviously this whole thing's going to come down in the short term to whether Joel can do his thing. I think one thing that was very clear, and I'm sure a lot of people noticed it last night, was how likable Edgecombe was and is. Let's listen to Edgecombe right after being drafted. I mean, this is a minute or two later. He's being interviewed by Monica McNutt. This is on, of course, ABC and ESPN, all sorts of different combinations of coverage last night. Very likable. And here's what I want you to know about what you're about to hear. First question is to his mom. She's very choked up. Edgecombe jumps in there to kind of save the day and capture the moment. And then the second question, his brother's involved. This is some great stuff here. Listen to this last night.
Tell me, what's going through your mind, Mom?
I'm a talk, bro, man. Super excited. We came from nothing. Man. We're truly blessed just to be in this position, man. I know the emotions is high right now, so I'm just letting it be right now, all right? But the emotion's super high, but we came from nothing. So that's why the emotions are so high right now, man.
In your feature, VJ, we saw you talking about playing basketball in the Bahamas, 12-year-old playing against men. I'm not going to ask you, I'm just your brother. When you saw your brother at 12 playing against big grown men, did you think that tonight was possible?
I'm actually lost for words right now. My brother saw this dream before I did or before anyone else in my family even did. I'm so proud of him. He got me in tears and I don't even cry.
Man, I don't know. I don't got no words either, man. I'm blessed. Me third pick. I mean, it's a dream come true, man. I spent countless years just sitting there watching draft, bro. So I don't even know. I don't know what to do, man.
You good, Mom? How proud are you of your son?
Proud. Super proud. Like you said, we came from nothing into everything. It's screaming to the world. Screaming to the world.
So here's what I'll say, and of course we want to hear from you, your reaction. You know, if you've seen him play, if you watched last night, and your sense of what you're going to hear today at 215-592-9494. John, here's what I'll say. We all know, for us as 76ers fans, nothing's going to matter more. It's not. Nothing's going to matter more than whether he can really, really play and help this team in a big way for years to come. With that said, the way he presented himself last night and others presented him.
Holy cow.
John, for an organization that hasn't had a feel-good moment probably since Tyrese Maxey saved the day in Game 5 versus the Knicks. I mean, literally, it's been like 14, 15 months since a feel-good moment. John, that was a feel-good moment last night, and I really hope he can play because I'll tell you this. He, Maxey, and McCain, they seem to have that Brandon Graham spread joy nature about them, and I really hope these guys can lead the Sixers to something over time because we really need the Sixers to pick it up. And I'm very excited, John, based on what I saw last night.
Yeah, I forgot how to feel excited about the Sixers. I forgot how to feel inspired. Once upon a time, Tyrese Maxey was doing that for us. When we would hear stories about him showing up at the gym at 5 a.m. and he was going to do 3 a days by himself, you know, hope to set it on fire for everyone else, you know, be the catalyst. Now it sounds like that we've got another guy who's willing to make those sacrifices and do the tough stuff, which is what you need to override the veteran privilege that exists within the Sixers organization.
Right.
You know, right now you got Joel and I guess
Paul.
I guess Paul is up there, but not quite.
You know, I don't know if Paul George
sits.
is their second best player, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth. He's probably their third best player.
But he's
it's probably Embiid, Maxey, Paul George.
But I'm sure they walk on eggshells for him like they do with Joel Embiid, and then you've got a young contingent that we have to hope that their character combination can now override the veteran malaise that exists.
Right. That's a great way to put it.
It could, because we saw with Tyrese and Springer. Springer, I said again. Springer's my guy, man.
Clearly.
Well, they got Grimes also. I mean,
Grimes talent.
No, I know.
Got a lot of young, youthful, smaller, like going to pester you talent, which is exciting.
They'd also
too.
probably have a good track team. The thing is, you got to get a rebound and you got to block a shot and you got to have something in the middle.
Yeah,
so, like this whole
quick.
thing in
the
short term, this whole thing's going to come down to Embiid. We all know that. Everybody knows that. But I'll tell you, man, I was really psyched with what I heard last night. And obviously what I've seen, looking at the videos and all of him playing. Now, it's very interesting if you think they screwed it up by not taking Ace Bailey and the perceived higher upside. That's a perspective we'll welcome today if you have it.
This feels so good. This feels good.
Well, it feels good to feel good about something with the Sixers. You know what I mean? Because we really haven't had anything in about 14 months to feel any good about with the Sixers. Now, let's listen to Daryl Morey. Let's get right to Morey because he spoke opening comment in his press conference late last night, obviously. Morey opening comment talking about what VJ Edgecombe brings to the team.
We're super excited about VJ, what he can bring to the team. Brings a dynamic athlete, potential all-star, two-way player. Really helped his team. He's got all these winning qualities that we think really fit. Great teammate. his story and what he's done to get to this point is really unbelievable. And we think he's on a great trajectory to take where he's come from and continue to improve through Baylor all the way through a very long and very promising NBA career, and we're excited it's here at the 76ers.
All right, so there's a lot in there, and of course you can react in your sense of whether this is or is not a quality pick. 215-592-9494. You heard Daryl Morey reference his story. Let's give you a little bit more on his story by way of VJ Edgecombe talking. I thought this was special. This was on the NBA TV last night, shortly after being picked. This is a special answer. Listen to this.
What were the moments you remember most about just the way your mom poured into you throughout your life and your career?
Man, them long nights. I'm telling you, I lived off a generator. I ain't had no electricity. I lived off a generator for 7 years. Man, seeing what she had to go through to feed us, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, but I don't even know, man. My mind everywhere right now, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, look, again, we know it's going to come down to whether he can truly play. We wouldn't be talking about Brandon Graham in the year 2025 if he didn't pick it up around the year 2013. And then 14 and 15 and 16 and 17. You got to be able to play for us to care 10 years from now. But I know this. He is considered someone who can play.
We got to work.
And you listen to what he said last night. There was zero answers that reminded you of Ben Simmons. Zero, okay? As for, there was no entitlement from anything he said. He did have confidence last night with what he said, but it wasn't entitlement. And obviously,
it's so different.
And obviously, the backstory is special. James, your reaction to what you saw and heard?
I love this kid. He totally won me over. Obviously, what you guys are talking about with the story and all that, but also just they pick him, and then for the next 2 minutes, I see on my screen elite athlete in big letters. Yeah. You watch what he does, the way he plays. Him talking about. You said something yesterday that really stuck with me when you said it. We were talking about Trey Johnson and reading his, positives and negatives. Yeah. You were like, I hate guys who don't play defense. Right. I hate it. Yeah. I hate guys who don't want to play defense.
I do.
And this guy wants to play defense. I love the line last night where he's like, I hate seeing people score. I hate it. I'm like, yeah, dude. Right? Elite athlete. And I think the biggest thing we saw with the finals and kind of where the league is now, you can never have enough athleticism and shooting. And I know he's not there as a shooter yet, but it feels with the story, where he's gotten to, how he's gotten there, this guy has had to work really freaking hard to get to where he is. It feels like an opposite type of thing. This feels like this guy's going to come in and work. I could be wrong, but it feels like this guy's a worker. And if he's going to work, I think the shot will get there. And the sky's the limit with the athleticism. All
right, well, we want to hear, obviously, from you and your reaction to what you saw last night, what you heard last night, what you've seen on videos. Obviously, I think for a lot of people dug into videos over the last couple of weeks on Edgecombe and others like Bailey. Do you think the Sixers blew it not taking Bailey or others? And if you saw him, specifically playing college, full games and all, what stood out to you? But again, more than anything, I don't say more than anything, but big part of it today is there is a feel-good element, which I don't want to just skip over. I thought there were some very special things last night, as you heard, obviously, in this first segment. Look, your reaction, 215-592-9494. We're going to get into the Phillies coming up next. Also, your chance to win a $100 gift card today. Big day. A lot going on here today. But with the Phils, it's not all exactly positive. We'll touch on that as well on 94 WIP.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor. If you're not careful, you can overpay big time. You can buy TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. And at Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. It's just so picky there. They are so picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It has a special kind of brilliance. It's almost moving like it's alive, and the colors just wow. Isn't that what she deserves? Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl today. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways. How about soccer matches with world-class goals and all the action-packed moments in between? You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th and Ocean City, July 12th.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Today, hot and humid with an afternoon storm, high near 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy?
Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at delltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Phillies waste another strong outing, this time from their ace. And the Sixers select VJ Edgecombe with the third pick in the draft. Zach Wheeler allowing just 1 run on 4 hits, 3 walks while striking out 8. But the offense, MIA again.
Swung on, popped in the air, right field. Cam Smith drifting in. He's under it. He's got it. And the Phillies get shut out for the second straight game. Here in Houston, they have not scored in 19 consecutive innings, as the Phillies shut out in back-to-back games for the first time since August of 22. 2-0 the final tonight in Houston.
VJ Edgecombe comes to the Sixers from the Bahamas via Baylor. Daryl Morey says he's on track. Joel Embiid is to be ready around training camp. Ace Bailey picked 5th by Utah. ESPN reporting Jazz were not on his list. Interesting, Utah CEO is none other than Danny Ainge. Home of the best live music and tiki bar in the C&D Canal. Enjoy Happy Dad hard seltzers, now available in Delaware and Maryland. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Hot and humid, a stray storm, high 87, currently 79. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Start your day with a...
This is the morning show with
Baseball is dumb with this.
It's ridiculous.
Like, it has gotten to the point where, like, what we grew up with as a hit and an error has completely changed.
Totally.
I mean, it can hit the guy's glove now, and they call it a hit. Like,
Totally.
and it's a clear play. Like, it's infuriating. I think it's because they want averages to be higher and they want the number. It's nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Zach Wheeler, I'm ticked off
It's
on
insulting.
that. I mean, it is insulting. I mean, it was obviously an error on Trey Turner, and it counts as a run. So that's a joke. Let's talk about last night's game, and then we'll get to the phone. So, look, we know the biggest at-bats in the game. The biggest was the 8th inning sequence when you got the bases loaded, and you get back-to-back outs from Bohm and Casti. And the Bohm one's the killer because it's less than 2 outs. It's the classic put the ball in play, and you got a great chance to score a run. And, of course, with a base hit, you can score 2 runs, and you can, essentially put yourself
just put the bat on the ball,
win the game.
man.
Yeah.
Just get that ball out there, and someone scores.
Yeah, so that sequence, Bohm, Casti was the ultimate killer. 5th inning, now look, got to give Marsh credit, a couple hits last night, but 5th inning, he had a guy on third, less than 2 outs, and didn't get the job done.
It was 2 on, wasn't it? I mean, the guy was on third, but wasn't it 2 on and one out? I could be wrong.
What do you mean 2-1?
2 runners on, wasn't it? First and third?
Well, it might have been. Yeah. I'm just saying it was guy on third for sure. Yeah. So, like they're your big outs of the night, but then you have all your other outs. You have just the lineup didn't hit much. So
the lineup, it's been 19.
They're missing Bryce, John. I mean, these 2 games,
doubt about it.
especially when Bohm's the one that came up batting third when that would have, presumably been a bright spot in the 8th inning, batting third with the bases loaded and 1 out. And chances are he's going to put the ball in play. Might catch a hit, might win you the game, but at the very least going to tie it up.
Ben Davis was talking yesterday about the, I don't know, how you have a certain number of hits in you. Like when you're trying to come back from a chronic situation, a chronic injury, which is what we think we're dealing with.
Right.
You don't want to overdo it. Sometimes doing nothing is the best approach. So if he's going to go 45 swings a day, if he's going to go 50 swings a day, the thing that hit me while watching last night was, I don't know, maybe the team would be better served if you use them in a game situation, if you're going to do them anyway. Like if those are being used up, if you have a small quota because, you're dealing with a chronic, wrist or whatever we're talking here, then let's, rather than practicing,
I think they're trying to get him right.
Just use it up when it matters in a game.
Well,
and
it's a
get
thought.
You out there to help the team because we could use it. At times like last night or at times when we play. Clearly, I felt like this was a measuring stick of a series, and man, it's been disappointing because it's as boring as it gets when your offense disappears.
But I think it also shows,
you face like world champion caliber pitch.
But here's what it shows when talking about Bryce. They don't need Bryce for 1 at-bat. They need Bryce for 5 at-bats. I mean, they're trying to get him ready for 5 at-bats a game, and I can respect that. That's what he's trying to work toward.
Yes.
But yes, could they have used him as a pinch hitter off the bench somewhere in there? Of course they could have. All right, look, let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494, and in doing so, give you today a chance to win a $100 gift card to Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Make sure you visit them in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's right there, josephanthony.com. So you can react to the Sixers with the pick of Edgecombe last night and the Phillies' second straight loss with an absolute whimper with the bats, but another spectacular outing by a starting pitcher, just completely wasted by a lineup that's hurting without Bryce. Let's put it that way. All right, so to get the gift card, what do you got to answer? Who blew it? Or what blew it? Why? Because Ace Bailey's approach to the draft, now it wasn't quite Shedeur Sanders-like, but it seems like, right, Maria? I mean,
very close.
Well, I don't know. Listen, this guy still went in the 5th pick.
Did.
That guy went in the 5th round.
Yeah.
So sometimes, but Ace Bailey may have been the 3rd pick if he had had a different approach, may have. And by extension, it seems like cost himself a couple $1 million. Not as much as he could have if he fallen down to 8, 9, or 10, but he cost himself a couple $1 million over the span of a rookie contract. So he blew it. We'll ask you today from a non-sports standpoint, because we could all say a million sports things. The guy blew it, Belichick or Malcolm Butler, or whatever. There's a lot of ways you can go in sports, Bill Buckner. But let's go non-sports. When you think of who blew it or what blew it, in honor of Ace Bailey and a very odd approach that it seems like cost him some bucks. Like, John, when I think of someone who blew it, I don't even know his name, but the 5th Beatle. There was a guy who was like their buddy, practicing with the band. I don't know his name. I know that guy blew it.
Pete Best, maybe?
I think that's right,
yeah.
Like, that guy blew it because he could have become a freaking billionaire, and instead he's an answer at 625 in the year 2025 of who blew it. Dude, you blew it. Mm-hmm. John Ritchie, non-sports, and this goes for everyone, 215-592-9494. Non-sports, who blew it or what blew it?
Yeah, this really haunts me. I blew it.
Oh, no.
I told you guys growing up, my mom was a big, she was always the one who read the stuff at church. She did spelling bee, like the spelling bee at school. She would be the one who read the words. And then she even would remember they would put the spelling bee on TV, and it was like statewide, it was broadcast, and she would be the reader sometimes, or she would be one of the judges. And I felt like it was my destiny to live up to her,
what'd you get wrong?
Ooh.
What word did you get
wrong?
This
was 5th grade. Let me set it up now. Like
formative?
every year of elementary school, I'm dominating in the spelling bee. I study hard with my mom. We go over the words and stuff. We practice, but then I dominate. I'm a machine. And this is the last year of elementary school, 5th grade. I'm standing up there expecting to win again. And then next year, middle school, that's when it's like the big time. That's when it goes statewide. Like my mom is doing the reading and stuff for her. I'm thinking, this is my chance. Keep the record going. Nickel is the word.
No.
Nickel.
Oh, that's tough.
I spelled it like pickle.
Wow, the L-E instead of the E-L, huh? That's tough.
Wow.
And the
tough.
moment I said it, I knew. The moment I said it, I knew, and I was crushed.
Oh man!
Who knows
but I couldn't take it back.
Who knows where your life could have gone? You know.
All
That's
downhill
funny.
since
All
then.
these years, 9 years into the show, we didn't know that. Seltzer, like Napoleon saying, "I'm going to take down Russia."
Oh, that's a pretty big answer.
Right? Napoleon going into Russia blew it. And again, everyone, 215-592-9494. Like John Ritchie and Nickel. Who or what blew it?
It's not quite Napoleon, but Billy Crystal blew it. Billy Crystal was offered, and you always say the easiest gig there is, just talk a bit.
Yeah.
Was offered the role of Buzz Lightyear, which Tim Allen has reportedly made over $20 million for his voicing, and Billy Crystal turned it down.
How about that? All right, that's blowing it. Rhea, who or what blew it?
And Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway announced the incorrect.
Oh, great
Best
answer.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, La La Land Moonlight. Nice.
Boy, you're not kidding.
Hey, I still don't understand how that happened.
No, I know the story.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it was the Best Actress.
So here's what happened. The prior award was Best Actress. And both sides of the stage had the card, depending on where the person came out to receive the card. The side of the stage Warren Beatty came out hadn't flipped the card from the prior award to the next award because that card hadn't been handed to the person prior coming onto that side from the stage. So the problem is it had the name of the movie
Emma Stone,
of the actress from the prior award. So he gets confused because he sees Emma Stone, but he sees the name of the movie and it's like, I'm going with that movie, and it was the wrong movie. That's what happened.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
All right, so look, give us a great answer. Who or what blew it? The best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the gift card. Give us your reaction to the Phils. Obviously, 2 games in a row with an anemic offense. And really the big story today, Edgecombe. More of what he said after the pick last night. You'll hear that. And some of the breakdowns of some of the analysts, the immediate reaction when Edgecombe was selected. Phone calls on all these topics. You'll hear that next as well. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort can provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you really want it all, that's dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming, clubs, and shows. It takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now through July 5th. CJ's Tire and Auto is dropping explosive savings during a red, white, and save sales event. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon. With 18 locations to choose from, CJ's Tire and Auto has been driven to keep you and your car moving. Now through July 5th, only at CJ's Tire. Deals that spark. Like up to $100 off a set of 4 tires, including top-tier brands like Falcon. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride. From oil changes and inspections to brakes and batteries. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with a hometown service you've come to love. The Red, White, and Save sales event. Now through July 5th. Instant savings up to $100 off a set of 4 tires. From top-tier brands like Falcon Tire, CJTire.com, CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Phillies shut out again while the Sixers take Bahamas native VJ Edgecombe with the 3rd pick in the draft. Considered elite defensively, but needs to work on the offensive part of his game. Phillies need to do that too. Zach Wheeler pitched 6 innings of 1-run ball, but 0 run support in the Phillies' second straight shutout loss. Astros rookie Colton Gordon making just his 8th career start, scattered 4 hits over 5 scoreless. Phil's best chance came with the bases loaded in the 8th, 2 outs. Nick Castellanos at the plate.
No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high bouncer on the infield. Pena charging, gloves, throws. He got him. Bases loaded, 1 out. The Phillies do not score. Strikeout, ground out, and the shutout string continues through 8 more innings tonight.
That is Scott Fransky with the call as the Phillies lose 2-0. Hot and humid today, straight storm, high 87, currently 79. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
With the 3rd pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
All right, so Edgecombe to the 76ers. Your reaction? I thought it was exciting last night, and it was good to feel good about something with the Sixers. This guy seems to have the power of love.
And his family has the power of love, man.
Well, that's, yeah, exactly.
That was really cool.
It was really cool.
There was a wholesomeness to all of it where, I don't know, sometimes Tyrese Maxey, it seems too good to be true.
Yeah, and McCain has that also.
You're right.
They really do.
And
all 3 of them.
From all I've seen, from all I can see, like the Tyrese Maxey stuff, it was real. Now, we did see his light sort of dampened a little bit.
I don't know what we did. I don't know about that. I'd say we saw his game hit a little bit of a limitation. I wouldn't say we saw his light dampen. Look, he stopped playing at a certain point. It's just
he's not brought down by those around him.
I do too.
That was my concern last season.
I agree.
Now let's hope that VJ and the youthful positivity can overpower the veteran.
I used the word earlier, malaise.
Insolence.
The
malaise.
Impacts us. All right, let's get the calls going here. Where do you stand on the Edgecombe pick? And obviously the Phils after a second straight loss where their bats do a squatta. To the phones, plus give us who or what blew it. You can win a $100 gift card, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. And you know my motto, you can give it to someone else as a gift, or you can just keep it for yourself. Let's go to the phones. Dan in Philly knows my style. Good morning, Daniel.
I do know your style, Joe.
What's up, buddy?
Every spa should have a bathtub.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Hey, first of all, I couldn't care less about the Sixers. So just let's get that out of the way.
No, I know going into the show there's going to be a number of people thinking that. And I get it. I mean, it's
the problem is still on the team.
Yeah.
I understand.
This kid's something to be excited about. Though.
I understand.
That's the thing that's
it is, but the problem and the culture is still on the team.
I totally understand and agree. Yep.
So hopefully that doesn't rub off on this kid who seems like he wants to work.
Yes.
And then he'll probably be told you don't have to work. Whatever. As for the Phillies, I love my Phillies, I love my Eagles, I love my Sixers, I love my Flyers, but I think we have to be honest about this team just won't be able to win a World Series on who they are. I mean, the 2 pitching gems, right? And the 8th with the bases loaded and Bohm and Castellanos swinging for the fence. They have no they have no discipline. It's like you said earlier, John, put the bat on the ball. You do not have to hit a grand slam. I just don't. I don't understand why they will not change their mentality at the plate.
Well, I think in many ways I think in many ways they have. I think you're getting to a different point. They're just not that good at that. Meaning, George Brett would be better at just putting the bat on the ball. I mean, think who you're asking to put the bat on the ball. I mean, we've seen enough of Castellanos to know what he is. We know, right? Now, I'm not Dan. I'm going to tell you right now, I fundamentally disagree with your initial point because you did, and I hate when people say it, you basically did they can't win the World Series thing. And I just disagree with that. They may not, but I know this, they can. You can't win 90-something games every year and not be capable of winning the World Series. You can't. That I can tell you can't do. You can't do that.
The pitching can, obviously. 1-0, 1-0. Wheeler probably wouldn't even gave up a run last night. But it's almost like the Cole Hamels effect, right? With that team the one year. No matter how many gems he threw, they wouldn't support him.
I know.
So, like in a series, they're not. I don't think they're capable of a prolonged series to consistently have an offensive.
Dan, let me ask you a question. Series. It might be a ridiculous question. I'm just going to ask it because it comes to mind. Is Aaron Judge capable of it?
Of what?
Winning a World Series.
I can't answer that, Joe.
Okay, well, I know this. He is. Here's my point. He's the best hitter in baseball. He is capable of it. He also stunk in October last year. I mean, really, James, what did he go? One for. I mean, when I say October, especially at the end of that World Series.
I don't remember the exact numbers,
but it was a disaster.
It was glaringly
like 2
bad.
for 20 or 1 for 20 or.
And he's always struggled in the playoffs year after year.
Yeah,
after year.
So that's what I'm trying to get at, Dan. Like.
Well, you're saying Aaron Judge. To me, it's the Phillies lineup when it comes to these things, except for Bryce. Like they just, and Schwarber's great too, but it just collectively as a lineup, there's something.
Well, there are flaws.
Wrong.
There are flaws.
Yeah, it's just.
I know.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope.
Segura.
All right, Dan. I need an answer, my man. Who or what blew it?
The 12 publishers that said no to J.K. Rowling's.
Oh, that's an interesting answer.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Was it only 12?
I don't know.
I thought he was going to say the one publisher said yes to Joe to camera, but
That's great. By the way, we're going to have Fritz in here later. Let me just get this question out there now because we get the 5 competitions, but let's get to number 6. It's not an official part of the me versus Fritz thing, but when all is said and done, who will have sold more books?
Oh, yeah. This is the kind of competition I get down with right here.
Right?
Yeah.
In the end.
Who's going to hustle?
Who's going to sell more books?
We did just hear a commercial in the last break of Jack Fritz doing a book signing at a Joe Conklin event, so he's already out there getting it done.
So let me say this. I'm taking a big chance because while I'm giving, the publisher obviously has to do their thing to get the book in stores, I too will take the lead on that in many ways. So 2 days ago, just to get the ball rolling, I purchased because I can get them at a discount and then get them. I purchased 3,000 books.
Whoa!
So I'm putting
your money where your mouth is.
I'm putting my neck out there.
Your pen
all
or
right?
your typing is.
I'm putting 3. Well, a lot of reasons. So first, I'm going to get them in late July or early August. The first thing I'm going to do is go straight down the shore. I'm going straight to every shore town, and I want to get it in like 2 or 3 stores in every shore town. 2 or 3 in Avalon, 2 and 3 in Stone Harbor, 2 and 3 in Wildwood. Like I want to get it in and I want to be where people are. That's so. What I mean by that is obviously some people go into Barnes and Nobles, but most people don't. Or if you do, maybe it's once a year. I want to go into the hoagie shops, in the pharmacies. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to where people buy pizza. And if I can convince these store owners, like, hey, you get a cut, I get a cut. Here you go, buddy. Take 100 and sell them. So the first thing I'm going to do is straight down the shore. But then I'll do that same thing here. But obviously, I only have the month of August this year for the shore. That's my strategy. Is that? I mean, look, It's a little risky.
Yeah.
It's a little risky.
Well, you're just going to walk into stores?
I'm just going to walk into stores. And I may hire people, Ray. I really might. I might hire people and say, we'll 3-way cut this. Me, the person I hire, the store owner, and someone can run wild.
Profits are going down as you talk.
No, I know. But I just figure if I hustle, I got a shot. All right, Edgecombe, Rhea, what do you think? What do you make of it?
So, you had mentioned something earlier. It was my complete thinking as soon as I saw that, because you had heard that he had interviewed really well, that they said he was nervous, but they liked him. I immediately said the Sixers were scarred by the Ben Simmons experience. Very talented, extraordinarily entitled. And this guy's about as far from entitled as you could comment.
As is McCain and Maxey.
Yes.
All 3 of them seem wired the right way.
Well, all you need to know about that is Maxey, I never forget Doc Rivers saying we've had to throw him out of the gym.
Yeah.
Like the day after they were out of the playoffs, he wanted to come in and work out, and they're like, no. Whereas Joel Embiid, Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons, that the ownership entitled them too much in the beginning of their career.
Yeah.
It's why Embiid doesn't show up on time for stuff. They want to have a different kind of kid.
And that may have been why they didn't draft Ace Bailey.
Yeah, and that's why I think.
Now, I will say this. To me, there's two different things on the Ace Bailey thing. One is how he chose to go about pre-draft process.
And I think that was the people who were advising
him. It might be.
Because everything you've heard about him is he's a good kid.
Well, if he is, and if he's going to work, then they could have... Like, let me get to something Stephen A. said. I fundamentally disagree with something Stephen A. said last night. This was right before the Sixers made the pick. I don't agree with him on this. Listen to Stephen A. right before the Sixers pick.
Let's talk about what they shouldn't do and what they can't do, which I teased on SportsCenter. This guy Bailey that refused to work out for anybody. We don't know. We don't want to blame him. But in the end, you're grown, you're a young man, and your leadership, your representation is telling you not to work out for people. You can't be the team that had the process and you were throwing seasons for years. You can't be the team that had Ben Simmons that just spent the #1 pick on. And we all know his story. We'll be nice tonight because it's the NBA draft. It's about these kids. It's not about him. But the kind of stuff that happened with him, you can't then turn around and ask the Philadelphia public, oh, we going to take a dude that we didn't get to work out, that we didn't get to interview, that we didn't get to talk to or anything like that. That can't be who you spent the #3 pick on.
So I disagree with him. I think it can be. If you think he's going to have the best career. Now, if you think that what he exhibited in the last couple weeks is a pain in the assness that's going to define his next 10 years, then that's a reason not to pick him. That is a reason not to pick him. If there's an entitlement there and that sort of thing. But if you feel like it's a one-off that he got bad advice, but will actually roll up his sleeves and ball out and try his hardest, then that is a reason to pick him. So I don't agree with Stephen A's fundamental point that he was essentially off the table for the Sixers because of the way he went about it and because of the way the Sixers would perceive how fans would perceive it. I don't agree with Stephen A on that. But we'll take your thoughts. I mean, we've all been through the process. We've all been through 7 years where they made the playoffs but lost essentially in the second round almost every year. And then we were all through the train wreck of last year. John, is Stephen A. right or wrong when he put it that way?
I'm just sitting here trying to figure out, is there an NBA team that is able to have success while doing it, while putting their foot down and preventing their players from acting like impetuous, spoiled
So
brats.
maybe the best example would be the Spurs. And when Pop tried to do it to Kawhi Leonard's like, I want to be out of here. And then Pop's like, all right, I got to trade you. Because he had three guys wired the right way. And Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili.
And he was tough on him.
He was tough on him, and they accepted it, and they were willing to deal with it. And it created the best culture in the NBA.
So that's the
probably
last time
probably
that it
this century. Yeah.
That's the last time it worked. Kawhi
until it didn't
was no longer complicit, so they had to move him
pretty much.
And now that's the story.
And they bought him. And they
guys
bottomed out.
Would not be complicit with this idea of discipline and like just consistent. I don't know. I can't believe I'm calling it old school to be like early and like working hard and doing all that sort of thing.
It does, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that
you just
the job.
Yeah, you
like,
show,
did
be
the
professional.
job change?
Professional.
Like being a professional athlete, I thought that was you were separating yourself by your work ethic and how hard you were willing to push yourself. That's part of it. That's part of the deal. And it doesn't feel like that is no longer. It feels like that part's not even part of the requirement.
Well, I will say this: it's nice.
Sign it off.
It's
check
nice
it off. It's not
to
even there.
have someone, based on everything we saw last night, who seems to check the boxes the right way on those categories.
Absolutely.
Right?
The young guys that we have, it feels like they're looking at this the right way, and they're going to work hard.
Yeah, and let's not act like he's not considered a really good player as well. Let's listen to Bob Myers. So, by the way, I think this Bob Myers guy is unbelievable. I'd move Morey out in 5 seconds and hire this guy 1 second later. I mean, this Bob Myers guy, I think, is so impressive. He built the Warriors. He was all over the ABC coverage last night. I think the guy's unbelievable. He's a free agent GM. He's available. And he had some glowing things to say right after the pick about Edgecombe.
This is somebody that if you talk to people in the NBA, they talk about his character. They talk about his work ethic. He shot 39 from 3. He can play defense already. He's probably arguably the best athlete of the draft. And he's a guy that you could say, if you're talking about a culture guy, Edgecombe fits that bill. He's a hard-working guy. He's a look-in-the-eye guy. He's a guy that is a leader, and he did everything they asked him to do in college. And he's a guy that was rated high, and he delivered.
All right.
Look-in-the-eye guy. I love that.
I like that, too.
I might start using that. That's strong. What a good way to put it.
But we also know, James, what matters most.
Yeah, he's good.
Got to be able to play.
Of course.
Got to be able to really play.
Joe, your Bob Myers to the Sixers thing. There's a way
The
to do
Josh
that.
Harris connection.
Yeah, he's a consultant with the Commanders. You should walk down the hallway and talk to him.
Totally agree. I thought he was. If you saw the coverage last night, I'm curious if you agree. I thought he was phenomenally impressive. I mean, look, we've seen him for a year on TV. Maybe it's 2 years with ESPN and ABC coverage, but really watching him as extensively as I did last night, I thought that guy is awesome. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Really feel excited about the VJ Edgecombe trade. I had a huge fear that they were going to try to pull some holy bleep moment and reach for a guy, but I'm just so glad that they didn't try to outsmart themselves.
Well, let me tell you something on that, Ed. I get the impression that they were trying to make a trade up until right before the pick, because Edgecombe said last night after the pick he was only told 15 seconds before the pick that they were about to take him. And that tells me that they were actively exploring possibilities, which is fine. Which is what they should do.
They might have just been waiting for the last minute for a call.
Of
just
course.
take every second you have.
Right.
Why not?
Right. But Ed, my point, Ed, here was something that was a scary proposition on the table. And I'll say this, it might have been a smart move, but it would have been an irritating move. There was an argument to trade the third pick along with Paul George's contract just to dump his contract. Like that. And that would have been so annoying if we as a fan base had to suffer through the disaster of this past season and then had to almost give up the pick just to get out of the contract to be able to sign someone else, but then you don't really get the value of the third pick. Because if you remember, Ed, 5 years ago, they had to trade a first-round pick. It wasn't the third overall, but they had to trade a first-round pick to dump the Al Horford contract. Which, ironically, because it ended up in the top 6, they got to keep the pick, but it was supposed to essentially be gone. Those things happen sometimes.
Yeah, and the other thing on the whole pick, after Bailey got picked, they showed it was just a screenshot or a shot of him, and it looked like he just ate a rancid clam. He had such a puss on his face for the Jazz having picked him. I guess they weren't on his short list of teams, and I just sort of breathed a sigh of relief that we didn't get that guy. We don't have to deal with another, aloof talent that doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, the whole thing is really odd because I'll tell you, man, when he was interviewed before the draft, along with Dylan Harper, I thought he seemed like a great guy. He was affable. And then that moment with his reaction was strange. I don't know what he wanted. You remember in the Notebook at the end, Ed, when Noah and Allie are talking, and Noah says to Allie, "What do you want?" And then she doesn't really. And he's like, "What do you?"
To not talk about the Notebook.
What do you want? Right? Well, that's what I wanted to shake Ace Bailey and say, "Dude, what do you want? You want to be the 8th pick? You want to be the 6th pick? You want to be the 10th? What do you want?" I don't know what the guy wanted.
He wanted to go to Washington, New Orleans, or was it Atlanta? I mean, that's what ESPN was reporting last night.
And so Utah wasn't part of the plan?
Utah was not part of the plan, so he did not look happy about it.
Well,
and that's why.
I'm pretty sure Utah is not part of anyone's plan. Was the issue.
All right, Ed, I need an answer, buddy. Who or what blew it? Ace Bailey, it seems like.
How about when Steve Harvey announced the wrong Miss Universe?
You got it, man. That's a big one as well. 215-592-9494. Come on, someone out there has got to give me bonus points that's a Notebook fan for the NBA draft Notebook analogy.
There's no one in the history of mankind that would have connected those two.
What do you want? Allie, what do you want? All right, 215-59. Damn it! What do you want? That's what he says. 215-592-9494. Also, give us
like when she's at the nursing home.
She's at the nursing home throughout. This is with about 5% left in the movie. It's about 95% done. She's about to get in a car. It's a whole deal. It's a great deal, by the way. All right, Twitter poll question.
What are we doing?
Twitter poll is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, do you like the Sixers pick of VJ Edgecombe? Yes or no? Let us know. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, plus Phillies reaction on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. Nothing says summer fun like the excitement of the games and the beach and all that great stuff, right? But also, you can add to all of it with all the different sports that go on in the summer, which is more than just baseball. You got golf and tennis and soccer and, all this world-class stuff in many cases. Find the better bets that works for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's right, FanDuel.com/hammer. You can lock in with FanDuel Sportsbook, which is locked in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You can open the app. It's very easy to get on the phone. Open that app. See the daily promotion. That's the best deal of the day, the daily promotion. And obviously with new customers, you can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So many ways to bet, so many ways to win at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Astros. Leading off starts at 1:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 2:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
To the track, look it up, it is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only Only at participating locations.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. Folks, if you could take a 5-minute break at 1:15 Eastern Time today, you have to fire up your Prime Video account to watch Kenya's Faith Kipyegon attempt to become the first woman to break the 4-minute mile mark. Wearing a customized running suit and spikes, she'll attempt to shave 7 seconds off of her already world record. That would be truly amazing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, VJ Edgecombe. He's the guy. Now, let's not lose sight of the fact that the guy is really Joel Embiid, if he can still be the guy. And if he can't, they got a heck of a short-term problem. And then Edgecombe and Maxey and McCain is more of a long-term solution, which is, I think, the likelihood. It'll be interesting to see how the guards fit. You know, there's not too many teams where the 3 best players are guards. That could be the case as soon as this year. Think about that. That could be the case as soon as this year if Paul George and Embiid can't really answer the bell. Let's listen to Edgecombe after he was picked last night, talking with NBA TV about Tyrese Maxey, who was involved in the pre-draft process. Here's Edgecombe after the pick.
Reports say that you had a nice dinner with Tyrese Maxey. What sticks out about that conversation?
Yeah, Maxey's a great person. He came in, actually watched me work out. He showed love at the end. We had a good conversation. He's a great guy, man. That's something I'm also looking forward to learning from. And, that'd be my backcourt mate, man. So hopefully we can retire together.
Which cracked me up. Started talking about retirement.
Oh, wow.
So you know what I thought? I thought
youthful exuberance.
Well, that too. So, John, when he talked about the Maxey thing before the retirement comment, which is funny, I hope I can learn from him.
I know exactly.
Okay, James,
Okay.
I'll give you $10 if you know what I'm about to say.
Okay, so I went a complete. For me, it was like learn from Maxey. Maxey's like a kid. He's like barely been here.
Okay, that's not it. I'm going back to Ben Simmons. I've put a lot of it through the Ben Simmons prism.
Uh-huh.
When Simmons went to the Nets,
this is Simmonsism.
Simmonsism. When Ben Simmons went to the Nets and said, "I can't wait till Kevin Durant is running alongside me."
Oh my God! I forgot about that.
Like, how dare you?
Right. But at the time, there were those who were like, "What? Yeah, So?
No, I wasn't. I was like, dude, get that nonsense out of here. Anyway, I'm excited about the Edgecombe thing. I mean, he seems like a great kid. The story is unbelievable. We'll play more of the audio of him and the mom. It's really some special stuff. And then, obviously, your reaction to it. Plus the Phils, who went down with the whimper again last night. Opportunity in the 8th. Couldn't drive a runner in or two. Lost the game. By the way, Strom gives up another run. Yeah.
Bases loaded.
Well, back to the 8th, yeah.
The 8th.
But then Strom
and then bases loaded.
And then Strom in the 9th. I mean, so they lose 2-0. Shut out 2 games in a row. Let's go to the phones. Nick in Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you today?
Frustrated, Nick.
Well, I'm excited about the Sixers. I'm excited to have something to feel good about with the Sixers.
Also about VJ. Frustrated about...
I agree.
We haven't scored in 19-plus innings.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That gets hard to watch.
All right, go ahead, Nick. What do you got, man?
It may be time for a new hitting coach, guys.
Well, or new hitters, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm excited for Edgecombe, but before I go there, I love stories where people overcome adversities, and Otto Kemp needs a shout out. That guy is undrafted. That is improbable and uncommon in baseball. We have no real examples of an American-born undrafted player making an impact for our team.
Is that true? Oh, our team here. Okay, I got you.
The only example of an undrafted player that has made an impact is Chooch, but he was an international player signed professionally internationally.
So, Nick, I remember a guy about 20 years ago. I don't know his name. James and Rhea might. There was a pitcher that the Phillies signed after a tryout locally, where they invited, hey, who locally wants to try out for the Phillies?
Almost like Vince Papale,
Sort of. Yeah. You guys, does that ring a bell?
I remember the story.
It was a relief pitcher. So
I remember the story. I can't remember the name of the guy. Right. I just looked it up, though, and there is actually a really famous Philly who was undrafted, historically. Larry Boa was undrafted.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
How about that?
How about that?
It was 1970 something. It doesn't say on this list, but
wow.
He grew up in Sacramento, never managed to make his high school team, got a chance at Sacramento City College, never got
managed
drafted,
to make his high school
team? Got
a
$2,000 bonus and a winter league spot.
That's great. Well, I do know, John, the backstory was he was the little engine that could. That's part of why people loved him. I mean, I didn't know that.
I didn't know the high school team thing.
I didn't either.
Wow.
That's pretty amazing.
Wow, and apparently the best player to never get drafted was Larry Walker, who was drafted in the NHL and thus didn't get drafted in Major League Baseball and ended up going to play baseball.
Yeah, Larry Walker was legit, man.
He was legit.
Yeah.
He was so good at one of those. It was like Sega. One of those Sega baseballs back in the day.
His
Larry
numbers,
Walker.
Obviously the era, but you look up Larry Walker, it's wild.
Yeah, well, Nick, I hear your point about look, there's some guys to celebrate, and Edgecombe's one. Otto Kemp. I mean, the way guys get there sometimes is different and unique, which is pretty cool. I'm sorry, not Otto Kemp. Who did you say? You said did you say Kemp?
You said Otto Kemp. Kemp was undrafted. Yeah.
Yeah, I called on Monday making a push for the Sixers to draft Edgecombe. So I'm really excited about that pick. He is explosive. He reminds me of Victor Oladipo. I know a lot of people have been comparing him to that, but I've been wanting that guy for years to play for us.
Is he really the best athlete in the draft, Nick?
He definitely is, man. And if you watch the Baylor versus BYU last year, you can find it on YouTube. He goes off in that game, shoots lots of threes.
Yeah.
Best defensive player in the draft. He's an amazing player, professional, and he will shift the culture because now we have 3 culture guys that will outnumber George and Embiid. They're going to be on the outside looking in if they don't get on board.
Yeah, the problem is their contracts won't be, but I hear your point. Nick, give me an answer. Who or what blew it?
Yeah, man. How about in 1962, Decca Records passed on the Beatles after their audition because they felt like guitar bands were on their way out.
Wow. That's a wild answer, too.
Decca Records.
That's a wild answer right there. Okay. Speaking of answers, we got an answer from Daryl Morey last night. Actually, a lot of answers, one of which involved asking the fans for some patience. Obviously, there's excitement on Edgecombe, but he's also telling you to remember he is a young guy still with a long way to go. Listen to something Morey said.
I will ask our fan base. Early returns can get magnified. I do think it's hard this is a man's league, and he's strong and physical, so I think he'll adjust quicker than most draft picks, but they take a little time sometimes. But we feel we're very excited about him.
Fair point. Fair point.
He's 19.
Very, very, very fair
It's
point.
fair. It's just,
I hate when he says it.
it's
okay.
Like,
he's right.
It's okay.
And I agree with him. It's just Daryl Morey asking us for anything just feels dirty. It's like, bro, we got a lot to ask you for, man.
I want Bob Myers to be the GM. All right, look, 215-592-9494. Your reaction to the pick of Edgecombe, also the Phils, 2 games in a row with Squatta against the Houston Astros, despite 2 fantastic pitched games by the Phillies starting pitchers. I mean, Ranger and Wheeler, nothing to show for it, but actually 2 losses. They both get stuck with the loss, which is really unfortunate. All right, more up ahead, including something Dombrowski said about Bryce Harper and right field and first base. We'll get to that. More of the reaction on the Edgecombe pick, what Billis and Stephen A. have said, more and more of his audio, and some of those interviews that Edgecombe did after the draft. Special stuff. You'll hear that next as well. Jody Cameron and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
You know how brutal the heat has been the last few days, so the last thing you want to have to deal with is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. But don't worry. Call Horizon Services right now. You can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services, they are here to keep you comfortable inside, even when it's hot outside, because you should always just be relaxed and stress-free in your home. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll always work with you. They'll make sure that the work gets done on your schedule while helping you save money. And with Horizon Services, expert technicians, you know the job's going to get done right the first time. So contact Horizon. Keep your home comfortable and worry-free year-round, no matter the season. Horizon Services available 24/7, so don't wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today, horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl today. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Ike Reese here. This 4th of July, we're honoring the brave and keeping it local with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical, who are right here in Bala Kenwood. Skip the overseas gamble. Glad Hair is all about real results, expert care, and hair restoration that's made in the US of A and trusted by Philly guys just like you. Go local, go Glad. Check out Glad Hair this 4th of July. Visit GladHairMM.com or call 610-980-4000 for your complimentary consultation.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton in Newtown Square.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Ticket to a baseball game? Well, United Tire wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and experts to keep your car running right. This month, when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your number one spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Fire up the grill because Wild Fork has every kind of burger you can imagine. How about a thick and juicy Black Angus beef pub-style burger, 2-pound pack, only $12, or their white truffle veggie burger, 2-pack, only $6, or one of my favorites, you have to try Wild Fork's Bison Burger. It's made with 100% bison meat that's free of antibiotics and added hormones. This meat has lower fat than traditional beef. It's rich in protein, iron, and omega-3 fatty acids. And don't forget to pick up their 100% beef hamburger 10-pack, only $1 per patty. You can't beat that deal. And Wild Fork's the only place around I can find ostrich, ground ostrich. It's amazing as a burger. Visit one of their greater Philadelphia retail locations today. And if you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store. Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Phillies will try to avoid a sweep in Houston. Maybe score a run or two after the Astros shut them out a second consecutive game, 2-0, ruining another good start this time by Zach Wheeler. 1 run, 6 innings, striking out 8. Phillies Astros wrap it up 2 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Sixers took guard VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor from the Bahamas with the 3rd pick in the draft. Elite defensively, and is looking forward to playing with Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain.
Whatever coach needs me to do, I'm going to go do. that requires me coming off the bench, that requires me starting, playing alongside both Maxey and McCain, playing with one of them at the same time. I mean, it don't matter. I'm just going there to play. Whatever, like I said, whatever Coach Nurse need me to do, I'm going to go do it.
Daryl Morey also gave a Joel Embiid update, says the expectation is for him to be ready around training camp in September. Have plumbing or drain problems? Call Roto-Rooter. Their experts are ready 24/7 to tackle any issue, big or small, for fast, reliable service. Trust Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Hot and humid, a stray storm, high 87, it's currently 80. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. Bang! This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
With the third pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
So Edgecombe, a 76er, is going to be a loaded backcourt and should be a very talented backcourt for some years to come.
Small.
Small, too. Yes, I should.
That's all right.
Well, he's bigger than the other two guys, I guess.
Yes. So here's what they're going to be, James. You ready? Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, and the microwave.
Love the microwave.
Vinny Johnson. That's what we got. No, we don't have that because we don't have Isaiah Thomas.
We don't have that yet, Joe. Yet.
Right. You know what's fun? I thought about this last night because I knew we were going to be talking a lot on the Sixers today.
Back-to-back.
That was back-to-back titles.
Back-to-back titles.
Yeah.
So you think we got that in us?
Maybe 9 years from now. So I was thinking about this last night. I don't think and we're talking a lot of Phils today as well. I don't think we've done a show that had the 76ers as a lead topic this year. And maybe the last time, and I was trying to think if it happened at any time during the season, because, of course, the Eagles were very fascinating in the fall and then ultimately, did the whole Super Bowl thing. Maybe when Embiid made those comments at the start of training camp.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Which would be like September?
Yeah. Now, there maybe when the Embiid done for the season.
I don't think so, because we were still in Eagles mode. You got to remember how early the Sixers were done. They everybody knew they were done when the Super Bowl
December,
happened.
Yeah, even before that. It was like December, January.
He played a good game Christmas Day, and I remember there was a little bit of maybe.
And they beat the Bucks, right?
They beat the Bucks.
Didn't they lose like 8 straight after that or
something?
Well,
it fell apart quickly. So, But here's my point. It is fun to get a little of the Sixers juices going again because it's been a disaster for 9 months. Anyway, 215-592-9494. Let's listen to a little bit more from the audio last night, then right back to the phone. We got a lot of audio. Morey spoke. Edgecombe spoke afterwards. Obviously, a lot of analysts talked as well. Let's listen to something Daryl Morey said. Clearly, he likes Edgecombe's makeup based on what we saw last night on TV. With his interviews, so do we. Here's Morey last night.
Above and beyond what you can see on the floor, the thing we spend a lot of time on, and I will say it's very hard to forecast with 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds. We don't think we have some crystal ball, but where we can get more confidence that a player has two things, which is they understand that they're not where they need to be. They understand they're not yet, pick your all-star guard in the league. And then they have the work ethic to close that gap. If a player has that's very interesting to us.
Okay, I like it.
Interesting in comparison to the other guy we talked a lot about with Ace Bailey too, because he clearly has the talent, but does he have the will and the effort to close the gap? And does he know that he's not where he needs to be?
I agree with that, and I'll then bring it back to something over the last 5 to 7 years with the Sixers. In corner number 1, Ben Simmons. In corner number 2, Tyrese Maxey.
No doubt.
Now think about who is currently a better player and who will continue to be a better player for years to come. I mean, Ben Simmons entered the NBA with just so much. He had everything but shots. Well, I should say this. He had everything but a shot and a heart.
You could say he could have been a Hall of Famer, Joe. Maybe someone said that.
No.
I would say that's true. All right. So I'm the only guy that thought Ben was going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So the Sixers thing with Edgecombe, we're going to get to more audio of him, what he said. Something Dombrowski said yesterday about Bryce Harper. First base and 2 days ago he said it. First base and right field. Interesting. We'll hit that as well. And obviously a frustrating Phillies game last night. Speaking of Phils, one other quick thing. Check this out today when you watch the game. Because I bring this up, it seems like every time the Phillies are in one of these stadiums. I love the camera angle. Phillies.
You do bring this up every time the camera angles this way.
Listen, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen.
This is like completely unnoticeable to me.
John, watch it today and then watch the next Phillies home game.
I've watched it when you told us about it before.
And then
I forget the moment I watch it.
All right, here we go. Camera angle in Houston is right behind the pitcher. If anything, it might be the tiniest slight bit to the left of the pitcher, but it's essentially behind the pitcher. You get a true strike zone. In Philly, it's left center field. I mean, it's center, but it's leftish center. Yeah. And so you don't have that true... Boston has the right angle. Atlanta has the right angle. I think Florida might, and clearly Houston does. There's a couple of them. We really should have a better camera angle. Let's put the freaking camera in center field. Like true center field. Let's go phones. Let's talk to Joe and Cape May. Joseph, how are you, pal?
Hey, good. Sixers fan, and it's like a double sword for me because I actually am a Rutgers grad and sat through 32 games watching Ace Bailey. This was supposed to be our big year last year.
Interesting.
With him and Harper.
And were you a big fan?
Oh, that must have been really disappointing to be a Rutgers fan, have these two kids come here and be like, we're finally going to be awesome.
Sure. So what happened was last year at the very end of the transfer portal, we lost Malik Mag to BYU, who would have been a senior veteran on the team, and then Clifford Morey went to Alabama.
All right, well, all that aside, I'm not trying to put... Joe, give me you saw the Rutgers game. Ace Bailey, should they have taken him or not?
Absolutely. You took, as a Sixers fan, you took Andre Iguodala when you had a shot to potentially draft Kevin Durant. And, Ace Bailey can shoot. The guy you drafted is always going to struggle shooting in the NBA. Ace Bailey can defend four positions. Genetically, he's the better athlete. Daryl Morey made it easier for himself because he knows he has to win this year, and he didn't want to deal with a problem. Not going to win this year.
Well, it's an interesting perspective. You're talking about that upside that people believed it with, that some people believed in with Bailey.
And they definitely took the guy who's more ready to contribute with the defense and all that stuff right away.
And feels like he has a higher floor.
Yes.
But he's not
safer.
He's not saying that, though. He's saying give this guy time.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
There's a chance that the guy you drafted on a good team might be your first guard off the bench, or you could have potentially drafted a stud. The other thing that people are forgetting, Cooper Flagg reclassified. He was supposed to be a freshman in college this year coming up. Ace Bailey during last summer him and Harper were the 1 and 2 potential prospects. And about halfway through the season, a lot of NBA experts were saying, hey, I might take Ace Bailey over Cooper Flagg. Not a lot, but there were some. I just think, like I said, I think they drafted Andre Iguodala when they could have potentially drafted Kevin Durant.
Listen, Joe, it's a fascinating perspective, man. I appreciate that. He's the first person I've heard say I watched every Rutgers game, let me tell you. Okay. All right. We hear you. We'll see. Let's go to Tim in Swedesboro. Tim, good morning.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing well, Tim.
I just want to say with this pick, I was actually watching it on my phone on the Score app, and I'm like, oh, I hope they're not going to take Bailey, because I heard he was a little bit of a crybaby. I've never heard someone say, oh, I don't want to go here, don't draft me there.
Well, we have heard that. We've heard that from Eli. We heard that from Lindros. We heard that from John Elway. We have heard that.
Since then, I haven't. But
Kobe,
I'm just glad. I'm glad that they got
Kobe,
because I heard that he's very athletic. He's defensive. He's not he doesn't ask questions. I'm actually curious to see how he's going to play out, because I think it'll be very something to look forward to. And
sure.
With Joel, him and Joel and Tyrese, hopefully Tyrese is still around. But
look, Tim, let's be real. To your call and the last caller's call, we as Philadelphia sports fans will be measuring VJ Edgecombe versus Ace Bailey
for years,
for 10 years. We just will. And
does it give you any concern that the CEO of Utah is Danny Ainge and his son is the head of basketball operations?
No.
I found it interesting.
No.
Just because of the Tatum Markelle Fultz thing. I just kind of it was percolating in the back of my head when I saw that.
Look, do I think Ainge is? Well, here's the thing I'll say on Morey. He has drafted well with the Sixers. He has. Everything else has been a disaster. Free agent contracts like Paul George was a disaster. Giving Embiid the money was a disaster when he gave it to him. But we got to give Morey credit. Maxey and McCain and a couple of the lesser players when they picked very, very late. He's actually been a very good drafter. Got to give him credit for that.
I just remember when Maxey was drafted, everybody gave Elton Brand credit.
I know
I think that was nonsense, though.
Because
I did too.
Yeah, but
I think that was just,
hey,
he did a great job on this.
Morey had been here for like 10 days.
GM.
Yeah, but Ray, he was preparing to be a GM. Like, I don't think Daryl Morey didn't make the pick.
I don't think Daryl Morey let Elton Brand make
Correct.
like
All I'm
0%
saying is
chance.
at that time, and now all of a sudden it's, because it turned out
I
great.
said it at the time. It's Daryl Morey's
I said at the time,
pick.
too. I was like, this is nonsense. I don't believe it at all.
I mean, he didn't come in as the general manager of the Sixers to not make the pick. He
Absolutely.
came in to make the pick.
Okay.
All right, Tim, I need an answer from you. Who were this Ace Bailey who lost some millions by dropping a bid in the draft? Who or what also blew it? We're looking for non-sports answers.
Oh, non-sports.
Non-sports.
I had one. Now I don't. I don't have one. I'm sorry, guys.
All right, pal. You got it. I mean, could a lot of answers out there. That's all right. All right, let's get to Keith right now. Keith, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Keith?
Not much. I'm an old fart. I've been listening to your station for well over 30 years.
Wow.
When you announced your question today, I don't know if this is the winning answer, but the thing that immediately came to my mind was Ray Didinger.
Now, how did Ray blow it?
Christy Brinkley, right?
Oh.
That's right.
What a good answer, dude. What a great answer.
Wow. That could win.
Didn't
So
even
do you
think
think
about
that
it.
Ray would have had a reasonable chance with Christie?
Yeah, he's Ray freaking Didinger,
Well,
man.
and the key, here's the key. Ray has said on the record that he felt Christy Brinkley was interested in him.
Well, that's the thing. You know that she did go for the, introspective, artistic, thoughtful guy in Billy Joel.
Wow.
Ray I
could
think
have
Ray's
been Billy Joel.
Ray's more handsome than Billy Joel.
Yes,
I agree.
100%.
Without
In
doubt,
Ray's
yeah.
heyday, Ray's got it on Billy Joel.
Now, Keith, there's
And
one.
He's smart. He's a smart,
Yeah.
driven, reporter.
We could have
in
Christy
Philly.
Brinkley and Billy Joel as the biggest gap between a duo the other day.
Yeah. There's one problem here, though,
Would've been
Keith.
good.
I know Ray's wife, and she is just an amazing woman. So we got to judge Christy Brinkley versus Ray's wife,
look
Maria.
at you.
You know what I'm saying, Keith?
Well, Christy was pre his wife.
No,
so,
I know that. I'm saying it worked out. I'm playing around. All right, Keith, good call. Interesting, old school WIP perspective. All right, let's get to something with Dombrowski. Because, look, this is flying a little under the radar, or a lot under the radar, because of the, all the stuff with the Sixers and Edgecombe. But Dombrowski talked to the great Jason Stark with The Athletic recently, and interview that covered a lot of ground. And Stark asked a question about Bryce to the outfield, a question we've all wondered, would they really do it? And clearly, based on this answer, you're going to hear that Dombrowski doesn't want to do it. And I wish he would want to do it if he knew it could truly upgrade the team. I don't like his justification here. You be the judge. Listen to Dombrowski with Stark.
Suppose a first baseman, right-handed hitting first baseman, were available. You could match up, and Bryce Harper has said to you, hey, I'm happy to go back to the outfield if you want me to. Is that even in play?
Well, Bryce has said that. Bryce will be willing to do whatever needs to be done, and that's one of the many things that are great about him. I would really prefer not to do that. And I think part of it, he's turned into a very good first baseman. For whatever reason, people discount defense when they're talking about these things. So with these moves, so you could go get let's just say you wanted to get a right-handed bat. I could go get a right-handed bat and put him in left field. But you might not catch the ball, you do need the kind of the combination of that. So Bryce adds a lot for us at first base right now. And so, again, I don't want to ever say never, but I would say it's not likely.
All right, here's why I don't like the answer. Here's why I don't like it. So I acknowledge Bryce is a good first baseman defensively. I also hope we can continue to remember and acknowledge that Bryce was a good right fielder defensively.
He's better at first base for what it's worth.
I don't know
personally,
about that.
I think he's better at
I don't
first
know about
base.
that,
But I think he had a good arm and right. I thought he was okay getting the balls.
So here's the problem.
I'm surprised that he's as good at first base as he is.
He's
some of
very
the
good,
stuff
but
that he does, flexibility-wise and
Yeah.
making some of those catches, the stretches.
He's a great athlete.
He's a catcher.
But hold on. Here's the problem with Dombrowski's argument. The problem is this. He's pigeonholing himself into, I have to find a left fielder or center fielder to improve the club when, in my opinion, you or eliminating first base when it could improve the club by this. Bryce to right, Cassie to left. Because you know what just improves if I get a first baseman? My left fielder. Not defensively, I will grant that. But there's this thing called offense in baseball, right? Offense, which, by the way, we saw none of last night from the Phillies. So that's why it's the justification, the way Dombrowski presented it, that I don't like. Yes, defense matters. So does offense. So does offense. And if this team would be a stronger team, period, stronger team, if Castellanos was playing left field, Bryce was playing right field, and there was a quality first baseman who, by the way, could be good both offensively and defensively. It's not impossible. Now, I know it's not the easiest position to find, but it's not impossible. Phillies have deep pockets, and they have a million prospects. So I get the impression that he's basically eliminating it from serious consideration for how to improve the club both this year and for future years, and I don't like that. I don't like that. Now, you can react 215-592-9494. That answer aggravated me. I think it's dumb. That's where I'm at. It was dumb logic. Put another way, it was illogical. What's your reaction to that? Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Obviously, Edgecombe, Sixers pick last night at 3, the big story. I'm excited. I mean, the way he presented himself and his family and the mom and the brother, that was some great stuff. We're going to get to more of that audio. There's a lot there. But what do you make of the justification of how Dombrowski, because he's talking about defense. Yeah, that matters. So does offense, which the Phillies have scored a grand total of 0 runs in the last 2 games. Andy in Deptford. Andy, good morning.
Good morning, team. We live. We hot.
Edgecombe's hot. Yeah. Edgecombe's ready to ball out.
Before I get to the draft, I just wanted to circle back quickly to your Bermuda thing. I had 2 quick questions I wanted to ask.
Sure.
So you're on this boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everyone jumps in the water. You climb down the ladder. So,
well, hold on. Some others should climb down the ladder as well.
Who?
Oh,
okay.
I would say 75% climb down the ladder, 25% jump. I'm telling you.
So all the men jumped in.
Why didn't you say that the other day when we were ripping you for it? This seems like a new addition.
Well, no, he just said everyone, so I'm now answering.
There's no way people did that.
I'm telling you they did.
I've never seen
here's
this.
the deal.
What?
Joe, in your lifetime...
Well, I got to... let me just throw this out there. There's a lot of people that had a lot of drinks. So there was a lot of let me get in carefully so I keep my drink in good shape.
All right, so here's the deal. So in your lifetime, you've never jumped in a pool off a diving board?
One or two times ever.
Oh, my. You never jumped a wave in the ocean? Like, come on,
Well,
man.
I've done a little bit of that, but I'm careful
Have you
about
ever, like, boogie boarded or surfed? Or...
Oh, my God,
Not doing
man.
that
You need to start living life, my guy.
Well,
you know, and he doesn't do the rides at amusement parks either.
I did one time. I did that thing that
Joe's not
goes
really into
around at Hershey
fun.
Park.
You know, things
The
that
super
are
loop.
fun.
Yeah, I did the loop thing
Not
at Hershey
really his
Park.
Or the
thing.
comet.
Joe.
I don't know.
The one that goes upside down?
Yeah, I did it one
Super
time.
duper looper.
One was enough for me.
That's
you
the
really
only
seem
roller
like a
coaster
fun
you've
guy.
ever done?
Well, no, I did Space Mountain. It's good because it's in the
that's
dark.
right. Okay.
I enjoyed it.
So you've done 2 roller coasters your whole life.
But I did Space Mountain 3 or 4 times. You couldn't see, so I wasn't
Space
afraid.
Mountain is an amazing roller
Yeah,
coaster.
but it's kind of a
But
cheapie.
it should have piqued your interest to go on other ones instead of making you say, I don't want to do that ever again anywhere else.
No interest. If the lights are on, no interest. Andy, go ahead,
Joe,
man.
you really seem like fun to hang out with, man. You don't ride rides. You won't jump in the pool.
That's
you think
the
our
thing.
quarterback that won the Super Bowl is not going to be our quarterback in 2026 season.
Well,
I
I amended that comment. I made that comment before.
And you left the greatest Eagles quarterback all time off your current top 11 list just to be spiteful. Like, come on, man.
Well, it wasn't to be spiteful.
And you're
but
supposed to be credible.
All right. All right, Andy, what do you got on last night?
All right, as far as last night with the draft, I mean, you know, I look at a team like Utah. They're not scared to get the best player that was available. I commend them for that. You look at us, we got 3 guards under 6'6". I mean, that's like if the Eagles Foles and then they just draft Jalen Hurts. Like, what are we doing with 3 guards? I mean, I don't get that a little bit. I really don't. And I know I'm running short on time, but you're talking about the Phillies and Harper, this, that, and the third. Isn't that same clown that was trying to get an extension on a 13-year contract? Like, Come on, man. That's that same clown that hasn't won a thing here.
So he's not a
and
clown.
talking about more years.
He's not a clown, but it was a bad move looking for the extension and going public. That was a bad move. Andy, who or what blew it? Give me a non-sports answer.
Non-sports answer on who blew it.
3, 2.
How about Philadelphia for getting rid of one of the greatest things ever, Wing Bowl?
All right. Wow. Rips WIP right there. All right. No more Wing Bowl. Fair enough. Rhea,
Okay.
you guys were done with it, right?
About 5 to 7 years before then. You have no idea. It was really a lot. I'd actually had a dream about it last night.
Did
we
you
were
really?
doing it
Last
and
night?
you were running it.
No.
Yes, and John was working on the script. I swear to God, it just popped into my head.
That is bizarre.
That's wild. Yeah.
Is that going to happen?
No, God, no.
No, that's not
You
going to
sure?
No. Like when we got rid of it the last time, Angelo tried to bring it back the next year,
Yep.
and we all threatened to quit.
Wow. For real?
Yeah, no, I couldn't do it again.
Maybe we should do it with scallops. I love scallops.
I love scallops too, but you can only eat like about 5.
How come no one ever does like
I could eat a lot of scallops.
buffalo
I think.
scallops?
I could go pretty nuts
Buffalo
on some
scallops, wouldn't that be good?
I don't know.
sounds
I don't know
gross.
if that sounds
I mean,
good.
But here's the problem,
Just-
John. What Rhea was describing wasn't really about the wings.
No,
The issues weren't.
it was all
wasn't-
the other stuff.
It wasn't the food.
The
the
wings
eating
was the least.
was fine.
It was the least
Yeah, Joe
part of
Chestnut
Right.
and whatnot doing that.
All right,
you know?
so the last caller brought up so many guards. It's a legitimate worry. Look, guys, it is possible if Embiid can't answer the bell this year, it is possible the 76ers' 3 best players this upcoming year will all be guards. And if you include Grimes, it might be 4 best players could be guards. If Paul and Embiid
Small
can't,
ball, baby. Let's go.
Small ball. It ain't bully ball anymore. So let's listen to Daryl Morey because he talked about, this issue, concepts. So how he will fit with the guards. And I appreciate something Morey says here because he's keeping it real about the need in the middle. He is keeping it real with this one. Listen to Morey last night.
How do you see VJ fitting with Tyrese and Jared and Quentin if you can bring him back?
Yeah, so I really like, how things are shaping up. I think we'll have one of the best backcourts in the league, with Grimes and Maxey and Jared McCain and now VJ. So I do think, like the way the NBA is going, I think you saw some of these teams playing dynamic, up-tempo with multiple guards that put the defense in jeopardy. And, we do have to have our main guy in the middle. I felt for the players and Coach Nurse specifically last year trying to put a defense on the floor with Joel out. And, obviously Drummond was hurt. So we didn't, Bowen stepped up late, which was exciting. But it's very hard if you have like a bunch of dynamic guards, it's hard to make it all work if you don't have a big in there who's making things hard on the other team.
So in the few years Morey's been here, and it's probably been 3 or so years at this point, maybe 4, I have felt he has often not kept it real, and I have felt he has particularly often not gone out of his way to keep it real. Within the context of that answer, he went out of his way to say, we need our big guy in the middle. Now look, I'm not going to give the guy $100 for the comment, but at least he acknowledged the reality that it is an essential part of the short-term plan for the Sixers to have any shot of anything that's good, that Joel be great. Let's listen to Morey. I am not sure he kept it quite as real with this answer.
I know which one you're going to play right here.
Let's get to the Embiid answer, because in the midst of a press conference about a draft pick, obviously he had to be asked and was asked about Embiid's recovery or not recovering. Let's listen to how Morey answered the question.
Medical update time. Spoke to Joel today. He's very engaged, attacking rehab, doing everything he can to be out there. He had a meeting with Dr. Glashow this week. All things, to use the NASA term, nominal. Things are going well and expected, and we expect that to continue. So
ready for camp.
Yeah, things are on track to be ready right around there.
Oh boy!
Late November, early December.
To use a NASA term,
the NASA term and the right around
nominal
there, and
right
we got we got all
means,
3 of them.
Yeah, it means he's not going to play during the entirety of camp, and
Well,
once the season starts, we're going to be waiting for him to play his way into shape once
He's
the
attacking
season
rehab,
has
John.
already started.
Yeah, it wasn't an answer that gave me great confidence. It did not. Now, it's a shame because I feel really good about it. The backcourt should be really good. I mean, guys, let's not kid ourselves. They should have. Now, it's gonna take Edgecombe some time, right? He's 19. It's gonna take him some time. But they really do have a very
What's our word?
talented
Like,
backcourt.
we need to invent a word for the opposite of bully ball. You know, like petite play.
Baby ball.
Petite play.
Yeah. No, that doesn't
It
sound
sounds
right.
so unintimidating.
Doesn't sound right. All right, well, we'll try to figure that out. In the meantime, you can answer our Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people. Well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, do you like the 76ers pick of VJ Edgecombe? Obviously, they went with him at 3 instead of everybody else thereafter, which, the most notable would be Ace Bailey, who went 5. So do you like the pick of VJ Edgecombe, yes or no? I'll tell you, I was enamored with how he presented himself during the interviews afterwards. I mean, really, I thought some special stuff. We're going to get some of that audio.
Feel fortunate. We should feel very fortunate. So how does Utah feel about their addition?
Well,
are they happy about it?
Yes. Can I tell you why?
Yeah.
Because the Utah Jazz never have a great player that signs with them.
No, nobody wants to be there.
The only
it's the
way...
last place they want to be.
Yes, literally last place in the NBA.
So,
After Vancouver was off the map, it's
And
the last
also,
place.
they are not trying to win right now, Utah. Like, they have time to let Ace,
But they
couple
have
years
to go for the
develop.
home run
Isn't this
swing.
kind of what
Totally.
what I heard he was going for through this whole process?
Except maybe
But-
not Utah.
Yeah, but that's the
Yeah.
thing. Like, he's turning his nose up at the Utah part. It's everything he was asking for. Like,
Yeah.
he gets all the glory and all that, but it's Utah. So
Sure.
how does he feel and how do they feel?
Well, ask
sure
him,
he's
man.
psyched.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's I don't. All
Not
right,
our
one
problem.
more piece of audio, so you can react to all of this. Edgecombe pick, Phillies losing last night. What Dombrowski said about Bryce in right field doesn't sound like he's really going to try. That's Dombrowski to shift Bryce. I think he's pigeonholing himself. Basically, you can only acquire a left fielder or center fielder to make the team better, and I'd like to have first baseman on the table as well, but I think that's a mistake. Let's listen to Jay Billis. So right after the pick, immediate reaction to Edgecombe. Here's what Billis said.
He's elite athletically, a 3-and-D guy that plays above the rim. Lobs, I think he can do a better job finishing over length, but I think he'll get that in time. But you don't find athletes like this very often. And he's a great defender. He's developing as a shooter. He can knock down an open three, but he can certainly improve in that area. He shot 34% from three. He made 52 of them. But as a defender, he plays incredibly hard. He blows up dribble handoffs. He's an excellent chase defender, and he just disrupts. Very good as a help defender, getting out in passing lanes. He has a ton of ability, and you don't say this lightly. He does remind you of a young Oladipo, a young Wade when they were 19. Now the question is he going to reach that sort of height as he goes forward? But he's certainly got the capability there.
All right, so look, you got some pretty good comparisons. Now, Oladipo got hurt and didn't have the career he ultimately could have had. He was a good player there before the injury. Not a great player, but a very good player. The guy I guess I would say that I'd put in between those two. You got Wade, who's a true all-time Hall of Famer. And you got Oladipo, had a good start to his career, good surge until the injury and just kind of fell off the map. The guy I would put in the middle is Joe Dumars. That's what I'd like to see this guy become.
Wow.
I'm not saying he can't. Listen,
Yeah,
James.
I mean, James
James,
closer to Wade than to
I don't know about that.
Oladipo.
I don't know about that. Wade
Dumars
was
a Hall of Famer.
I know, but Wade was
a
a
great,
top
yeah.
5 player in the league for about
Wade's a
10
top
years.
20 player of all time, maybe, you know?
Yeah, 30 or 40. But
Somewhere
he's
in
up
that
there.
range.
Yeah,
He's in the
I'm
discussion.
just saying, Joe Dumars. I'm thinking, all right, I hear Oladipo and Wade. Give me a Joe Dumars career. We'll see.
How about Bill is saying you don't find athletes like this very often? Like that was
That
a
sounds so
strong. I don't know
amazing.
if he's being
So-
hyperbolic, but that was a strong.
That is a
line.
big statement. Yeah.
Is he significantly advanced in terms of defensively?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
the
that's
game.
where he's elite.
That's the,
You know,
and
like
that's
when-
why I'm
when
saying
you
Joe Dumars,
compare
by the way.
him
Yeah.
to
That's-
when
yeah.
you're comparing him to these other petite players, like the other small guys.
Sure.
He's
you know,
6'5".
we're talking. Oh, really? Grimes?
Petite is
Right?
like a little strong.
I know.
Like
but, but guys under 6'5".
I don't know how Grimes is going to get any playing time. I mean, he will somehow, but not
Maxey,
much.
Jared McCain, now VJ Edgecombe. Like, Edgecombe has the defensive advantage of those four.
It does appear that way, yes. For sure. Based on what I've seen of Maxey,
Let's
for sure.
see him elevate the intensity of those other three then.
All right, so the Sixers pick, what do you make of it? We're going to get to audio specifically of Edgecombe after the pick. I thought some special stuff. We'll play that coming up shortly. But your reaction to all of it, plus the Phils. I don't want anyone to think the Phils are off the table. 2 losses in a row, both aggravating, similar reasons. And this one last night was a little different. It wasn't like Rojas 2 nights ago swinging at a 2-0 pitch. But what you had, if you missed it, was a chance to score in the 5th. And Marsh, who had 2 hits last night, but had a big out in the 5th inning when you had a runner on 3rd and less than 2 outs. Didn't bring him in. And then the 8th inning was really the killer. It was the death. What do they call that, John? The death knell? The death knell.
Death knell.
Death knell. Because
or the nail in the coffin.
Or the nail in the coffin.
You got 1 out.
You got 1 out, and you got
the bases are loaded.
And Bomer.
Yeah.
And he couldn't bring him in. And then
not only could he not bring him in,
he
couldn't even put the bat on the ball.
Yeah.
Couldn't even drive that thing out there. Alec Bohm, if you just, hit it almost to the fence, it's a run. A run will score.
I mean, yeah.
You will move men on the bases.
So Bowman
you did
Casty.
not do your job.
Yeah, Bowman and Casty both let him down in that moment. Now, look, they're missing Harper. We got to acknowledge that. I mean, literally, Bowman was hitting 3rd. That's where Harper almost definitely would have been hitting. Because I think when Harper comes back, it's going to be a Trey 1, Schwarber 2, Harper 3. I think that's just what it'll be. So that would have been Harper's at bat. And he probably would have gotten the job done in some way, shape, or form. Bohm did not.
I think
Cassie did not.
I've seen him get the job done in clutch situations.
But we got to
like
acknowledge,
that.
we don't know when he's going to play, and we don't know how effective he'll be.
Well,
I mean, we just don't.
Yes, and that is a concern. And I'm now wondering, he has been sort of slogging his way through this and trying to survive with it for such a long time, all the way back to last year.
Right.
If he's trying to wait for this thing to get better, rest
clearly
is normally what you do with these chronic things. We are hearing now he's getting, 45 swings in, 50 swings a day. How much longer do we have to wait until those swings in practice become swings in games? I mean, what's the big difference? If it's a practice level intensity, game intensity swing in practice,
I'll tell you what I think.
Or a swing in a game.
Well,
we could use the swing in the game a lot right now.
Yeah, here's what I think the difference is, and I can respect this. I think he's trying to get right for the long haul.
Sure,
I
agree with you, and I think that's clearly the mindset here.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can hold out hope that just by, but my point is, if you're not going to rest it completely. If you're going to keep doing this thing where you're swinging 45 or 50 times a day and it's not getting better, we need you, man.
Listen,
Get back out.
It's a reasonable point. They could have used him as a pinch hitter at any number of spots last night.
No doubt.
And, even if it's 1 at bat. I hadn't thought of that until you said it, but okay.
Yeah.
So where do you stand on all this? Phils lose, get shut out twice in a row despite great outings by Ranger and Wheeler. By the way, Wheeler totally gets jobbed, not only getting the loss in the game, but specifically Trey committed an error that they didn't count as an error, so it's an earned run on Wheeler, which is ridiculous, just ridiculous. Let's go to Chuck in Mount Airy. Chuck, good morning.
Hey, good morning, team. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing well, Chuck.
Always good hearing from you, Chuck.
Appreciate that, Joe.
Hey,
when
Chuck.
you and Jack thing gonna go on?
Sunday.
Yeah.
By the way, we're having Fritz on the show, 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 10. We got a lot to talk to Fritz about today to preview the competition, which starts Sunday at River Winds in New Jersey, one of Jaws' courses. We're playing the front 9 match play Sunday at 11:10 a.m.
Don't you have sort of a home field advantage with this?
He's probably played. I don't know how many times he's played. I've played there maybe 5 to 7 times.
Okay,
I don't know how
but
many
now
times
you're
he has.
going out and videotaping.
Well, that's not that is an advantage. That's being smart competitor. Yes, I videotaped River Winds 2 days ago so I can really hone in to prepare. Yes.
That is insane.
It's that and buying 3,000 books shows my dedication.
It shows something.
My stuff. It might be dumb.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Joe,
Not recommend it.
What do you got, Chuck? Chuck, you going to buy one of the 3,000 books I bought? I mean, I'm going to be out there on the street giving them out for pennies on the dollar at some point. No. I'm going to get them in stores, Chuck. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? I might buy one. I might support you a little bit.
Thank you,
I mean,
pal.
I've known you long enough.
Thank you.
Hey, listen. Here's the thing, right? With this pick, I'm not angry that they picked VJ Edgecombe. You know what I mean? It's not the guy or person or the player that I'm upset about. It's the reason why they picked him. It's continuing to build around a guy that has not proven he could be healthy. He has not proven that he deserves to be built around anymore. And he has not proven he can do it in the playoffs. And we continue to pivot towards Joel Embiid instead of pivoting towards another, player or another option or another avenue. It just disappoints me that the Sixers are one-track minded to continue to build around this guy who, offers nothing at the end of the day. And he's not going to.
So I don't think offers nothing is a fair way to put it, but obviously has right now an enormous limitation, which is called whether he can physically play.
It's not just that, though, Joe. It's not just that, Joe. If it was just that, I'd be fine with it, with him. It's not just the injuries, Joe. He has proven time and time again, come playoff time, he disappoints. Numbers drop drastically. He doesn't have the heart to be a championship player. So why are we still building around this guy?
Well, the simple answer is because of his contract. Honestly. I mean, I'm being honest with you, Chuck, right?
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's just a disappointing pick for me. It's not the reason, not the player. I might love the player. Ace Bill is going to be the best player in this draft, when the season's done. I'm telling you that right now. But, I might like to play VJ Edgecombe, but it's the reason why they picked him. And that's to build around Joel Embiid. Again, and this is 11 years in, the same outcome. Going to be the same outcome this year. He's going to be no different.
Well, I don't think he'll be able to answer the bell, so I tend to agree with you. Chuck, give me an answer, my man. Who or what blew it? We're looking for non-sports answers. Now, this is in honor or dishonor of Ace Bailey's odd approach, which seems to have cost him money with a lower pick. But who else, non-sports, or what else blew it?
Monica Lewinsky, she blew it, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no. We don't think we can.
I dumped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we can let that on the air.
I dumped it.
Rhea, what's the ruling on whether that can make the air? I don't.
James did the right thing. How's that?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Listen, an A for
when in
creativity, but
Yeah. Oh, it was funny.
There's only a couple of people on hold that heard that answer. I'm sorry to the rest of you. You couldn't hear it, but there are kids listening, and
I think my job's a little more important.
Yeah.
It's summer.
It is the summer. That's right. Kids out of school. All right. There was a series of feel-good moments last night around the Sixers, which, frankly, I would say there had not been since April of 2024 in Game 5 versus the Knicks, when Tyrese Maxey saved that season by scoring, 8 points in the final seconds to win. Was it 8 points?
7, I think.
7?
Yeah.
So they hadn't had a feel-good moment in 14 months.
A long time.
Yeah, they hadn't had a feel-good moment in 14 months. Well, they had one last night. They had a series of them because of what happened, frankly, after Edgecombe was picked. Let's start with him being picked, the commissioner with the announcement as Edgecombe became a Sixer.
With the third pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
All right, so you see him, and he gets up there on the stage and the hug with the commissioner, and before that, hug with family and friends, and a lot of nice stuff, right? Good stuff. So now, whether it's the right pick or not, time will tell, and we will always judge him versus Ace Bailey, and that'll be fascinating to track. And we haven't had too many of them through the years. Maybe the last I can think of would, give you a couple. You had Jordan Davis versus Hamilton, the safety in the Ravens. You obviously had Reagor versus Justin Jefferson. And those were two that didn't work out, although the Eagles won a Super Bowl with Jordan Davis. But, let's be real. Reagor, Justin Jefferson was over one game into their career. So every once in a while you got these scenarios. We'll always track those two players against each other. Now, Edgecombe.
Carson and Wentz and Goff, if it hadn't gone that way. We were doing it. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe Rams fans did, but we didn't because the Eagles didn't have a chance at Goff. All right. With that said, Edgecombe is the guy. Now, interview. Right after he's picked. It's like a minute or two later. He's talking to Monica McNutt from ESPN and ABC. I thought this was a really cool interview with a series of great moments. He's standing next to his mom and his brother. Here's what you need to know before you hear this audio. First question to the mom, but Edgecombe is the one that jumps in to answer because she is so overcome with emotion. Second question, you're going to hear the brother as the person primarily answering. Edgecombe jumps in on the back end of that one. Listen to this exchange. This was cool.
Tell me, what's going through your mind, Mom?
I'm a talk, bro, man. Super excited. We came from nothing. Man. We're truly blessed just to be in this position, man. I know the emotions is high right now, so I'm just letting it be right now, all right? But the emotion's super high, but we came from nothing. So that's why the emotions are so high right now, man.
In your feature, VJ, we saw you talking about playing basketball in the Bahamas, 12-year-old playing against men. I'm not going to ask you, I'm just your brother. When you saw your brother at 12 playing against big grown men, did you think that tonight was possible?
I'm actually lost for words right now. My brother saw this dream before I did or before anyone else in my family even did. I'm so proud of him. He got me in tears and I don't even cry.
Man, I don't know. I don't got no words either, man. I'm blessed. Me third pick. I mean, it's a dream come true, man. I spent countless years just sitting there watching Jack, bro. So I don't even know. I don't know what to do, man.
You good, Mom? How proud are you of your son?
Proud. Super proud. Like you said, we came from nothing into everything. It's money to the world. Money to the world.
So, John, I said it earlier, and by the way, it's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake Studio, day after Edgecombe becomes a Sixer. John, I said this earlier, and I think everyone knows it's true. What's going to matter most for all of us as Sixers fans is whether he was the right pick and can really play. That's number one. But with that said, last night, I mean, there was a series of things, and we'll get to the others in a moment, that felt on the heart, felt great. I mean, we hadn't felt some Sixers joy in over 12 months, John. This was joyful last night.
The family feel about the whole thing. You know, the thing that we celebrate about Tyrese Maxey is just his mindset, his approach, his positivity, the way that he can lift that organization at times, just like emotionally speaking. Now it feels like you got a partner in positivity with VJ.
In addition to McCain,
Tyrese,
who I think,
and McCain, who also was
John,
incredibly upbeat last year.
Here's what I put on Twitter right after seeing some of those interviews. I said right on Twitter, I so hope the Sixers can get good again. The joy that Maxey, McCain, and Edgecombe exhibit is so palpable. Philly will love these guys if they, and then I put in parentheses, and others can lead the Sixers back to glory. Because I know I've seen enough of Maxey to know he's not going to be the best player on a team that's a team that has glory. I mean, no offense to Maxey, he's just not that guy. And obviously in the short term, there's only one guy that can be that guy, and that's Joel Embiid. He's the only guy in the short term. Now look, there's an argument that at some point Embiid and Paul George will be moved on from, and these other guys might be around 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now, and that's a whole different type of team, and maybe those guys are all-star level players, and maybe even Edgecombe is better than that. Who knows? We'll see. But I know this. The way Edgecombe presented himself reminded me of Brandon Graham. And he became one of our favorite players ever. Maxey has that thing too. McCain has that thing too. There's a lot of joy. Now,
a lot of joy, but there's also
but they got to rebound and they got to block shots and they got to set picks and they got to score in the paint.
Well, he's talking
about they're going to need help. Is my point. They're going to need help.
He's talking about how his atmosphere, his environment growing up, molded him into who he is, and some of that, who he is a tough young man.
That's very clear.
Toughness is part of what he gleaned from the way he was raised, and that's exactly what we're looking for.
When they also say
that's
he's a leader.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we were missing from Ben Simmons. That's exactly one of the things we are missing from Joel Embiid.
Yeah, no,
so,
I agree with that too.
Yeah, this is, like, the toughness part is exciting. The toughness part is absolutely critical in basketball. And let's see. Let's you show us.
Yeah.
I'd love to see this.
So let's listen to Daryl Morey. He had a pretty late press conference last night talking about Edgecombe. Let's listen to his opening statement when he addressed the pick. Here's what Morey said.
We're super excited about VJ, what he can bring to the team. Brings a dynamic athlete, potential all-star, two-way player. Really helped his team. He's got all these winning qualities that we think really fit. Great teammate. His story and what he's done to get to this point is really unbelievable. And we think he's on a great trajectory to take where he's come from and continue to improve through Baylor all the way through a very long and very promising NBA career, and we're excited it's here at the 76ers.
All right, so that's Morey. Now, I want to play one more piece of audio, then we're getting right back to the phones, because you can react to all of this at 215 888-592-9494. And that one more piece of audio is Edgecombe. Something that he said a few minutes after that interview you heard with Monica McNutt. He then also talked to NBA TV. And I thought this was even more special than the other stuff. This is him answering a question. He's got his mom there, the whole deal. Listen to this exchange last night.
What were the moments you remember most about just the way your mom poured into you throughout your life and your career?
Man, them long nights, I'm telling you, I lived off a generator. I ain't had no electricity. I lived off a generator for 7 years. Man, seeing what she had to go through to feed us, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, but I don't even know, man. My mind everywhere right now, man.
I mean, listen, you got a big old lump of coal in your heart if that doesn't move you. Right?
Gotta play crying on the morning show.
That's right.
That's true.
But I loved it, man. I mean, I thought that was...
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
It is beautiful. We hope he can play at a very high level. Well, we know he's supposed to be able to play at a pretty high level, but we hope he can take that higher. Look, if he's a complimentary piece, then he's a complimentary piece. And maybe they did mess up not taking Ace Bailey, who maybe will be the better player. But I know this, in a couple minutes last night, I was like, man, I'm rooting hard for this guy. Hearing the story and the way he presented and the mom. Even John, little thing, I'll give you one more little thing. That first thing from about 5 minutes ago we played, when he jumped in when the question was to his mom, but she was overcome by emotion, he jumps in within about 2 to 3 seconds to answer. There's a little sign of leadership in there.
100%.
Right, he's stepping in to help mom.
I was super impressed.
Right,
with
Rhea?
that. Yeah,
He didn't wait 7 seconds.
No, he didn't let it get awkward. He
Right?
was like, I got to take care of mom.
Yeah, I'm taking care of mom.
I love that.
I thought, that's leadership.
Yep.
So the little things matter. And I thought that was pretty cool.
But it also requires it's leadership, but it's also the bravery to step forward, like that initial burst, that initial, he's got what's required to be a leader.
Be a pro.
Yes.
That's what it sounded like to me. Let's go to Eagles. Shirley. Shirley, how you been?
Oh, good morning, family. Y'all got me up in here tearing. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. VJ was my pick. I put it out there before we got our pick, before the Sixers pick, who I wanted first, and I was elated. I was excited, jumping up and down, and because there's something in that young man, besides the story, you got somebody that's so hungry, and I know Ace Bailey and all the other, people want Ace Bailey, something like, but I'm looking at Philadelphia. I'm looking at how we made up. How the things that we done went through and still going through and how, when our backs is up against the wall, you know what I mean? We come out swinging, like how the Philadelphia Eagles. You know what I mean? That's why I'm upset right now at our Philadelphia Phillies, because y'all better than this. I got y'all aces up there, and y'all can't give them no score to help them out. But when I watched the draft last night, and when we got who I wanted, VJ, I saw a dog in him. I saw that hunger in him. But when that man got up and he spoke on behalf of his mother and shared what he shared about how they was up, I'm like, that's us all day. That's Rocky. That's our story. That's us. Man, how can you not get excited about this guy?
I agree.
And we don't know. We don't know if the Sixers are finished. We don't know what's going to happen with Joel Embiid, but I'm excited because you got the hungry guys that could not finish playing. We set out so early. I had partial season tickets that I was just giving away because I was so angry at how our season went down. You see what I'm saying? I love my Sixers. I love all my teams. But that draft pick last night, that did it for me, y'all. I'm telling you. I'm sitting in my car. I can't even go to my job yet because I got tears coming down my eyes. You got to stop playing that daggone party.
You gotta get
I hear you, Shirley. I hear you.
I love you all, Rhea.
Thank you.
I love you all, James. Thank you for taking my call. God bless.
Shirley, you can win. You can win a
Shirley.
prize. You got to give me who blew it. Come on, who blew it?
No, I'm about to blow it if I don't go get ready for work.
All right, get to work.
right.
Shirley, thank you.
That was a good
Thank
one.
you,
That's
Shirley.
pretty good. All right, up ahead, something Stephen A. said right before the Sixers made the pick, which I don't agree with them on. I just flat out don't, but maybe others will. We'll see what you think. So we'll get to that audio. More of Edgecombe, what he said after the pick. We got life advice with the Hammer around 8:45. Got a lot going on. Fritz is going to be with us from 9 to 10 today. to talk about our competition and his book and more. We got a lot to cover. Your calls as well. 215-592-9494. Plus more of what Daryl Morey said after the pick on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. Best in the business. I tell you all the time, they're phenomenal. PI Dental Center, of course, located in Fort Washington with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. Now, fortunately for me, I've always had pretty good luck with the teeth, so I've never had a major issue, one that required a significant repair. And so for me, PI Dental Center is year-to-year maintenance, just to make sure I stay in good shape. And obviously for most people in society, year-to-year maintenance as an adult is, what you need. And good. If that's in your spot, good. Get to PI Dental Center for that. But if you got a big old problem, and there are thousands of people in the Delaware Valley, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, creates a self-esteem issue, well, PI Dental Center really specializes in fixing stuff like that up. They're the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So if you got a big old problem, get yourself to PI Dental Center. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl today. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open, located on Route 73, a few minutes from the Atlantic City Expressway. Visit New Jersey's premier Forest River dealer, specializing in the sales of the huge Forest River lineup, along with expert RV service for every make and model. We have an RV for every lifestyle and a payment for every budget. Plus, as part of the Camping World Dealer Network, you will have access to our national network of lenders, nationwide service network, and all of the Good Sam products and services. Visit ForestRiverNewJersey.com for more information.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Did
Did you catch Luisito's header?
Yeah, I just recorded it on my new Samsung A36 5G phone I got for free at Total Wireless.
Oh, I'm actually live streaming the whole match with my new Samsung Tab A9 that I also got free at Total Wireless.
I got that tablet too.
And I got that phone too. We both got both.
Go!
Switch to Total Wireless and get both the Samsung A36 5G and a Samsung Tab A9 for free. For a limited time while supplies last, valid in store. Requires new phone activation on the Total 5G Unlimited plan or higher external port and ID verification and new activation on the Total 5G Unlimited 6-month tablet plan. Restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires 6/30/20.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Chad Pennington. The 49-year-old quarterbacked both the Jets and the Dolphins to their last AFC East Divisional Championships. For Gang Green, that was back in 2002. For the Fish, it was in 2008. Last season, he coached the Sarah School to its first-ever Kentucky State title. Happy birthday, Chad. Have a great day. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dietz and Watson. Sixers grabbed a 19-year-old guard out of Baylor from the Bahamas, VJ Edgecombe. Said to be freakishly athletic, elite defensively. Some work needed on the offensive side of the game. Edgecombe spoke to NBC Sports Phillies' Amy Fadul about a comp made about him by Paul George.
He equated you to a Jimmy Butler type. What kind of praise does that mean from a guy that's like Paul George, a 9-time All-Star?
Exactly, man. That means a lot. I grew up watching Paul George when he's in Indiana. Not to make him feel old, but Jimmy Butler is a All-Star, superstar, most likely going to be a Hall of Famer. So to be compared to someone like that means a lot, especially coming from another Hall of Famer.
Phillies will try to avoid getting swept by the Astros this afternoon in Houston. 2 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. They might actually try scoring some runs since they've been shut out twice by Houston. They've scored all of 3 runs in their 2 straight wins against the Phils. Dietz and Watson meets cheeses, and condiments are the perfect addition to your barbecue. Online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. Hot and humid, a stray storm, high 87. It's currently 84. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, are the Sixers still standing or not? I don't know. It took a step forward last night. Good morning to you. Some more audio of Edgecombe and Morey and reaction from the analysts. We're also going to do this segment around 8:45 or so, some life advice with the Hammer. Now, what do you need help with in life? I'm going to try to get you some great advice. Get to Seltzer on Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. 3 ways you can interact with the show in addition to the phone line. Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. Let him know what you need some advice about, and he'll throw one of those scenarios to me. Let me give you some early advice. Listen to WIP today from 10 to 2 because Joe and Hugh will be broadcasting from Jason Kelce's event down the shore.
Nice.
So make sure you check out 10 to 2. I don't know what all the plans are.
Did you see Jason yesterday?
I believe drinking is the plans. Yes.
Right.
Jason's got a sweet
Speedo.
Yeah, I did see that.
Suit
That was
yeah.
He knows how to make a scene. You know what I'm saying? He really does.
So I would imagine 10 to 2, they'll probably have, various guests on, hopefully Kelce at some point, maybe some of his teammates or former teammates. So check out the show from 10 to 2. Should be great. All right. So, Ace Bailey will not be a teammate of Joel and Maxey and McCain and et cetera, et cetera. It was the Sixers' decision. They had the choice, and they went with Edgecombe instead. Now, maybe it's just because they believe he'll be better. Maybe it's because they think he's a safer pick. Maybe they don't believe in Ace Bailey, or maybe they did believe in Ace Bailey's talent but didn't believe in Ace Bailey, the guy. I don't know. I don't know. I do know this. I didn't agree with Stephen A's analysis right before the pick of why the Sixers shouldn't take Ace Bailey. So listen to something Stephen A. said. You be the judge of whether he's right or wrong. We've all lived through the process, then 7 years of making the playoffs, and then a disastrous year where the whole situation feels like it's beyond limbo. It doesn't feel great. I don't agree with what Stephen A. said. Listen.
Let's talk about what they shouldn't do and what they can't do, which I teased on SportsCenter. This guy Bailey that refused to work out for anybody. We don't know. We don't want to blame him. But in the end, you're grown, you're a young man, and your leadership, your representation is telling you not to work out for people. You can't be the team that had the process and you were throwing seasons for years. You can't be the team that had Ben Simmons that just spent the #1 pick on. And we all know his story. We'll be nice tonight because it's the NBA draft. It's about these kids. It's not about him. But the kind of stuff that happened with him, you can't then turn around and ask the Philadelphia public, oh, we going to take a dude that we didn't get to work out, that we didn't get to interview, that we didn't get to talk to or anything like that. That can't be who you spend a #3 pick on.
All right, so you be the judge. Rhea, who's right, me or Stephen A? I'm saying his reason is wrong. Who's right?
I would say this about Stephen, and I love Stephen.
I did
I've
too.
known him forever.
Yeah.
The yelling was a little too much at that point. I mean, they were about to make the pick. And I just went, Stephen, settle down just a little bit.
He's doing his thing.
I know, screaming A, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't, listen, he made his own bed by, what they did. It wasn't up to the Sixers. I wanted them to pick him. I think he has a higher ceiling, but it was a higher risk. But, yeah, I don't agree with him either.
Yeah, I mean, we could have dealt with it, right? I mean, if he turned into the better player, then...
No one cares.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
No
one cares.
I mean, Morey himself even said that him not showing up wasn't a factor in the decision to pick him or not. Now, he may be telling the truth, he may be lying. By the way, let me go back to telling the truth or lying. Dombrowski, with what he said about Bryce in right field, might want to do otherwise, but he might be covering for Bryce if Bryce doesn't want to play right field.
100%. That was my first thought.
Right?
Now, again, I also think that the arm is part of it, too.
Might be.
You know.
Might be. All right.
Well, Pete Alonso was out there. Not that
he's a free agent this offseason.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I look. You don't have to say it twice to me, Ray. I mean,
Alonso was out there this offseason.
I watched the Phillies 2 nights in a row score 0 and 0.
Yes, exactly.
So
it's painful to watch them.
It can be tough, and they are missing the effect of Harper.
Sure.
I mean, it's oof.
But it's like you get to the 6th inning, and I'm going, oh, come on.
You do. Well, look, this is where you really need right now. You need Castellanos, Schwarber, Bohm, and Trey.
They were picking up for
They
him.
were for a time. But has there been a point this year where has Casty carried them at any point? I don't think so, right?
No, you need look. Schwarber and Turner have been really good this year, and
Schwarber and Turner, right? Yeah,
like it can't be on them to be the entire offense. That's the issue.
Now Bohm picked it up for the month. We got to give him that credit.
But again, it's still and he's been good. No, I'm not ripping him, but again, he's still got to drive the ball. He's got to lift the ball more. But he has been much better.
He does. All right, so a lot to chew on. The Phillies thing. Ridiculous that it's an earned run against Wheeler. If you missed it, ball goes under Trey's glove. I mean, he's going to his left, but come on, make the play. And Philly still would have lost the game, but it shouldn't be an earned run against Wheeler. So a lot on the Phils, and then a lot on the draft pick last night. One more thing, let's listen to Stephen A's analysis of Edgecombe. Because right after that, the pick happened, and then his analysis of Edgecombe. Let's listen to Stephen A.
They raved about his athleticism, his talent, his work ethic, but they also said they were a bit nervous from his private workouts and unnatural one-on-one drills that they put him through. Nevertheless, you have to take him because Bailey and what was being said about him, you are the Philadelphia 76ers. You could not afford to roll the dice on somebody who wouldn't even give you an interview or a workout. It could not happen. So you had no choice but to take Edgecombe. But this brother can play. He's got a lot of potential.
So he just doubled down on his Wow. He basically just said, yeah, okay.
He's like, right. Here, let me give you my analysis of Edgecombe. Here's why they had to draft him, because the other guy. But he's like, but the guy can play. All right.
That was
All
it.
right.
His
kind of an aside.
was 1 second at the end. The boy can play.
That's analysis right there.
Oh, man. All right, Anthony.
Did you see his jacket? Did you
Stephen
see the fan? No, VJ.
Edgecombe. Yeah,
the
sure.
Inside with the family. It's all his family.
Beautiful.
Like, this guy is driven for the right reason. I love that part. Remember Ben Simmons being held back by his family. Ben Simmons being entitled because of his family.
I agree.
You know, because they blew so much smoke up his butt for so long, they made him think he was something he wasn't. And this is a kid who just wants to prove, who wants to help, who wants to rise, bring his family with him because he's trying to win in life and get them to where they need to
John,
be now.
I'm gonna get some audio coming up shortly here of answers last night from Edgecombe that were the exact opposite of Ben Simmons' answers. Exact. I got a whole bunch to go to.
Good, because we are better informed now, and I can't wait to hear this.
We'll get to that shortly. Let's go to Anthony in New Jersey. Anthony, how are you, bud?
God damn it. I just known I was going to be on with Bull Bond later, man. I was going to trash talk him.
Wait, Anthony, I'll put you on hold.
I like
Hold on.
this. You want to hang in here?
Yeah, you want to talk to Fritz at 9?
Yeah, I want to talk to Bull
Love
Bond.
this.
All right,
Have we
all
ever
right.
had a call? I mean, every once in a while they'll be like at work or something, but in terms of I want to wait to talk later is rare. That's good work.
I appreciate that. Just avoid the curses next time. Come on, man. Let's go to Gary in Vineland. Gary, what's going on, dude?
Hammer, man, you need to tell Andy from Deptford. One thing I might have done was beat the live and the hot out of you last time we played on Beat the Hammer.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're right. It was 5-0 if I remember right.
Yes, he came out firing on you, and you crushed him last time.
Sure did. Thank you, sir.
We need to get out there and I just want a player on the Phillies that's just straight up rate. Just get on base, smart, have a plan. Like, it seems like my biggest thing with the hitting coach, do these guys have a plan when they go up there? Like when Rojas was on the 2-0 count, think.
Yeah.
It's funny because I want someone who's going to hit the ball at the ballpark right now. That's where I'm at offensively.
Yeah, I kind of want someone who just puts the ball in play.
We've seen Kyle Schwarber
we've
both.
got
had
these guys have been putting it in
night.
play. It's all they do is hit singles.
Yeah.
Like, give me some freaking home runs,
James on
man.
this one.
Yes.
Somebody hit one.
That's who wins every year. The team that's the most home runs.
Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, just bring me somebody. I'm just so tired of once you get past. You know how exciting it was when you knew like Chooch would come up and he would come up with a big hit. Like these guys just don't. They shrivel when the lights are on.
Look, here's the one thing I'll say, Gary. And I love Ruiz. God, do I love him. But let's not over-glorify. I mean, if I looked up his career average, I bet you it's around 250. So,
No, but he would get that clutch hit when you need it with runners in scoring position. He didn't have a hit for average, but he was clutch.
I don't know, man. Anyway, give me a great answer here, my man. You can win the $100 gift card at Joseph Anthony Spa and Salon. Who or what blew it?
This guy was a co-host for this show, and he was like, nah, I'm not about that, and quit. The other guy ended up making $500 million off of the show, and Dunkelman walked away from it.
Wait, which man? I'm sorry.
Brian Dunkelman, the American Idol, him and Seacrest the first season. Now, I thought he got fired. I don't know if he walked away or got fired. That's an important clarification, I would say, for whether he blew it or not.
Yeah, but getting fired if it's for a justified reason is a form of blowing it. Like Suzanne Summers got fired. Suzanne Summers got fired from Three's Company because she was a pain in the ass. Right? So, I mean, sometimes that happens. But I'll write it down. Dunkelman and okay. So I looked up Carlos Ruiz's average. James, take a guess. Career average, Carlos Ruiz, 12 seasons.
I don't know, like 270.
I am very surprised that it's this high. It's 264. With a 350 career on base percentage.
That's a pretty good guess, 270.
It's 350 on base is very solid for a catcher over 12 years.
Really good.
That's better than I thought. All right, let's talk to Frank in Philadelphia. Frank, good morning.
Hey, guys. Morning team. How's everything going?
Great, Frank.
Good to talk
I could
to you
call
guys.
my dog Chooch.
You could.
Carl.
By the way, apparently Dunkelman did choose to leave, so that's a big answer.
Okay. And what show was it?
American Idol. Okay. It was him and Seacrest were the two hosts of American Idol.
Listen.
He left, and Ryan Seacrest became Ryan Seacrest.
Could win.
Whoa, yeah.
Could win.
Yeah.
All right, Frank, go ahead, pal.
So a couple things. The Sixers, I hope these kids can really do something, but we have three guys under 6'4" right now that we're counting on. I don't have any faith in Embiid and George.
Well, one will probably have to get traded.
And BJ's 6'5".
Yeah.
He's 6'5", yeah. But one will probably be traded, whether it's this year or next year. I don't think these three guys are playing together 2 years from now. I just don't.
Yeah. The Phillies continue to show that they can't hit good pitching. So I'm out on them. I've been out on them.
I don't think that's true at all. I mean,
they've hit
good.
from the Mets on
they've
Sunday.
hit good pitching. I mean, honestly, the last two guys, the guy who pitched last night, he's had 8 starts.
The
It's not
rookie.
like he's not some superstar.
Today's pitcher you should be concerned about.
Yeah, today's pitcher's legit. Hunter Brown's good, really, really good, and Framber's good. But I just don't think I just think they're hot and cold. Like, it's a streaky team. Like, I don't think it's about what pitching they're facing. It's about what day it is.
I agree with that.
Fair point. And Joe, I wanted to get to my final point here.
Sure.
About this golf outing. So if we're talking about you playing in the hundreds, and I played college golf, I was in the PGA program for a little bit. If you're playing at 100 as your score, like your average score,
And probably more like
this
105.
guy-
Yep.
Yeah, and Fritz is somewhere around an 8. It's a disparate advantage for him.
Yep.
Just because, and I believe that you should be getting shots, even if you're getting 80%
No.
of the differential.
Not doing it.
I know.
They're playing match play, which is already a help to Joe.
So,
'Cause
Frank,
if they just played 9 holes, Jack would murder him.
Frank, I appreciate you. A couple people have suggested that to me, but the basic thing is that strips away the concept of who's the better athlete. I mean, who's the better athlete
I
isn't,
hear
a handicap.
Is that really what we're...
Match play does help you. We haven't talked about it, but match play is your only chance.
James.
You know.
I negotiated a good deal.
I'm sure you did. Yes,
I got it
exactly.
to match play, and I got it to 9 holes.
Yeah, match play is massive.
I
for
knew
you.
exactly what I was doing. All right?
All right,
Exactly.
and I do have a who blew it for you guys.
Yeah, Fritz with the terms of the deal.
You should have never agreed to match play. That's crazy.
Go ahead, Frank.
How about the Atlanta Falcons and Dan Quinn blowing
Non-sports. It's a great answer.
Yeah,
otherwise.
we need a non-sports answer.
Yeah, I don't have one then.
All
I
right.
appreciate the time.
All
Could have
right,
been a winning
Frank.
sports answer if we were doing that.
Yeah. All right. So speaking of sports, let's get more of Edgecombe, what he said after the draft last night. So this is one of many things he said that reminded me of the opposite of the Ben Simmons mentality. Let's get to Edgecombe after the pick. He did a press conference. Listen to something he said.
I know that they have two young guards in Maxey and McCain. Have they given you any sort of an inclination about what it might be like for you there?
Nah, I mean, it's the NBA, and they ain't gonna promise you nothing either. It's the NBA, they ain't gonna promise you nothing. You got, like I said, you got grown men fighting for their jobs. And I'm just going in there. Whatever coach needs me to do, I'm gonna go do. That's it. Whatever coach needs me to do, I'm gonna go do. That requires me coming off the bench, that requires me starting, playing alongside both Maxey and McCain, playing with one of them at the same time. I mean, it don't matter. I'm just going there to play. Whatever, like I said, whatever Coach Nurse need me to do, I'm gonna go do it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you ever hear Ben Simmons say anything
You know
like
what I
that?
heard him say?
Ever.
I'm a point guard. I'm going to play point guard.
Right.
That's what I'm going to do.
I mean, John, ever? Like, ever? Did he ever have any answer like that?
I don't even think that he was like polite enough to be like doing the "I'm a point guard" thing. I think he expected us to read his mind. He expected the coaches to read his mind and just know.
He was so smug in interviews.
He was. He was so smug.
I mean,
smug and entitled, which are similar but not exactly the same thing.
He's a spoiled brat.
He's a brat.
That's the opposite of what you've got in VJ Edgecombe.
I agree.
Which is perfect for us.
So Edgecombe also, I thought, showed some awareness, demonstrated some awareness of Philadelphia. I mean, obviously, he knew he could be drafted here. So he, did some homework and naturally knows the NBA. I mean, he talked about, watching the drafts all the year. So he showed, I thought, some Philadelphia awareness after being picked last night.
Philadelphia and their fans, a lot has been said about them. What would it mean to you to win there specifically?
Nah, it would mean a lot. I mean, it's been a minute since they won. So, just going there and being that piece that's going to help them get over the hump would mean a lot to me. Would mean a lot to the fans, the owners, all that. So, I'm excited to go out there and see what we can do.
All right, so he's got a sense of, we could use the help.
It's been a minute.
Being
kind.
Oh, it has.
He's already being kind to us.
Yes.
Longest minute of all time.
Right. Now, what matters most, of course, is whether he can really, truly play. All these nice comments are great and nice, but what matters most is whether he can really play. Let's listen to Kevin O'Connor. Kevin does a great job covering the Sixers in the NBA, Yahoo Sports last night, right after the pick. His analysis of it, his immediate reaction. Here's what Kevin said.
I'll give it an A-. Okay. I think with Edgecombe, I think ideally I would have loved the Sixers to be able to trade down, but if a deal's not there, it's not there. And so for Edgecombe going here, I think it is the best choice for them over Ace Bailey, over Trey Johnson, who I love, but I think is a little bit too redundant next to McCain and Maxey. But Edgecombe fits the best and has arguably the highest upside.
All right.
So was it, just to interpret that, the only reason he gave an A- was that they didn't trade down? He thought it was the right pick for the Sixers, but he thought he could have gotten later. Is that the implication?
I think the implication
it was a little confusing. He's like, right pick, perfect guy for them. But
I think what he's saying is he thought they could have gotten him at 4 or 5,
cheaper.
maybe, and picked up something else in the process.
Okay.
That's the way I interpret it. All right, let's go to Mark right now in the Lehigh Valley. Hi, Mark.
Hey, good morning, team. How are we doing today?
Doing great, Mark.
Good. Real quick about, the Sixers, obviously the main topic of the day, and then a quick hypothetical Phillies trade that I think would really benefit that they'd be giving up some big pieces. So VJ Edgecombe, great pick. I mean, how can you not be thrilled with how he is presenting himself for this city? It's still, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but it seems like they're still just relying on Embiid too much, and and the time has passed. The time has come and gone for Embiid to be the focus and surround him with these quality guys.
I agree with you, Mark, with one possible exception. They may not be, quote, relying on Embiid. It may just be what it is. We don't know that they could have traded Embiid last night for the 20th pick in the draft. I don't know. If you said to the world, hey, world, you can take him, but you got to take this big old contract. You want him. We don't know that anybody would take him. So I don't know that. So, well, I tend to agree with you. So my point is, your main point that you led with, that they're still building around Embiid, may be true or may not be true. They may just be stuck with him.
Yeah, didn't Morey kind of say that? I don't know if he said or we're reading between the lines, or I'm reading between the lines here, but didn't he kind of brought up the fact that Embiid is not the focal point, I guess, anymore, but like he's still obviously a huge part of.
He said we need him. Mark, what he said is we need him.
Right.
Like that's what he said. Now he also said some stuff about the progress from the recovery, and it's going well and tracking the right way.
It's attacking rehab.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal, guys.
Right. But
go
ahead.
He doesn't have the heart. He doesn't have the will and that push. He's got all this God-given talent, arguably the best God-given talent the NBA might have ever seen. I mean, obviously we get into it.
Well, let's not go ever, but he was up there.
Right.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't have the will. He doesn't have the drive. Like he cares more about eating Chick-fil-A and stuff like that as opposed to caring about his own body. But anyways, so it's exciting with VJ Edgecombe, I guess, and that's the whole point. But
all right, Mark, give me what you got on the Phils
okay.
there, bud.
Yeah, quick hypothetical trade. I'll give my answer for who blew it, and then you guys can potentially discuss. But anyways, for the Phillies, I saw this online a little bit ago, and they'd be giving up a lot, but I think they'd be getting someone who would benefit them hugely. They'd have to give up Alec Boehm, and this is if you guys would do this. Alec Boehm, Andrew Painter, and I'm drawing a blank on the guy, the third baseman.
Aiden Miller?
Sosa?
Aiden Miller.
So you're trading their top two.
Wait. Gunnar Henderson from the Orioles.
This is where I turn to James. Seltzer?
So, Gunnar Henderson's one of the best players in baseball. He's really good. I don't think that. I think it's too much. I don't think you're giving up Aiden Miller and Painter because Gunner's going to have to get a contract in the next few years.
Right.
So
a lot of money.
Lot of money. I think it's too much to give up for Gunner, but Gunner is a stud.
Yeah, that's understandable. I kind of had a feeling that that's what you were going to say, Jimmy, but I was curious to hear your opinion. But anyways, the answer of who blew it. So I'm not sure if you guys know, Matt Damon blew it. James Cameron offered him 10% of gross income from the Avatar series.
Oh, Avatar, that's right. Avatar, my fault. Yeah, Avatar.
The series.
Yeah, I did hear Damon interviewed.
Two of the top 3 highest grossing movies of all time.
Yeah.
Are Avatar 1 and
Why
Avatar
did he turn
2.
it down?
What did he have to put
They
in?
made $2 billion each or whatever.
Yeah, I think he was making a Bourne movie at that time.
Yeah.
I think it was in that range.
So it was act in my Avatar movie and you'll get 10% of the
2%.
gross? 2%.
2%, right, James?
I couldn't hear what he said. I just knew that he turned down. I don't know what it was.
I thought he said 10%.
I thought he said 2, but I could be wrong.
Oh my gosh!
He
I
said
mean, 10% is crazy. It's got to be 2.
Yeah.
But still, 2%.
It's got to be 2%. Yeah. Even then, 2%.
Holy
like 20 million, whatever.
Whoa. Hopefully, he's doing okay.
Yeah. He is doing good. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question: do you like the 76ers selection of VJ Edgecombe? Yes or no? You can vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. All right, the last caller referenced some of Daryl Morey's comments from last night. Let's give you what I think he was discussing. So a lot of guards now on the roster. There's a question about how Edgecombe will fit. Morey made a point to reference that they need the big guy. Let's listen to something Daryl Morey said.
How do you see VJ fitting with Tyrese and Jared and Quentin if you can bring him back?
Yeah, so I really like, how things are shaping up. I think we'll have one of the best backcourts in the league, with Grimes and Maxey and Jared McCain and now VJ. So I do think, the way the NBA is going, I think you saw some of these teams playing dynamic, up-tempo with multiple guards that put the defense in jeopardy. And, we do have to have our main guy in the middle. I felt for the players and Coach Nurse, specifically last year, trying to put a defense on the floor with Joel out. And, obviously Drummond was hurt. So we didn't, Bowen stepped up late, which was exciting. But it's very hard if you have a bunch of dynamic guards, it's hard to make it all work if you don't have a big in there who's making things hard on the other team.
Ain't wrong.
For the players and Coach Nurse trying to field a team last year, it didn't seem like he was coming to Coach Nurse's rescue very often,
did it? Not.
I
Not once.
felt like he vanished.
That was pathetic.
Last season.
Yeah.
I find that so incredibly insincere. That statement right there.
Well, you know what, John?
I felt bad for Coach Nurse. Really?
He probably did, but he didn't do enough to cover for him.
He did nothing to cover for him or to help him out.
And I'm telling you, watching Bob Myers last night on TV, and I've seen him now for a year or two on TV covering the NBA, but watching him with the draft, like really the way he thinks.
So you really think Bob Myers needs to be our GM?
Yes. 100%. He built the Warriors.
Would he consider going by...
Listen to the way he thinks.
Robert
That's the kid.
or Bobby?
No. But listen to the way he thinks. That's what impressed me. I mean, obviously his track record is very impressive. And I guess it kind of ran its course in Golden State. He was out there for a long while. But he won 4 titles.
A lot of success. It ran its course, and that course was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, listening to Bob Myers last night, I'm like, sign me up for this guy. One more thing, though, from Morey. Because obviously it was Morey's decision on Edgecombe or Ace Bailey. He talks about the Ace Bailey thing. Here's what Daryl Morey said.
Why were you told Ace Bailey didn't want to work out for you, and your thoughts on when a player doesn't want to work out, period?
It was pretty opaque. I mean, I spoke to the agents, so did Elton, so did Prosper, so did a lot of the key folks on our staff. He didn't work out with anybody, so that was just their plan. So it was just their general plan. And, I don't try to judge. They were doing what they thought was best for them. We were doing what's best for us, and it had no impact on the decision.
Could be true, could be not true. I mean, impossible to know, but that's the way he presented it. All right, with that said, let's do a little life advice with the Hammer.
My life's a waste of time.
It's time.
I'm a tool.
For life advice with the Hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
The Hammer.
All right. An idiot. Life advice. Listen from 9 to 10 today when we have Jack Fritz on. It's going to be interesting. I don't know which direction it's going to go. We're poking at each other. We're making fun of each other. I want to give him an assist and help him with the book, but I also got to let him know he's going to lose in this sports competition. So it'll be an interesting hour. Life advice brought to us by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, get yourself to MHSLift.com. Seltzer, what does someone need help with?
Yeah, people probably should listen around 9. It could help this person as well. Here's the question. Hey, Hammer, I'm competing against a guy in athletic competition.
Come on.
And I'm having him over for a chat in about 15 minutes. How should I handle it? Should I kill him with kindness? Should I try and get in his head? I'm just not sure what to do. Help me, Hammer.
Yeah, when people make these questions up, they're such loser domes. They All right. So the question is, what's my strategy in the hour with Fritz?
I think that's pretty clearly what's
my
being
main
asked.
strategy, probably, and this may not make for the greatest radio, is to not poke him. Listen, I want Fritz to feel confident.
Oh, look at you.
I'm gonna Lou Holtzum him. I'm gonna SMU can beat us. We're 1988 Notre Dame, and Fritz is gonna win golf. I mean, I've been on the record saying that.
You're already doing it.
So this is like, if I win golf, that's just a little bonus, right? I'm not gonna win golf. I'm not gonna win golf. So, I don't know. I'll probably...
This is all so pretend. That's the thing. Like, he doesn't realize how pretend it really is.
I don't know, man.
It's
I'll
like
tell
you're
you
sitting
what.
back, kicking your feet up, like, if he wins golf, he's going to win golf, man. He's so good compared to you at golf.
He is, apparently.
He's really good at golf.
That's what people say. I think my main strategy, James... Because I got Rhea on my side, and Rhea, I've appreciated that for about 2 months.
Yes.
I think my main thing for the 9 o'clock hour is to win over John and James.
Ooh, I like this.
My own teammates here, my own co-hosts, who just, for some reason, I'm okay if you don't think I'm going to lose. If you think I'm fine with that. Most people think I'm going to lose. But I would appreciate the support. I mean, we sit here every day together for 4 hours.
I think it's a joke.
I mean,
I think it's a joke. I really do.
I mean, seriously, I could use.
But the problem is, if we don't believe that you're going to
That's
win,
a different issue.
No,
to
it's
support
not,
this pomposity.
we're reacting to you being like, I'm going to win. I'm a better athlete. I'm so much better. I'm going to crush Fritz. Oh,
you
so
are
much
so
he's
arrogant.
He's a Boban.
You are
There's
so
that. Yes.
arrogant.
Yes.
It's impossible to be supportive.
Yeah, but
and especially
once
because
Fritz
it seems like you're unaware of your own shortcomings.
Fritz thinks he's going to win also, for what it's worth. He thinks he's going to win 5-0.
He's much better at all of these things than you are.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say this.
I truly believe that part. Jimmy, do you believe that part? Like Jack Fritz.
Oh, yeah.
What's his age again?
31.
31, Joe.
Yeah, 16 years younger.
Okay.
31-year-old.
I'll just say the lack of support.
It is driving me crazy.
I mean, help a brother out here, man. I mean, come on.
Should I pretend like I think you're going to
Yeah,
win?
don't pretend nothing. I mean, listen, you either choose.
You win us over then. Win us over.
I'll do my best. I'm just saying you can choose to support me or not.
I'm also Jack's teammate. If we're being real, we do a Phillies podcast
Hey,
together.
a little podcast.
Oh.
I mean, it's true.
Yeah, and I'm also Jack's
I got
teammate.
Jack hired here.
Okay.
I was the one who recommended him to Spike Eskin to hire him as a producer. Like, Jack's
Yeah.
my guy, you know?
Jack's my guy, too.
Wow.
In a lot of ways.
And who hired you, James, to begin your
That's true,
career in
you did.
broadcasting?
Wow.
Like I brought you into the
Good
industry.
sit around. Good sit around. I mean, I was undeniable. To
You
be
and I
hired,
would
though.
go out to dinner.
Anyone
How many
would have
times did we
hired
go
me.
out? How many times did we go out to dinner?
A fair amount. You were very
Yes.
kind with your time.
You know, I was really trying to look out for a young.
I have your
Right?
back
Who paid?
in most things in
I
life.
always paid.
Joe always paid every time.
Joe always paid you. Now you have to support him.
Right?
Really?
I do
come
support
on.
you. I just don't support your athletic ability.
I'm not asking you to support that.
Me
I'm
neither.
asking you to support the person.
We've seen
I
the
am
athletic
supporting you.
ability.
I'm just.
at
I can't do it at the expense of Jack. I have to support. I have to support both you guys. I'm
That's
you
your
know.
choice. All right. And with that,
Gotta keep
You want
it
me to
real.
just shoot Jack
That's-
down and
that's-
just crush him?
That's a
Yes.
little life advice with the hammer. Fair enough. And there it
Oh.
is. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's get
Would be a
to.
very good teammate, would I?
I am looking forward to the 9 o'clock hour when we have Fritz in here. I don't know what direction, to answer the question, sir, I don't know what direction it'll go. We shall see. I do want to help him sell some books also, and I want to find out the genesis of his idea to write this book because it's pretty darn cool. He's written a book about the Phillies and Phillies history, so we'll get into that as well. Let's talk to Dustin in Northeast Philly. Hi, Dustin.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you?
Doing great, Dustin.
Oh, it's been a while since I got to talk to you guys. Hey, Ray, how are you?
Hello,
How you
Dustin.
been?
Great.
Joe, Seltz was right, man. That match play, that's your saving grace. You get a couple pars in you, maybe time on a couple holes, maybe steal a couple from them.
Correct.
That's your best bet.
Listen, Dustin,
So,
trust me when I tell you I knew what I was doing when I set the stakes for this thing.
Oh, trust me when I tell you.
I feel so
know that
rewarded
because
by
I know
that.
how I know how Joe DeCamera rolls. You know what I mean?
Correct.
So I know he wasn't putting himself in a tough spot.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, it's still a tough spot because he is a significantly better golfer. But getting it to 9 holes match play does. Look, I'm just hoping we have like 4 pushes and, I win. What would that be? I win 3, he wins 2, and we tie on 4, and then bang, and I won the competition. I mean that is possible.
Not for nothing, Joe. I know you're trying to play the upper hand here and say you're not going to take strokes. If you were to play in a league play or anything like that, the handicap is part of the game.
No, not in a real competition.
brother.
Nope. I can't look at prime Tiger Woods and say, all right, you versus me. Let's find out who's a better golfer. Oh, and by the way, one of us has a 55-stroke advantage going in. No. That wouldn't make me a better golfer than Tiger Woods. Come on now.
All right. Well, listen, I got a question. Nobody talks about this.
Okay.
But Joel Embiid gets so much slack because of how much time he misses. And I know when he goes out, he's not fully committed all the time. He's not always showing the best effort. And it's a little bit different with Bryce. But when are we going to start talking about Bryce missing extended periods of times throughout the season? It's been happening the past 3 years.
Yeah, it has.
And nobody
right.
ever talks about it. Like, we're paying this dude $330 million, and I understand it's freak accidents. He's getting those high fastballs up that are hitting him in the wrist. But not for nothing, the dude misses
it's
at
a long
least
time.
40% of each season.
Well, they are legit injuries, but look, it does make him a less valuable player than he otherwise would be, and it makes it a concern for moving forward. Dustin, they are 3 games away from the halfway point of his Phillies tenure. I mean, at least as signed through. So it's a 13-year deal, and in 3 days, he will be exactly halfway through the deal. 6.5 years in 3 days. And
Was only the first season the one he made it through without getting injured?
well, 21 was when he was MVP, so I would assume he was healthy the whole time then. And the pandemic was obviously only 60 games or whatever. So, yeah, Dustin, it's a legitimate concern. But I'll say this, I'm not ripping Bryce for it. I'm lamenting it, but I'm not going to rip him for it. I mean, it's a bummer, but he's had legitimate injuries.
I know. And listen, so my dad, Steve from Willow Grove, he calls you guys a lot more than I do.
Sure.
Right now he's in Punta Cana. I was talking to him this morning. They were watching the game at the swim-up bar last night, right? He's sitting next to a Washington Nationals fan. A Washington Nationals fan was saying, according to him and all his friends, they couldn't wait to see Harper get out of it because of the time that he misses and how much he makes things a lot bigger. That's what that fan was saying. I'm not saying I want to get rid of him. I love Bryce Harper. I think he's meant for Philadelphia. I just think that we need to start treating him the way we treat other athletes in this city.
Well, I'll say this, Dustin, the one thing that makes him, in my opinion, different than Joel is there was a track record of Joel not doing all that he could to get his body right. Like, to me, there's a big difference there, man.
Olympics last year. Why are you playing in
any number of things? I mean, I think the main thing is it all started with when he couldn't play the second season because he didn't rehab properly from the first season.
People forget about that.
Well, I don't.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I don't think many do, honestly. I mean, it's.
But the reason he missed the second was because he didn't remember.
I
He
do
showed
remember.
up in Las Vegas
Yeah, I
and was
remember.
in flip flops, and they sent him home.
Yeah. Look, it was. He you got to have your body be your temple, as some people say, and it feels like he didn't treat it that way. And he and they as a team and us as a fan base have paid the price over years. There's no question. Dustin, give me an answer. Who or what blew it? It's got to be a non-sports answer today.
It's an athlete, but it's not to do with sports. How about Mike Tyson blowing all of his earnings filing bankruptcy in 2003?
Well, yeah,
that happens.
I mean, a lot of people have done it. So he's what?
Speaking of the money, the Matt Damon answer, a better answer than we get. It is 10%.
Wow.
There's a Variety article. Someone just sent it in.
Way.
He could have made $250 million.
No way.
So that's a pretty good answer.
Now, James, why do you just gloss over Tyson blowing his money? Like, a lot of people do. They do.
I'm just saying it's like it is. I'm just saying like Mike Tyson. There have been a lot of athletes.
There
who
have been.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a less unique story than Matt Damon turning down $250
John, could you
million.
tell with teammates, and I'm certainly not asking you to name names, but could you tell there were teammates that were overspending and overgiving? Because one of the problems also is sometimes you give out money to family and friends. Like, could you sense that in the moment?
Oh, man. It was, well, I told you, like, I was a rep for our union, you know, like, and the big thing was, guys, they will not just match your contribution to your 401k. The NFL will double.
That's incredible.
Your contribution. I don't know of any company in the world that does this. So I'm just trying to encourage what seems like common sense.
Right.
Like, guys, you just contribute the maximum and they will double the money. It's free money.
Free
They're
money.
just giving you this money.
You're right.
But you have to invest it now. Like, sock it away now. And that's when everyone was just like, nope.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. It's just it's a different mentality. And then a lot of it was, the writing was on the wall. It was very clear.
I always feel
And
bad
you
when you
see
know
in
some
the parking lot too.
Dude, I was just going to say, listen, it's one thing to have one car, but when there's athletes sometimes that have like 8 cars, it's like, dude.
And it's
Well, and to Richie's point, a lot of people don't get even in normal schools, you don't get like schooling on how to manage your money, on how to like which is probably a mistake.
It is a mistake.
But like a lot of these kids coming into these leagues without any sort of, and if they're not willing to take what the league is offering, like how do they know any better?
I agree, James.
Right.
Look, I didn't know at 19 or 20. I didn't.
Me either, man.
way.
I wish I could go back and be like, hey, idiot. Like,
and then
do
the
it this
people
way.
who you've depended upon for your entire life for guidance and help, like the adults, now you've got more assets than they do.
You're supporting them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sad.
And that becomes a real problem,
All right,
too.
Fritz, for the 9 o'clock hour, there's Fritz at 6. There's also Fritz at 9. And we'll see what Fritz has on the athletic competition. He's got a book. We're going to talk about that and obviously his thoughts on the draft pick last night and more. Jack Fritz up ahead. Also coming up, more of what VJ Edgecombe and Daryl Morey said after the pick last night. All of that on the table on 94 WIP. All right, let's talk about money for a second here. We're just talking about money. Let's talk a little bit more about money. What if I handed you $100 today? Boom! $100 right to you. What would you do with it? Well, you could do all sorts of fun summer stuff, of course. You know, 4th of July oriented stuff or, gas money for that road trip, all that great stuff. Well, at United Tire and Service, they want to give you the cash. They want to actually give you the cash because you already know that they've got unbeatable service and incredible tires and all the tires you can imagine, the best rebates, and they're phenomenal at what they do, experts to keep your car running. What you may not know is that this month, when you buy tires from United Tire and Service, you can take the cash, literally, simple as that, take the cash. So it's a great deal. It's tires, it's service, and it's cash for you this month when you buy the tires. So listen, get yourself to United Tire and Service, 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. I tell you all the time, don't drive alone. Of course, I tell you, drive United. And also, I tell you, visit UnitedTire.com. Visit them today for the location nearest you. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While executing his winning 6-foot birdie putt at last Sunday's Travelers, Keegan Bradley focused on the cup, unlike most other golfers who keep their eyes on the ball. Bradley claims Michael Jordan inspired this approach. MJ would say you never look at the ball when you shoot a free throw, you look at the rim. So I started doing it, and boy, does that work for him. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Phillies will try to avoid a sweep in Houston. 2 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. To do so, they'll have to attempt to actually score a run, something they haven't done in the last 2 games. Shut out in 2 straight by the Astros. It'll be Christopher Sanchez against Hunter Brown, who is an early Cy Young Award candidate. VJ Edgecombe is the Sixers pick at number 3 in the draft. 6'4" guard out of Baylor by way of the Bahamas.
I mean, I came from a small island that's only 7 miles long. So everybody know everybody is just literally a small island. It's like a little rock. So, I mean, just to make it out of there, man, it means the world. It means the world to me, and I know it means the world to my island. And definitely the country, the Bahamas, so yeah.
The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at GladHairCTR.com. Hot and humid today. A stray storm, high 87. It is currently 85. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
absolute beatdown. So I'm thinking
Better be,
first.
Jack.
I'm thinking first. It's going to be 5-0 in our match play golf tournament.
Okay.
I might go 8-0 in baseball, and then maybe I'll go up and in.
That's pretty good strategy, actually.
Go up and in and see how it's going.
If it's 8-0, I'd probably walk out of the batter's box as I've already lost, but keep going.
No, but like here's the thing with baseball, and I'm already annoyed with you at baseball. I can already tell how this is going to go. You're just going to try to walk.
Wait.
You're going to try to
Didn't
walk.
you know this?
And you're not gonna get in the box. You told me you're gonna lace the ball all over the field. I want to see it.
Well, I want to see it too. You put the ball down the middle of the plate, I'll hit it.
Heading in, weren't you suspicious of this plan? That he would just sit there and wait for you to throw strikes, that he doubted your ability to throw strikes with consistency, that he was going to play this and set this up so that he had the best chance possible, almost to the point of he will try to cheat.
No, come on.
He will try to be as close to cheating as possible to bend it to suit his limited skill set.
Yeah, no. So I didn't. It wasn't on my initial smell test, right? But as this thing kept going on. I sniffed it out. Oh, I sniffed it out.
A little late.
Yeah, well, it was a little late.
You must be smeth. Well, I don't know what that word is. Olfactorily impaired.
Yeah, well, no, because we sat down to plan it out, and all of a sudden he was like, "Well, walks count," and I was like, "There it is. There it is.
Well,
walks are good."
Well, you agree to it. So, Jack, are you excited? Are you excited?
No, I am excited. I was so I haven't played as much golf as I used to. Father of two, some are saying father of the year, and I don't get out.
Who said that?
Many people.
No,
dozens of people.
But are these just people close to you? Because I've never heard this.
He said it. He said it himself. That was it.
I heard you say it.
It's just a joke. But I went out the other day, messed around for about 5 holes, was 1 over. And I said, I'm feeling pretty good about where the game is right now.
Okay.
Look, golf is going to be really hard for me.
Joe couldn't do that on 1 hole.
Yeah, golf is. So you're very good at golf, very, very good.
Not as good as I used to be, but still good enough to.
Do you pronounce the L?
Hold on,
in the word.
John, can we get to some important stuff here? Come on.
Yeah.
All right. So
you say golf?
Jack, which sport do you have the least confidence in?
I would say tennis. I probably haven't played tennis since I was 8.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So Richie saying you played in high school has been fake news this whole time.
Yeah, I don't know why he said that.
You've played tennis, though.
Yeah, I dominated pickleball in high school. That's true, but they're not exactly the same.
Okay. So, what do you mean? You played tennis when you were 8 years old. In what capacity? What were you doing?
Well, I used to go to camps and stuff.
Wow.
I would have day camps to learn how to play tennis and all this stuff.
Well, geez, did you ever go to a camp to learn how to play tennis, Joe?
Well, I went to camps and we would play tennis, but I wouldn't say I didn't go there to learn how to play tennis. It was just part of the activities.
I think it's a big difference.
I mean, I'm better.
You went to tennis camp.
I'm better. Here's the deal. I'm better at tennis than Fritz is, obviously. So we're probably going to be 1-1.
No, I don't think that's obvious at all.
With those two, we're going to be 1-1. So the other 3, are you very confident that you will win basketball, running, and baseball?
Yeah. So basketball, I'm not worried about at all. Running,
hold on. You know that Joe fancies himself quite the shooter.
Well, he's fine when he's stationary, but this is required. Here's the thing I can't figure out about basketball. I am bigger, stronger, faster, more skilled, and 15, 16 years younger than you. How do you think you're going to win basketball?
Well, 2 things. 1, more skilled if you are, but I don't think you are. And 2, lack of heart.
Yeah, but you could say lack of heart all you want. When I see you in front of me, there's going to be so much rage after the the lack of heart comment of everything has been the thing that's made me the most mad.
Okay.
It's made me the most mad. I'm a gentle guy. I'm a nice guy. But let me tell you something.
You're
Joe.
soft.
I went 2-0 in the high school playoffs. I went 8 innings in my junior year when it's only 7. I went an extra inning. That's called want to. That's called will, which is something you've never done.
No, I don't have much will, except when I really, really, really care, which isn't often.
You do really care about this, which I do appreciate.
I do. All right, we got Fritz.
So hold on. I got real quick.
What
is the running? Are we doing a 50-yard dash? Are we doing a lap around?
I'm not sure yet. I would say probably 100, 100 whatever it is, yard or meter, like one of those type of things. Probably maybe 50. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm curious if you're going to show up for the running.
Well, listen, the only way I won't is if I've
it's
already
a
lost the
sprint.
overall competition. It's a sprint. If I've already lost the overall competition, then why take the chance?
Because it's entertaining for everyone to watch this race.
No, actually, Fritz, did I promise you? I think I did. I promise you that if I'm down, we still do all 5? Or
I think we both agreed on that. I think we both agreed on that.
So you're running.
I think I have to then run.
But you might shorten the run to 10 meters.
We'll have it decided beforehand. We haven't gotten there yet. But look, the sequence, just so everyone knows, golf is this Sunday. 11:10 a.m. at Riverwinds in New Jersey. Now, one thing to note, we have agreed privately. My people talk to the program director's people who talk to Fritz's people. Per the program director's suggestion, we will not go public or private to members of WIP or the overall public on who won until it is announced
Such a mystery.
Monday at 7:10 a.m. or 7:20 a.m.
Wow.
So, like, Seltzer, I'm not even...
I'll find out.
Well, that's not cool. And then you're going to find out from Fritz. You're not going to find out from me. I'm telling you, you're not going to find out from me. I'm told I was asked to keep it quiet. I will.
Maybe I have some sources at Riverwinds. I don't know.
Maybe you do. All right, so golf is on Sunday. Baseball is in early July, a couple days after the 4th of July. And then the other 3 in the sequence will be tennis, running, and basketball. Those dates still to be determined, but that's the layout. All right.
Are you sure you can throw strikes with consistency, Jack?
So that's my big worry.
That's mine too.
Now I have been throwing. And
Feeling good too from the texts you've been sending me.
Okay.
So there are rumors swirling here in Westchester that I throw harder now than I did in high school, and it's a true miracle. Arm once falling off the bone to now I'm contacting Dennis Quaid about the rookie part 2.
Holy cow. So maybe you got man strength.
That's
and
what I'm
you're
saying,
applying
John.
it.
Yeah, I got dad strength now.
This is a thing, guys. This
Dad strength
is
is
a real
True.
thing.
Yep.
You're benefiting from
Jack's
man strength
got
or
people having
dad strength.
catches with him out in Westchester. Tell him who you had a catch with. Joe will love this.
Oh, I was having a catch with our good pal Jim Salisbury.
You're just having a catch in Westchester.
Wow, that's a flex.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, we're letting it loose. We're letting
it loose. I mean, I'm not going to rip Jim. I love Jim, but I mean, what is this proves?
Seems like Jim loves Jack more than you.
What are you, Babe frickin' Ruth? Come on now. All right. All right, so hold on. I want to get some calls in here. I also want to remind everyone, Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. All right, Fritz, poll question. Do you like the Sixers pick of VJ Edgecombe? Yes or no?
Yeah, I do. I was a Con Knipple guy. I thought he could come in day one and shoot 43% from 3, and he's a plug-and-play guy. But VJ Edgecombe, I love everything I hear about him.
Did he win you over with those answers in the interviews?
He did. I mean, I think if you want to bet on a guy, right? Like the draft is an inexact science, but he seems like a guy that you bet on. I worry about the shot. I worry about the handle, but at least I think he's going to give a crap. And with some Sixers picks over the last 10 years, you could say that they didn't really give a crap.
All right, so John, what percentage said yes, they liked the pick? I got the results here. What percentage?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Jack?
John, I'm sorry. John, what percentage?
Because he's also
we got two
John.
Johns here. Yeah, I forgot about that.
My fault. What percentage, Richie?
Percentage says they like the pick. It's going to be 68%.
84%.
Wow.
He won the crowd.
Great.
He won the crowd with those interview answers. He won the crowd. All right, let's get some calls in here. We got the me versus Fritz thing. We're going to get to Jack's book. He's got a new book coming out, which is awesome. We'll get to that shortly. Let's talk to Anthony right now in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. How are you doing, man?
Fantastic.
Hey, Joe, step to the side real quick, man. Just real quick. Hey, Jack, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
How you doing, Bobon? Everything good?
Yeah. Dude, Bobon, so it's obviously infuriating because for a radio guy, I feel like I'm pretty attractive, and I'm not that tall. So the Bobon thing's infuriating, but I will say it's starting to catch on the camera.
Hey, Jack,
How tall are you, Jack? Exactly.
I'm 6'1".
We're letting Anthony. The floor is yours.
Hey, Jack,
go for it.
Jack, how do you feel about people calling you Bobon, man?
I don't like it. I don't appreciate it.
It doesn't matter
All
how
right.
you feel.
All right.
People calling you Bobon.
All right. Take a deep breath.
The fact of the matter is, you're going down. What are you going to do?
Going down to who? To who?
Hammer.
He's 5'9", 150 pounds, soaking wet, and he looks pregnant.
What are you?
I don't know if he's 150.
I think he's heavier than that.
What are you going to do, Jack?
I'm gonna put him in a locker.
Man, you couldn't put a locker in the locker.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, what does that mean?
That means that if you gave him the opportunity to do it, he still couldn't do it.
All right.
There you go. Put Anthony, put it another way. Bang! I got this, Anthony. Anthony, you and I have been aligned the whole time.
Put a locker in a locker.
Anthony,
You can put a locker in a locker.
You know
Get it on
I-
a T-shirt.
You know I got this, Anthony. You know I got
Oh,
this.
yeah.
No, that would be a great T-shirt for this whole contest, Joe. You couldn't put a locker in a locker right out the gates. That's really good.
Hey, Jack, you going down, man. I can't wait. Man.
Anthony, I want to ask you one question. Anthony.
I love the exuberance.
Anthony, do you agree with me that it's just not cool that Richie and James are not supporting me, Anthony? Do you agree with me on that?
Hey, yes, I agree with you on that.
I could
man.
use the
Seltzer-
help and support. I could use it.
Seltzer, you my guy, man. Seltzer, man.
Thanks,
I
Ant.
love
You're
you,
my guy
man.
too, buddy.
Seltzer, I thought you'd be right here. With,
Okay,
Cameron,
Anthony,
man.
let's spin it around. Joe's answer. What about the fact that Jack and I do a podcast together? He's one of my best friends. Like, I got both people in this. What do you want me to do? Like, just
Well, but he's also smart. He's smart. He's making a smart bet. Like, he doesn't want to be on the wrong side of history.
It hurts a little bit, Anthony. I'm not going to lie. It hurts a little bit. Does.
Hey, Jimmy, do your podcast pay the bills or do the morning show?
they
pay
both
the
do.
bills,
They
dude?
both do, Anthony. All right.
All right, Anthony, give me an answer, my man. Who or what blew it?
Who blew it is the guys from Google was selling Google for $1 million. The guy said he didn't want to buy it. Dropped it to $750,000. The guy still didn't want to buy it. Google is worth $365 billion.
All right, Anthony, that's a big answer. Missing out on Google. Big answer. Let's talk to Eric calling from Manayunk. Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Super, Eric.
Good. This is a call. I've been biting my tongue about this for a long. I've been listening to you guys forever. It's so cringe that you guys actively root against Joe, like, while he's competing. Like, this is your teammate. This is your captain.
Is he?
Well, captain's a little much.
Yeah, rein it in.
Is he
and
really?
again, Eric, I'm not actively rooting against Joe. I just don't think he'll win. Like that, it's a complete.
John
I'm
is
not
actively
rooting against
me.
either of you. I'm not rooting against
I
anybody.
didn't feel the way I feel, Eric. I wish I respected the way Joe is going about this more than I do. But
You gotta put that aside
his
when you put on-
braggadocious nature, his overestimation of self, makes it impossible for me to back him. For
Yeah, a
me
little
to
humility,
feel
maybe,
positively
you know,
He
about
he's
the
not
way
big on
he
humble.
needs to be humbled. He needs
exactly.
to be humbled.
And that's
the
what I'm
big
all about.
lesson
I would
here.
love to
Not
see
when he's
that
on the
happen.
court. Dude, during the free throw competition, you were like booing him and yelling at him and trying to mess him up while he was shooting.
Oh,
Like,
that's true.
Terrible. Like,
And that is kind of
And
unconnected.
I did say I
Yeah.
wouldn't have done that for what it's
yeah,
worth.
no, you're right.
rooting against David.
Yeah,
Who's
I don't
up
have as
against
good a
Goliath.
reason for that.
Like when the scrub goes in from your team, you got to give him some love, man.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I know.
Joe. That's Joe.
I'm not as nice to the scrubs as you are.
Eric, I appreciate your support, sir. It's very kind. All right, Eric, who or what blew it? You can win the $100 gift card.
Did anybody say P. Diddy?
Well, no. I mean,
Oh, boy.
certainly looks like he was not a good boy, and that is causing some problems. Fritz,
Not a good boy.
you're frustrated with the Phils?
Yeah, but at the same time, it was. I thought I was gonna. I mean, they won 2 or 3 over the weekend.
Yeah.
A lot of momentum, a lot of joy. They go to Houston. Houston's a really good team. They're in a bit of a gauntlet right now. But also, I don't think we've learned anything new. They need a bat at the deadline, and they need a bullpen arm, and everything else.
Which
is just-
the more? If you get one move, and it's the Jack Fritz, I get one move to make. Is it the outfielder or the bullpen?
outfielder. Getting one more bat
Wow.
in that lineup to try to, because
I'm surprised.
I think they can. the biggest thing they got to figure out is, can Kerkering just close, and then you find someone above the Stromer Mano that can settle in there? Because one of these starters are going to the bullpen. I mean, the way the division round works, I mean, there's an off day in there, so they might only need 3 starters.
Well, how about to that point? Let's increase it. 2 of the starters are going to the bullpen in that round.
Totally.
And maybe 3 if you count Painter. I mean, maybe 4 if you count Abel. I mean, there's a scenario in that round where you could put Ranger, Painter, Abel, and Nola all in the bullpen for that round.
Yeah.
Hold on. Are we talking
Isn't that
about,
incredible?
Can we talk about something very real right here?
What?
Could we add a round to this whole contest between you guys? Like, if it really gets testy between you guys, like 5 rounds of competition, couldn't we add a 6th round where you guys actually go toe-to-toe?
Boxing. Going toe-to-toe. That's all. Oh, now we want to fight.
Wrestling, boxing, I don't know, arm wrestling.
So I was all about a lot of that. The problem was,
were.
the station did not feel the lawyers would
that's
support because you got to sign waivers.
You wanted to fight. I want to fight, is what you said.
You want to fight, Jack?
Willingness.
Okay. Jack, do you want to fight Joe?
Sure.
Willingness.
Sounds like there's willingness from both sides. Let's move forward.
But as Jack
round
knows,
6.
best of 5 is easier to figure out than best of 6.
No. 6 is nice round. Half a dozen.
All right, coming up, more of the phone calls. What do you make of this absurdity? Me versus Jack. We got the oath. We got Boban. We also have more of what was said after the pick last night, and we want to get to Jack's book. He's got a new book out on the Phils. We'll get inside the genesis of that, what led up to it, and the inner workings of the book. What's going on in there? We'll talk to Fritz about that and more up ahead on 94 WIP.
Let me talk about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. I have been leasing cars from Lexus of Cherry Hill for over a decade. There's a lot of great reasons why. They have tremendous people there. The service there is awesome. You'll find that out when you walk into the dealership. Stop by and see Tony Labello and his team. Lexus of Cherry Hill. They are a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. You're just going to know that the minute you walk in. They're going to help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams. They've got plenty. They've got over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated business. You deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. So start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel, or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow. The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl today. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Bryce Young is due for a breakout 2025. Young was quarterback 5 in fantasy points per game in the final 5 weeks of last regular season. Now, alongside Ted McMillan, you can expect a big season. Bryce Young over 17.5 passing touchdowns is -110. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
You can trust. Call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Rain, make it rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Stay cool this summer with AC Pro Refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro Refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me take a moment to acknowledge something with the wonderful people and true experts at Family and Company Jewelers. You may not know this, but well, you probably know. I always tell you they're the best of the best. They are. They're the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings and customer service and quality and price and all these wonderful things. Of course, you look for when you buy an engagement ring or any sort of jewelry. Best of the best. But now it's actually official. This is the part you might not know. It's now official. And you can take my word for it because Family and Company Jewelers has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. So congratulations to Family and Company Jewelers. Once again, that's South Jersey Magazine's Best of the Best for 2025 for a jewelry store. So you know you got the right store. So get her, of course, if you got the right gal, get her the right ring. A ring that's the best diamond from Family and Company Jewelers, the best of the best. Why go anywhere else? Of course, you shouldn't. Get yourself to Family and Company Jewelers right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They are, as always, South Jersey's diamond destination.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. Phillies Astros here on 94 WIP at 2 p.m. as the Phils will attempt to do something apparently incredibly difficult, and that's score a run as they've been shut out 2 games in a row in Houston. Be Christopher Sanchez going against early Cy Young Award candidate in Hunter Brown. Sixers selected Baylor's VJ Edgecombe with the 3rd pick, high upside, but Daryl Morey is preaching patience with regards to the 19-year-old.
I will ask our fan base. Early returns can get magnified. I do think it's hard this is a man's league, and he's strong and physical, so I think he'll adjust quicker than most draft picks, but they take a little time sometimes, but we feel we're very excited about him.
Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Philly's businesses' technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Hot and humid, stray storm, high of 87, currently 85. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
With the 3rd pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe from Bimini, Bahamas, and Baylor University.
All right. Adam Silver announcing Edgecombe as the pick. Congrats to him. Quite a story.
Are you going to say his name like that?
Well, that's the way Silver said it, so I may have to.
I know.
We'll figure it out.
Is that the official pronunciation? You think Adam Silver researched that?
I would think he probably did.
I think he probably did, yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Edgecombe.
All right, so we got that pick, obviously, as part of the storyline today. Phils get shut out. And we've also got Fritz, me versus Fritz, coming up Sunday and over the next few weeks with this competition this summer. Fritz also has a book. And let's congratulate Jack Fritz on the book, Ring the Bell. So, Jack, let's get into this, man. So, first off, congratulate. How does it feel to be a published author? It's got to feel great, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. Definitely never had this on my bingo card, but thankfully, Kevin came to me early in 2023 with an idea, and I agreed to it. During the writing process, I was hitting myself, punching myself, saying, why did I agree to do this?
Yeah.
But I'm very, very proud of how it turned out.
Good for you.
And I'm looking forward to it.
So what is the idea? What was the genesis that created it conceptually, and how did you kind of land the plane to make sure you nailed that?
Yeah, so I think the way I would explain it is that it's a fun, it's encyclopedia-ish, but it's more in a fun way with some opinion of how we felt during that time period. So, we split it up, obviously. I took, 08, I took the 09 through 11 and that whole run. And, the way that I tried to write it, at least, was through a fan's eye and how I felt during that time. So I think it's a fun, easy read for, the diehard, sicko Phillies fans like me and Seltzer and you. I think hopefully you learn something or remind yourself of what it was like during that time. And then for the people, that weren't which is crazy. People don't remember the 08 run, which feels insane. It was 17 years ago, but there's a whole generation that has no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
I think you'll learn something as well.
So is it primarily that time or exclusively that time, or do you cover stuff from 80 and prior? Like, what is the frame of reference for the time in the book?
So we started it in 1964. Like we felt like that was a correct starting point because of how that year went and really kicked off the modern, Phillies fans. So 64, all the 80 run, 93 of course, whole chapter on Harry, and then 08 through 11 into the Harper pursuit until 2022 and then 2023.
Good, man. So it's not out yet, right? Pre-sales available currently, is that correct?
Yeah, so we extended our pre-sale offer until Monday, so we'll ship them out next week. Included in the pre-sale is free shipping and signed copies by both me and Kevin. So
good.
I think it's Amazon end of the month, but you might be able to get it before Amazon. So we'll be setting them out next week, but still a chance to pre-order.
Have you held the book in your hand yet?
I have held the book in my hand.
Is that a cool moment?
It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. And it's hardback, which I think I like a hardback book. I'm glad it didn't go straight to paperback. There's something about the hardback that I like more.
What part of the 08 story, and maybe it's the lead up to it, like 07 was really cool. Coming back from 7 down with 17 to go. Jimmy at the start of that year saying we're the team to beat, which all, of course, led up to, 08. I mean, even Aaron Rowan running into the wall in 06, I think, helped lead up to 08. He wasn't still on the team in 08, but it set a tone. We're not about slow pedaling it to the wall the way Bobby Abreu did. We're going with a hard-charging approach. What part of any part of the 08 story was the part that you most enjoyed looking back on and writing about?
Well, so what I enjoyed, because during that time I was just starting high school.
Yeah.
I was playing baseball, so it was really fun to remind myself, I guess, in a way, that a baseball season has ups and downs, even with the team that ended up winning the World Series. So, there's a time period there in the middle of the summer where, they got blasted, I think, out in St. Louis for a couple of games. And it was so funny because I would go back and I would read every newspaper article from that time period. So I'd go day by day, just reading what the headline was and what the stories were. And it was just so funny how people were talking about the team during that time, and me knowing that they would end up winning the World Series. It was always like, this starting staff has no chance,
Yeah,
and
Brett Myers is the 2, right? I mean, he was the 2.
Yeah, and Jamie Moyer's too old. Can he hold up? The bullpen's great for now, but it was so funny in the middle of the summer when they would go through their lulls, where even the best offense we've seen in our entire lives, they went through a stretch where they couldn't hit. And we're currently going through that now with this baseball team.
Right.
But it was really just a good reminder of how long a baseball season is. And it was a good, even a team that ended up winning the World Series had their own fair of struggles in the middle of the summer.
Well, Jack, I'm happy for you. I think we all are, man. And I look forward to buying a copy. It's going to be, obviously great. I mean, you already know it's great, but I look forward to it. So easiest place for people to get it is at Amazon.com?
No, I'll go to ringthebellbook.com. So ringthebellbook.com, that's our personal website. It won't be through Amazon until the end of the month. So if you buy it on our website, we'll get it to you actually quicker than Amazon, which is crazy.
Good for you, man.
So, go to our website.
Love it. All right, well, look, everyone get that book, Ring the Bell. I'm sorry, say it again, Ring the Bell.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Book.com. Love it.
I got my copy.
That's fantastic.
Well, not literally, but I bought one.
It's coming.
I'll get the copy soon.
I will buy one today or tomorrow. So that is great, Jack. Congratulations on that, and it's phenomenal. All right, so look, let's get back to the phones. 215-592-9494. So we got the book thing on the table. Also, let's reset real quick with Edgecombe. He said something last night after he was drafted I thought that spoke to confidence, but also hunger, which is important because you do want a confident athlete. You don't want someone who's not confident. I think that's one of the things about me versus Fritz that maybe resonates with people. Like, we actually both think we're going to – like, I do think I'm going to win. I know most people don't think I will, but I do think I will win. Fritz obviously thinks he's going to win. You can tell Edgecombe is a confident athlete, but you can hear there's hunger in there as well, which is so important. Let's listen to Edgecombe last night.
You nearly cracked 40 inches on your max vertical. All the prospects were stunned. How would you describe your athleticism? What kind of athlete the 76ers getting?
They're getting a unique athlete, man. I don't think I'm the best athlete in the class, if you ask me. I can jump as high as anybody in here, run as fast as anybody in there. I'm gonna play my heart out, man.
I mean, play my heart out. That's the key at the end. Play
and
my
also
heart
the
out.
key is a 40-inch vert. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
high.
Like over 3 feet.
Well, that's what they're
Are you
talking about. The
serious?
best athlete from the class.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. All right, let's get some calls in here. Well, we got Fritz till the top of the hour. Leo, and reminder, Joe and Hugh broadcasting from the Kelce event coming up starting at 10 o'clock today. Let's talk to Leo. Leo, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Congratulations on both your books, you, Joe, and Jack.
Thank you.
Yep. Convenient it came out right after my book. Interesting.
Of course.
Of course, I started writing mine back in 2013, so it took a long time.
Yeah. The children's book. Yep.
Quick sports comment. I'm really happy with the book. I like the heart the kid has. He looks like he's want to, come in and help us out. That's what we need. We don't need somebody who doesn't want to come here. All right. As far as the Phillies go, they lost this series. As far as I'm concerned, they better get their act together for the next one because it's going to be a rough road ahead. And as far as the competition goes, I want to congratulate both of you for stepping up to the plate and doing this. But, Joe, Zach is going to smoke you. He's going to roll you up.
Why do you think that? Why?
Because he's younger. He seems like he's more pissed off about it. But what I want to know from you, Joe, is are you going to pull your little stuff where you're going to complain about fouls? You're going to complain about the ball on the line during
That's a good question.
Well, the hoops thing, we got to figure that out. So we do have to figure out how that works. Obviously, normally one-on-one doesn't have a ref, but we may need something. Because
Are you going to be taking charges? Are you going to be taking charges in basketball?
What you can't have is a guy has almost an open layup and the other guy clobbers him, like the whole thing's null. So there's got to be something there. There's some sort of decorum. But listen, Leo, I plan on rolling up my sleeves and just flat out winning. Now, a lot of people think I won't, and that's fine. I mean, maybe I won't. Listen, I've never guaranteed I'm going to win this thing, nor have I said I'm going to go 5-0, nor have I said I'm going to go 4-1. I think I'm going to win 3-2. I think I'm going to win. I'm telling you right now, I think I'm going to win baseball, tennis, and basketball.
I just want to see you be a gentleman and not complain so much about things that don't go your way. That's my big concern.
Okay.
If you do like it, you beat the hammer and stuff, you go, but you go back and listen to him again to try and find loopholes.
He's not wrong.
Stand up and take accountability for it. And real quick,
yes.
For who blew it, Joe, you did. I even accepted this competition. Have a great weekend.
All right, Leo. Fair
well,
enough,
I would
buddy.
say that the only one person has a chance to blow it, and it's me. I mean, all the pressure's on me here.
It really is.
Pretty
that
lose,
is true.
Lose,
yeah.
lose.
Of course to lose. Of course it is.
How many loses do you pile on top of each other when you describe this for yourself? Lose. Yeah.
All right, let me ask a question. Rhea,
Rhea,
more shame. Which person has more shame? Here are the two scenarios. I win. Fritz has shame.
That's just impossible.
Or Fritz beats me 5-0. And I have shame. More shame is on which person in which scenario?
Oh, more shame is if Jack loses to you.
Just that trumps all.
Yeah,
so likely.
Yeah, I think so.
That you
Especially
lose
because
5-0
I
also.
can't get over the just quitting before 3 weeks before it even started.
Yeah,
Rhea's coming at you, Jack.
It was
Jack,
one thing, Rhea.
What?
It was one.
It was a
aspect.
weak moment.
I was worried about my arm and throwing with my children growing up, Rhea.
Wait, how are they connected?
That's good.
I can't.
I like
be able
that.
to catch you my kid, Rhea.
How was your
How could you
arm?
hate on that?
That was a good line. I like it. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
I will give Fritz this. He's got the snarky sarcasm thing down. I'll give him that. All right, Time's Yours is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, of course, is booming. Make sure you unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. I also will say this before I tell you, let's hit it with Time is Yours. I hope Fritz's tremendous confidence also garners me some support from people. Because people think I'm, a little arrogant with my opinions of how I'm going to win. But, I mean, Fritz is probably
deserves to
more
be
over
confident.
Well,
that's the difference.
Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. But we know this. He's putting his chest out there a lot. I hope to get some support. Maybe Time's Yours tomorrow. People will call. We'll see. For now, let's hit it with Time's Yours.
No, I'm not excited about the Sixers. The first thing that came up on the screen when we drafted them, 6'4", developing shooter. That's great. We have a bunch of 6'4" and under guards in the backcourt. A center who never plays. an over-the-hill small forward who we pay way too much money. And Maxey, yes, this is true. He said he needed a mental break last year. He's mentally weak. This team is in deep, deep trouble.
No, I don't think he's mentally weak. I mean, they are in trouble without Embiid or with the current situation of Embiid. But listen, the irony of last night's pick is it either could be short-term if Embiid can play, like let's go charge it up and go after it in a wide-open East, or it might just be something that's for 4 to 5 years from now after all these ridiculous contracts are out of here, and you're just building it around 3 guards and hoping over time you get new guys in the front court. I mean, we just don't know which direction it'll take yet. It'll probably be the second scenario. We'll see.
He seems very mentally strong, though. VJ Edgecombe, that's a major difference here.
Yeah.
This guy's strong emotionally and mentally.
Man, if this kid plays with half the heart he shows in his interviews, he's going to be a great player. Thanks a lot again, WIP and Joe DeCam. Look good on the phone. Sorry to cry.
Pretty good, man.
Thank you for joining me. This is Kevin with Kevin's Key Points for the NBA Draft. And guys, we got VJ Edgecombe, so you know what that means. Yep, we still suck. But at least Paul George has more material for his podcast. Back to you guys.
Wow. Well, Paul George just said some nice things about Edgecombe.
I agree with John Ritchie. I think that the Sixers made the right move. I just hope that he can hold up in the league given his tiny stature. But, I mean, at worst, maybe he's the next Spud Webb. Who knows?
The next Spud Webb.
You did call him petite.
There you go. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Fritz, something that's been on my mind the last 2 or 3 days since we knew it was very hot and was going to stay hot. Now, it's going to be a little cooler on Sunday, but it's still going to be hot. Does the heat worry you? I mean, normally the perceived better player in a sport, an external thing like crazy weather, really hot, really cold, can favor the lesser player. Does it worry you?
Is it crazy hot?
Well, it's not going to be as hot. Listen, I'll tell you this.
It's just summer.
Well, this week hasn't been just summer.
This week has been. No, but this weekend's supposed to be cooler than this week.
But this has been brutal. Does
It has
it concern you a little bit, Jack?
Not with golf. If it was this weather for baseball, I would have been like, holy cow, I'm going to die on the mound.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not worried about it. I'm glad you brought up something you thought about the last 2 days. Real quick, that tweet you put out the other day, I have not stopped thinking about.
Well, which one? I don't
the
know.
one about the 3rd overall pick and the not getting the best player in the draft. Tariq Skubal was drafted in the 9th round.
Right.
What are you talking about? They should have drafted him, the 3rd pick? They were supposed to know he's developing the best pitcher in the national AL.
Did they draft the player who had the best career? Answer is no.
No, but it's like, what do you want? It's a ninth.
It's just an analysis of did my team get the best player for their career? The answer is no.
But Jokic is the 41st
Am I
pick
wrong?
in that.
Who's had a better career, Jokic or Embiid?
Jokic.
Okay, who's had a better career, Boehm or Skubal?
Skubal.
Okay, that's all. That's it.
Yeah,
Boy,
but
that tweet rubbed you the wrong way?
Yeah, I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was ridiculous.
Well, you're an idiot.
He texted me and Elliot about it. He's like, what is this?
What is it? It's just an analysis. Did they pick the
But
right
it's not
guy?
analysis of anything.
Yeah,
It's not analysis of anything.
It's just so
They picked the wrong
ridiculous.
guy.
It doesn't.
They didn't pick the wrong guy.
analyze
Skubal in
it.
the 9th.
So they should have taken Boehm over him?
Yes. He's
Yes?
the 3rd overall pick.
So hold on. Let me make sure I get you on the record. So now we're going into prosecutor mode. You're telling me you, as we sit here today, are glad that they chose Alec Boehm over Skubal, who won the Cy Young last year, and by the way, is like 20. I think he's 26-4 in his last 30 decisions. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it was never realistic. Like if Skubal was the 6th pick in the draft,
avoiding the question.
But I'm not. You're complaining about something that wasn't
It's
realistic.
not even a complaint. It's just a
46-year-old man versus 31-year-old man
Yeah.
in athletic competitions.
47.
Fritz,
47.
You're 47.
Fritz, since this is a rare day for you on our
Holy
program, Fritz, you get to pick the answer.
Okay.
For the winning answer for who or what blew it. Now, here are some of the big ones we've had today. A lot of them are turning into financial things. So there were a bunch of publishers that turned down J.K. Rowling's for Harry Potter. We got the Steve Harvey ridiculous thing at the end of that one competition. We got a record company that turned down the Beatles. We got Ray Didinger turned down Christy Brinkley. We've got the guy that left American Idol.
Ryan Dunkelman.
We got Matt Damon turning down money for Avatar.
$250 million.
And
That's an awful lot.
And we got a Google thing as some financial thing. What's the right answer, Fritz?
The right answer is always Ray Dittinger turning down. Always.
All right, congratulations to Keith. Keith, you've won the $100 gift card. Fritz, I'll say this to you on Sunday at 11:09 before the competition begins, but I'll say it to you publicly right now. Good luck to you, buddy.
And I'll say to you at about 11:10 after my first drive is 265 yards right down the middle. Welcome to the bleeping show.
Okay.
Ha!
Well,
Love it.
Listen, we'll see who the audience thinks is the more arrogant one after that. Listen,
I'm trying to reach your level, pal.
It's true.
I'd like to win the people, but to do that, maybe it requires some humble pie, and I will be your servant. Ladies and gentlemen,
look at you.
Have a wonderful. Listen, I'm just a squirrel trying to find a nut. That's all.
Yeah,
Just a nut.
I'm
I'm just trying to feed my family.
Is that what the kids call it these days?
That's all I'm trying to do.
Yep,
Feed my
trying to
family.
find the nut. Yep.
Everyone, have a great rest of the day. We'll talk more about Sixers draft tomorrow. Phillies with an afternoon game today. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. Hey, reminder, Joe and Hugh coming up next. They will be broadcasting from Kelce's event. So be checking out that next couple hours. Fritz, thanks for being on the show, man. And again, the book where you can get it easiest is ringthebellbook.com. Everyone, please seek it out and get it. Fritz, thanks, buddy. We'll talk to you. Everyone, have a great rest of the day. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Astros. Leading off starts at 1:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 2:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
To the track, looking up, it is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
988 New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here for you with 24/7 judgment-free support. Text, call, or chat 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On Tuesday night, Cincinnati's Chase Burns made history in his Major League debut by striking out the first 5 batters he faced and 7 of his first 10. Now, Burns' fastball averaged 98.1 miles per hour. Yesterday, Milwaukee phenom Jacob Misiorowski outpitched Pittsburgh's Paul Skeens. Miz fired 19 triple-digit sizzlers, averaging 99.5 miles per hour on his heater. Skeens averaged only 98.5. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn on the scene. Fran back in the studio. We're broadcasting live today from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. It is warm. It should be a great day out here in Sea Isle. A great night last night for the Sixers, who made the right pick. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, big fellas. Don't you have your ass out here wearing the same clothes all day. It's hot. Get all sweaty and stuff running around. You better change your clothes. They're 2 shower minimum today, big fellas. 2-shower minimum.
Well, that's how you know summer has started. The 2-shower minimum plea by Hugh Douglas. Hugh, today's going to be a good day. We're excited to be out here. So we are in Sea Isle today. The New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, Jason Kelce's event. We already saw Ross Tucker. We heard some former Eagles are going to be here, maybe some current Eagles. These guys are, it's like, what's the best way you describe this? Almost like a competition with beer in between. Like there's
like
poles greased out here with Crisco.
Somebody greased the pole, man. That's a little weird. It's a little weird. But Ross Tucker is here.
Yep.
He's clearly stressed out about how he's going to.
Are you going to participate?
Hells no,
Okay.
man. Ain't no way. Listen, all these events are water-based, and I don't know what's in that water.
Well, not much.
Sharks.
There's no sharks.
Sharks.
It's all
Not
a
probably out
baby
here.
turtle.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to freak anybody out.
We are on
there's
the
folks
edge
out
of
here
the bay.
living.
There's no sharks.
But it's chances for that.
You got to stop saying shark.
This is not my profile. I'll let the people that profile this way, which I have a whole lot of love for, I'll let y'all have it.
All right, well, it's going to be a great event, and we'll have some guests on as we go throughout, and all the proceeds today benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation.
It's going to be packed, too, man.
It will be packed.
It feels like it's getting packed.
It's going to be an awesome day, and Hugh, I thought last night was an awesome night for the Sixers. They nailed it. I thought the Sixers last night and Daryl Morey did the right thing. Sometimes the simple thing is the right thing, and last night I thought it was. We went into that draft last night, and Hugh, we didn't know. I mean, we didn't know what they were going to do, right? We knew the first couple picks. Cooper Flagg was going to be the number one pick. Then it seemed like everyone knew Dylan Harper would be the second pick. After that, the draft really started with the Sixers. And they took VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor, the guy I thought the whole time made the most sense for them in terms of the player, the athletic profile, the personality, his background. Like, he just, to me, strikes me as the kind of guy that's going to reach his ceiling, whatever that is. I didn't want any part of the Ace Bailey thing. I had a fear in the back of my mind yesterday they were going to screw all of us to take Ace Bailey, but they didn't. They did the right thing last night by taking VJ Edgecombe. Hugh, what was your reaction when you saw the pick? They took Edgecombe out of Baylor to add to the mix of a bunch of good guards they have now, which is now clearly the strength of their team.
It feels like copium, Joe, if I'm being honest.
Copium?
Yeah, for you. Because we all know who the best player was. But when I was listening to some of the people talk,
VJ Edgecombe was the best player on the
Ace
board.
Bailey.
No.
Ace Bailey. No. But, and to hear people talk about, like, listen, he could turn out to be the right pick for us. But when you talk about upside and comparability and who he was compared to, we got the guy that wanted us. I mean, and that's great. That's great. But when you talk about what Ace Bailey was, he was the better player, no doubt.
No, I don't agree with that.
But I feel like VJ he's the harder worker.
That we agree on.
Yeah, he's the harder worker.
Yeah, my Elliott Shore Douglas over here.
No, I'm just saying.
Unbelievable.
We
finally hit a home run with a draft pick, and you're coming on here and that Debbie Downer.
I'm not being a Debbie Downer.
Oh, my goodness.
But you know how this, and I'm not indicting anybody about this, but you know how when you listen to the draft and you hear the analysts talk about the player, and they really talk about his athleticism and, his defensive capabilities, which we need.
Yes.
I have no problem with that. But it felt like they were really, really trying to talk him up because they knew Ace was the better player, but VJ was the better fit because, number one, he wanted to be here. And that was the biggest reason. He wanted to be here. Ace Bailey didn't. And so you had the Sixers had to pivot because they didn't want to draft a guy who didn't want to be here. And on top of that, we don't know where Ace wanted to be because there was reports out there that when he got drafted by Utah, he was like, I don't want to be.
Well, does anyone really want to go to Utah? Can we be real with each other?
I think Utah, if you play it right, Utah could be a great place to live.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Listen, I'd rather be in Philadelphia. I'll tell you that.
But, I mean, there's that.
Yeah, there's a lot there. That. All right, 215-592-9494. I view it differently. I don't view it as they got a consolation prize. I think they got a guy that has a better chance to reach his upside. They got a grown-up. They got a guy that actually seems to care about the team he's going to play for and who's going to reach his ceiling. Like, the Sixers have done this thing for so many years. Ben Simmons is probably the biggest example, where they take someone that is, talented and doesn't give a crap. They had James Harden here, who has been a great player in the NBA, but doesn't give a crap about winning. I saw a kid last night that I feel like he cares. I feel like he's going to put the work in to reach his ceiling, and he's already a good player anyway. It's not like they got some guy. Like, he was one of the better players in college basketball. You know what last night gave me?
What's that?
Hope. It gave me hope for the Sixers. They didn't do the dumb thing. For the first time in a long time, they did the right thing. And I think they're starting to turn this thing over to where there was too many I'm just going to say it this way. Too many loser personalities on this team. Ben Simmons was a loser. Joel Embiid, although a specially talented player, exhibits a lot of loser moments in the postseason. James Harden, loser. And the last few years, I think they're starting to turn this around. Like, Maxey is one of those guys that gets the most out of what he's got in his body, right? I think Jared McCain looks like that kind of player. And I think Edgecombe's going to be that. And when I watched the Thunder win the finals, I didn't see like, oh, my goodness, they had the best talent, most talented player in every draft. They had the players that reached their ceiling.
Yeah, and
Shea
hard.
was the 11th pick.
Yeah.
Williams was the 12th pick. Yes, that play hard, play defense.
That want to.
That's it. And that's why for the first time, 94. Did last night bring you hope for the Sixers?
I got to ask.
Oh,
When you – okay, because –
this guy in his king's chair over here.
No, listen. You're talking with a lot of bravado today. I'm trying – when you say –
yes, hope.
Well, hold up. When you say hope, what are we talking – like you need to frame hope for me.
Hope that they could be a winning franchise again.
What does that mean for next year? That's what answer that question, Joe. What are you talking about? Because it sounds to me like you think that this is a playoff contender because you got a lot of bravado this morning.
So they could certainly be a playoff team next year. It's not hard to make the playoffs. I mean, they could be a playoff team. But I think in time with Edgecombe and Maxey and McCain, they could have the nucleus of a championship
What about
contender.
Joel Embiid?
I forget about Joel Embiid. I'm not worried about Joel Embiid.
No, see,
Edgecombe was the right pick. This is the kind of kid you build around.
I don't have a problem with that. But when I was listening to the broadcast last night, I guess Daryl Morey talked about the big fella Joel Embiid and talked about him being ready for the season. And I saw the enthusiasm and optimism on the faces of the people at the draft party. And I'm like, I hope y'all don't think we're going to the playoffs next year. I hope y'all don't think that we're building this team around Joel Embiid.
At worst next season.
Oh, my goodness.
See, I like that optimism.
Wait a minute.
Not quite there, but I like that optimism.
Who's the starting five?
The starting? What are you worried about the starting five on June 26th? We'll figure that out. We got the right player at 3.
Here's the thing. Because I was listening to what was being said.
Hear from Daryl Morey. Morey last night on VJ Edgecombe, post-draft press conference. Daryl Morey explaining the pick, the player, and really listen to Morey talk about the maturity, the basketball IQ, the real IQ of a kid like VJ Edgecombe.
It's a little hard to describe. He's sort of like, he's a very mature, for his age, for being under 20. He carries himself like he's already been in the league, which I don't think is easy. So that's 1. 2, I think he saw it, like the love in his family there, even if you guys were watching the telecast. I think that obviously a lot of people have that, but I think, the admiration from his brother, I think, I'm just excited to get to know him. And he has a real good head on his shoulders, and both on the court, basketball IQ wise, but also just life IQ, for lack of a better term.
See,
I have no problem with all of that.
That's the kind of kid you take.
No, and I have no problem with that, Joe. But when I think about him developing as a scorer, because he already has the defensive side and he already has the want to, how is that going to happen here with Joel Embiid and Paul George when everything goes through Joel Embiid and they're talking about him being healthy? That's the reason why I'm not as optimistic as you are, because I feel like if Joel Embiid's out there, we're going to try to run back and do the same thing that we've done in the past. Well, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, that I don't love that idea. And look, I have no idea how much he's going to play. We'll get to the Embiid timeline that we were told last night. I just want to read this quote to you. So VJ Edgecombe said this to John Clark last night, and I saw this, and I said, this is what the Sixers have been missing for a long time. Quote, I just hate to see people score. I love playing defense. I know that I could play on the floor if I'm not scoring. I want to be an all-around versatile player. I want to be an elite defender. That comes with grit. I just don't like seeing other people score. I hate seeing other people score. I hate to lose. That's why I play defense the way I do. That line, I hate to lose.
I love that.
That's
love that for
what
the
the Sixers have been lacking for years. They don't have enough people here that hate to lose. And that's why I have hope again.
I love that, but I don't have hope because, and I'm not trying to, take a dump on Joel Embiid, but what is he going to be? Daryl Morey was talking about how the big fella's going to be ready for the season. Do we really believe that?
I don't. But
Like,
you know what? I can't.
and-
I got to focus on the kid they took last night and what that signals to me more than like the Embiid thing is what it is. What are we going to do?
No, but my point is, if we're going to run it with these three kids, they all need to be on the court, and they all need to grow and experience these growing pains together in order to make this team better. You throw Joel Embiid into that mix, and I'm only going by what I've seen in the past, and you try to run everything through the big fella not knowing what that knee's going to do. To me, I feel like you're stunting the growth for the young cats.
It sounds like you're still hurt from the past years.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like you're
No,
not
I'm
willing
just-
to move forward, and you're hurt.
I'm just listening.
You're stuck in the past.
Heartbreak you.
I know.
am not.
It is. Heartbreak Hotel
So
Douglas over here.
See, this is the reason why I'm childish, because y'all start out childish, and then y'all draw me into being childish.
I have more hope for the Sixers than I've had a long time, and you're raining on everyone's
I'm not
parade.
trying to rain. I'm just being honest, man, because when you look at it, how are they going to coexist with Joel Embiid?
Yeah, you
if we're trying to get the
worried
young guys
about
ready
the
to
wrong.
go.
All right, 215-592-9494.
I'm worried about the wrong things.
Where are?
I'm worried about the right thing.
Do you have hope again for the Sixers after last night? I do. They nailed the pick. Kyle, what are you feeling as the Sixers draft VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor?
Don't all here we go, me. First of all, set the record straight. The childishness starts with you and ends with you, okay? I just want to get that out of the way and make it very clear. You came here talking about grease and poles and everything.
No,
as
the
soon
pole
as we
is
sat
grease.
down. Yeah, we know.
The pole is grease.
This is a family show. We tell each other today.
I said this before the draft yesterday. I've been excited about this next season. Like the future, I don't know what VJ Edgecombe's going to end up being. I think we definitely have more of a reason to be excited about what kind of player he can become in 2-3 years from now. Probably the same with Jared McCain, realizing his ceiling and stuff like that. But let's be honest about what the Sixers have been for years. They were a team decorated with weenies, with losers. And I just think they needed a culture change in such a big way. And I think the Jared McCain thing, the Tyrese Maxey thing, and now this VJ Edgecombe kid, I think now the dogs outweigh the weenies. And I think something like having this kid here, the way he works, the way he, like you said, desperately hates to, does not want to lose, I think something like that can almost act as a motivator for a guy like Joel Embiid, for a guy like Paul George. Like, hey, if this young kid is putting in all this work and he's taking his craft this seriously, then maybe look in the mirror, dude. Yeah. I think it could be kind of a fire lit under Joel Embiid's ass this season. And, I mean, look, the Ace Bailey thing probably would have set the culture back another 5 years if they took that kid.
And he probably wouldn't have reached his ceiling here.
Right. No, it would have been awful. So I love the fact that they skipped over Ace Bailey. I don't know if they thought like you did that Ace Bailey was that much better than VJ Edgecombe. I think if they did, they probably would have taken him because I trusted Daryl Morey to make the right pick. And I think we all should have trusted Daryl Morey to make the right pick. Like I'm excited again about the Sixers next season.
You know what? When you just said all that, I realized the weenie scale has been tipped. VJ Edgecombe is going to tip it back to the dogs.
The dogs outweigh the weenies.
The last few years, we've all watched the Knicks. All of us have watched the Knicks, and what have we said? Or I've said it. I wish the Sixers played like that. This kid plays like those Knicks players play. How many players on the Knicks are truly top 5 players, top 10 players? Maybe Brunson. Brunson by default.
He's moved into that.
Right, but Brunson was
he's a hard-nosed
player.
player.
He wasn't a high pick. He wasn't looked at as super talented, but they play their asses off. They play defense, and that's why they've been way closer to a title than we've been the last 2 years. We needed someone like that. And we landed it. I can't fix the Embiid situation overnight. I don't know if it's ever fixable. And Paul George, he's scaled more weenie than dog in his career.
Yeah.
But we have this kid's a dog. I can't wait to watch him play. I can't wait to watch him play defense. I believe the offense will arrive. If it doesn't, I still think there's a valuable player there. But if it arrives, there's an all-star player there. I just last night they didn't bleep it up. I sat there like, are they really going to take Ace Bailey and bleep this thing up? And Hugh, last night, they took the right kid. I just think they took the right kid last night.
I think they took the right kid for Philadelphia. But my thing is this. You guys are hoping that a kid, fresh out of college, young cat, 18 years old, is going to shame Joel Embiid into playing better and being a hard-nosed player. Not only Joel Embiid, Paul George, after Tyrese Maxey, who came off an all-star, had a meeting and told the big fella, hey, man, you need to work harder. And instead of him receiving the message, he goes out in the hallway asking who said this and that about me.
He was listening to you. You were telling him to find the snitch.
He about to put hands on
He was listening to you.
No, I'm just saying. If I'd have been the PR guy, by the way, that would have never happened.
But like,
I just want to put that out there again. If I be the PR guy for the Sixers.
You can't. You've destroyed any chance.
I'm just saying.
That's kind of my point, though. Like now it's not just Tyrese Maxey sending that message. It might be this kid. Like just not by saying something, but by the way he works. Like there might just be too many things coming at Joel Embiid for him to not change his attitude.
I hear you, and that might be the case, but we still don't know how that experimental procedure went on his knee. And he might be ready, but how effective is he going to be? And are we still trying to run this offense through Joel Embiid? Like that, those are questions.
Well, yeah, I think they have to.
So see, that's why I'm not with you on that.
So look, I understand there's short-term hope, there's long-term hope. Sometimes it takes a little while to go in effect. I'm going to compare. We're here today at the Kelce thing, right? Kelce's event. The Eagles weren't exactly a championship team, Hugh, in the late 2000s.
Yeah.
It was the end of Donovan. It was Deshaun and LaShawn who were talented, but they were not special.
Yeah.
And you know who they started to incorporate into the team? Brandon Graham. And they started to incorporate Jason Kelce with draft picks, and eventually Lane Johnson and Fletcher Cox. Those guys eventually and they became the culture of the Eagles. And last night gave me sense that this could be the next culture of the Sixers. The Sixers culture has sucked.
It could be, but my thing is, we're still kind of landlocked with the Joel Embiid situation. And for that matter, the Paul George situation.
But nothing last night could have changed that, right? Whoever they were going to pick, they're still kind of stuck with Embiid and George.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like this team is still going to try to run this thing through Joel and Paul George for that matter, and it's going to stunt the growth of these young guys. I think if we're going to do it, because what I see right now, we got 3 young players on this team. I feel like if we're going to go and get younger and try to get better as the season progresses, we need to get them up to speed and basketball ready.
Let
as
it
soon
be
as we
their
possibly
team.
can. Let it be
I
their
agree with
team.
that.
And I think, Joe, there's more recent Eagles examples for sort of what you're talking about. They're just 2023. We're old. We look like just an old, decrepit team. James Bradbury. All of a sudden, you get Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, young kids like dogs that want to work. Everyone buys in to the same thing. And we saw what it did for the defense. Even like, I'll give you another one, like Jalen Reagor, right? Total bum, loser, did not care. You get a guy like Devontae Smith
the
in
total
here.
opposite,
pedigree. Like those things can just they can change things in a big way.
Yeah, I see some Devontae in this kid. Like just like he's solely focused on the sport, and he's whatever's in his body, he's going to get the most out of it. I believe that. 215-592-9494. Aaron in San Diego. New to social media starts us off. We saw Aaron's tweets yesterday. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Aaron.
It's a new start. It's a new foundation being built for our beloved Sixers.
So, what do you feel? You in? You like it?
He's pontificating.
You know, here's what I love. What I love about this kid is that it seems like, and I watched like 2 hours of highlights yesterday on this kid. It seems like he's got the instincts. You know, he's got the basketball knowledge. You know, he's a basketball player, so that's the number one thing. The other thing is the kid can jump out of the arena. I mean, he's just got, in terms of his you know, it was basically the highlights were a dunking highlight. The only concern that I have with this kid, though, is I didn't see that aha moment in these highlights with the speed, with the quickness, with the move off the ball. You know, he seemed to, you know, when he was one-on-one, he seemed like he was covered up pretty well by some pretty average defenders at the college level. And that's not gonna equate to the professional level.
Yeah, I would say his offensive game isn't refined, Aaron. I mean, he shot okay down the stretch of the season, not like wow. And I think you're right. Like that's what he has to work on. But the defense is there, the athleticism is there, the want to is there. I mean, there are players that get better offensively as they get older. I mean, he's 18 years old. I mean, to me. If you have the offense but nothing else, then I'm concerned. If you have everything else, I think he could become a better offensive player.
I would love to see Daryl Morey bring in, and I know I want to get away from. I'd rather have Daryl bring in talent that's closer to the legal drinking age than to the legal Social Security benefit eligibility age. but I would love to see Daryl Morey bring in a seasoned veteran who's got the championship pedigree, that's on his last legs, that could come in here and teach these young cats, how to win. Because it seems like with Maxey, with McCain, with VJ, the one thing that these kids all have in common is they're all hard workers that want to get better and they want to win. And that's what we've been lacking for so long with this organization.
Well, forever. And that's part of the problem, Aaron. And we appreciate the phone call. 215-592-9495. We're live today from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Festivities are starting soon. We're excited to be here today. Hugh will be commentating as everyone does their events.
It's hot.
It is warm, yes. We're by the bay, though.
You going to be okay?
Yeah.
Nah.
We're not in air conditioning today.
I'm
That's
gonna
for
be cooking
sure.
a stew.
Oh, yeah, I already am.
It's hot.
Well, I think we'll be all right. All right, 215-592-9490. Did last night give you hope for the Sixers? Your reaction to VJ Edgecombe. We will hear from Daryl Morey on the other side. What did he say? Finally, an update on the timeline for Joel Embiid. I'm sure Hugh's excited to hear this. That's next. Did last night give you hope for the Sixers? Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the Hoagies and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV, the live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to the Midday Show, live from the Team 62 Beer Bowl.
Cannonball!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's too hot out here for that, man. For real. Shit.
Welcome back. Broadcasting live from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City from the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hugh Douglas, as of course you heard. Joe Giglio, Kyle Quinn, we're all here.
This is what happens when you have me in this hot ass sun, and Buddy over here doing a mic check all damn day long.
Listen, we're at an event here. We'll be
it's
good.
hot.
It is hot. It is hot.
I am over here sweating profusely, and I ain't even moving. I'm trying not to move. It's so hot.
It's going to be a day. Now, it's going to be an awesome day. We appreciate everyone listening. We appreciate being here. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop in. We got a lot to do. We're going to have some guests on today, including Ross Tucker. Some Eagles are here. Jason Kelce, of course, at his event. Cooper DeJean, we hear, is going to be part of this. Sidney Jones, Landon Dickerson, Hugh Douglas wearing out our welcome early. Here's what I have two hopes.
Wait a minute.
I have two hopes. One, we don't get in trouble. And number two, I have hope for the Sixers again, Hugh. Hope for the Sixers.
No.
Can't you let me have hope?
Okay, fine.
No, I mean, you're not going to. You
No,
can
I'm
say
not.
fine.
I'm not.
You're going to remind me about Joel Embiid and all this crap.
You know what really hurt? Like, I was excited about the pick. I think VJ Edgecombe is going to be I think he's going to be a great Sixers. I think people are going to like him, the defensive aspect of his game and everything.
He fits this city very well.
Yes. I am just worried about how we're going to go into this season. Because immediately after that, they say, well, hey, Joel Embiid has said he'll be ready for the season to start. Okay, so what does that mean?
All right, let's hear it. Daryl Morey last night, after they took VJ Edgecombe, he had immediate availability, and you knew he had to be asked at some point because the Sixers have hid for like a month and a half from telling us anything about Joel Embiid. Here is the latest from Daryl Morey last night. Timeline for Joel Embiid as we look forward to next season.
Medical update time. Spoke to Joel today. He's very engaged, attacking rehab, doing everything he can to be out there. He had a meeting with Dr. Glashow this week. All things, to use the NASA term, nominal. Things are going well and expected, and we expect that to continue. So
ready for camp.
Yeah, I mean things are on track to be ready right around there.
All right, on track to be ready for camp.
He didn't even want to answer that question.
Well, he was like, I guess it's time for the medical update. Like clearly he didn't want to talk about Embiid last night.
Man, listen, and that's the thing, Joe, because I feel like we're going to try to come back into the season, and we're going to hear about the big fella being healthy, and I just don't know how truthful that is. I really don't. And then you talk about these three young players that we have, these three up-and-coming young players. How are we going to attack this season? Are we going to go into it allowing them to grow and develop? Are we going to try to run this offense through Joel Embiid?
So it feels to me like they're going to try to thread the needle, right, of handing the team more over to the younger guys. I mean, Maxey is established enough that he's a big part of this, right?
And he tried to step forward and be more of a leader last year.
And then McCain showed a lot in a little bit of time last year.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to sit here today and tell you that VJ Edgecombe is going to average 20 points as a rookie. He averaged 15 in college basketball last year. But I do think he has the kind of game that he could play right away. They could throw him on he could
play on the defensive end.
He might be able to guard some of the best players in the league from the jump. Like, he has that skill set. So I think they took the right kid, and part of why I feel so good today about this is because they didn't take Ace Bailey, Kyle. I mean, it's not just that they took Edgecombe. I think I liked him the whole time anyway. But the trap the Sixers have fallen into the past is who cares about the personality? Who cares about if he's a winner? He's talented. We'll figure it out. And the truth is they can't figure that out.
Yeah, the weenie scale was off the charts in terms of weenies. And Paul George exacerbated that so badly.
He tipped it to 24 wins last year.
He was the worst possible guy to pair with Joel Embiid if we're looking for you need somebody to light a fire under his ass. And I know Tyrese Maxey tried to do it last season.
But you need a lot of these guys.
You need a lot more of these guys. You just desperately needed a culture change. The Ace Bailey thing, I think really would have set the Sixers back in a huge way. And now I think the VJ Edgecombe thing kind of accelerates the timeline. You even now, I think, have a chance of getting a different version of Joel Embiid this season just because of that, just because of the mentality.
You know what I hear when I hear that? I hear hope, Hugh. You gotta subscribe to hope.
Come on,
you're
Hugh.
living in the past.
You guys are hoping that more alphas in the locker room are going to get Joel Embiid to become an alpha.
Again, we're tipping the scale.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
Doesn't that work, though?
No, because you know what? Like, Joel Embiid is, to me, it's like the old dog that's set in his ways. You know how they say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Yeah.
You have to allow these young guys. First of all, in order for this to work, you have to let the young guys know that you got to take the lead. Like, you can't depend on Joel Embiid, and I think that's where the Sixers are going to go wrong. Joel Embiid's going to be healthy whenever that is, and they're going to hand the reins over to him, and you inadvertently send the message that Joel Embiid's the leader. Tyrese Maxey tried to do it last year. We saw it. Tyrese Maxey stood up in a meeting and said, hey, big fella, we need you. We need you to come to rehab on time. We need you to do this and that. And he got up from that meeting and went to go find the person that told on him. So that is not winning culture. That is not what you want.
So what I wonder that could happen is, and you know what it almost reminds me of, or it makes me think of? We did the Eagles examples. Remember Slay in 2023 with the whole, I'm not going to go and tackle somebody.
Yep.
I want to have all my teeth and stuff like that.
Different.
But then Vic Fangio comes in, and then you have young guys that come in, and they all buy into what Vic Fangio's selling. And I think we saw a different version of Darius Slay last year.
And you're right, but that's different because you have a lot of young guys in that room and a new defense coordinator that is basically telling those young guys that dog is not going to hunt. In the NBA, the fact that they were all these veiled, like with the whole thing with Joel Embiid is nobody ever told exactly what was going on.
Right.
And they protected him in a way where they basically threw Maxey and those guys under the bus, if you will. So I don't feel like that's the right example because they're going to turn this team over to Joel Embiid, and it feels like they're going to stunt the growth of these young cats.
So, look, I understand your pessimism, and I understand people out there that have it. I just think last night was a big step in the right direction to change the culture of a team that, let's be frank, they've been losers. The Sixers have been losers for a long time, and this kid strikes me as the winner. All right, let's bring on a guy. Maybe he'll be a winner today. He's a winner.
Know, dog. He's already he's not in a good headspace.
No,
right
I think
now,
he's in the
dog.
right headspace.
He's fine.
I think he's in the beer bowl headspace.
I don't know.
That is Ross Tucker. What's up, Ross?
Listen, all I know is that Connor Barwin and I were undefeated last year. We won. We won the professionals bracket. This year we're all in the same bracket. I am beyond fired up, ready to go. I live for this. I mean, you know.
Wait a minute, but
I'm
Ross,
46 years old.
But hold on,
I have
Ross.
no competitive outlets in my life anymore, okay? Any type of beer game, beer bowl, beer pong, beer Olympics, like I've been training for this.
But Ross, only thing I'm saying is this. When you walked up and we were talking, you asked, where is the greased pole? And then you sat there like you were trying to figure out how you were going to navigate that.
I have a technique.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Because of my lower body being explosive and being a former offensive lineman, I'm going to shuffle like this down the grease pole back and forth.
That's going to work.
That's going to work. Yeah. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you.
My question is this, because I don't know.
I have a question for you guys.
What you got?
Okay. I've been paying attention to the Sixers, but not as closely as you. Have we got an explanation why the Ace Bailey kid did not want to get drafted by the Sixers?
He wanted to be a star.
The closest thing we got is he wanted to go to a team where he could have a high usage rate. He just wants to shoot the whole time. He doesn't want to play with a team that has established players. So the Sixers with Maxey, Embiid, George, if they're healthy.
But someone was telling me like his agent has never repped anybody else.
Yeah,
like it's totally.
So they tried to kind of engineer themselves, what I think, to a bad team so he gets all the shots.
So the thought process is, let's put him somewhere where they stink. He puts up big numbers. He can get the supermax or whatever earlier.
Yes.
So that's so interesting because as a former professional athlete, I have no problem with anyone trying to maximize their future earning potential.
Sure.
Right? Like I totally get that. But that's also a little bit of like a, I don't want to say loser's mentality, but that's a.
I'll say that.
Yeah, but like what? Why not think I'll go to a pretty good team and maybe I can be one of the young guys that helps them get over the top? You know, like we've seen with some of these guys for the Pacers and the Thunder. Mm-hmm. They're not like those guys. There's guys for the Pacers I never even heard of.
Yeah.
All they did in the postseason was elevate their stock.
So sometimes, Ross, with that, I think that we could overrate the college stuff. Like they are there for a short time, but he could have went to Kentucky. He could have went to North Carolina. I mean, he was one of the top recruits in college. He went to Rutgers. I think we have a pattern here. He wants to go where he's the big fish in a little pond, and that's not Philadelphia. I know you didn't want to say it. Spoke to me as he wants to be the best player on a bad team, and that's cool. But I don't want him here.
But by the way, you know what that means in the NBA? As soon as he's not happy there,
he's out.
He's going to be the first guy to try to get out of there.
Of course.
If you who drafted him last night?
Utah.
Okay, and that's where he wanted to go.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. He immediately said, well, there's a report immediately after.
They didn't care.
That was not the point.
Yeah, they just took him anyway.
Team he wanted to go to.
Yeah, but apparently he wanted to go to Washington or the Nets or whatever. But the Utah just said, we're taking him.
We're taking him anyway.
Yeah.
I'm glad the Sixers didn't do that.
It'd be awful.
I mean, that was all we would talk about every day.
Plus,
and we can't be talking about that. We're like a month away from Eagles preseason, what means more than anything, okay?
Well,
so forget the Phillies. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we'll skip over that whole thing.
Yeah. No, move on.
Can the Phillies score a run, please? Can the Phillies score a run?
See. Today might not be the day. They're facing another good pitcher. This is not good, Ross.
By the way, Kruk was here last night. It was awesome.
Was he?
That was like, for me to meet John Kruk,
yeah.
Like I never met him before. Yeah. So 1993, I was 14.
Wow.
Like I still remember going.
That's like the.
That was
I
still remember going to the NLCS when they were playing the Braves, and that I said to Kruk, like you're in my heyday, bro. Like that's. I think the peak fandom for a kid is what, like 8 to 14.
So
maybe.
my son is 10 now, and I feel like he's kind of
he's right in
it.
it.
Yeah.
He's right in it.
Yeah. So, Ross, we know you were listening on the way down yesterday. Your take on the Johan Rojas situation that I was fighting with you about yesterday.
Yeah, well, obviously, I think Hugh nails it. I think when there's 2 outs, what really matters is how fast terrible hitter is when he's on the bases. He's not. It doesn't matter how fast he is if he can't get on base.
You have to adjust.
How do you argue with that?
And step up. I can argue with Ross even though he does a great job.
But he's right on this. The guy can't hit.
He does a great job in everything that he does, but you have to rise to the occasion.
What is his batting average?
It's like, I don't know.
20 maybe.
Yeah.
I'm actually amazed.
With no pop. It's with no pop, though.
I know, but I'm amazed.
It's a feeble
220. But to be fair, you want a guy like that, you want him to be around 230, so he's almost technically in his wheelhouse.
Stop here.
But in a situation
no,
like
is that right? Is that right?
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
Joe, is that right that a really good fielding center fielder 230 is acceptable?
He's hitting 216 with 1 home run.
That's a net negative as a player.
Like last year.
I remember that home run, by the way.
So y'all ain't
we were all shocked.
Y'all ain't gonna let me talk, huh?
Sorry.
Y'all ain't gonna let me see how now you got another ally over here. But
that's why we invited him on.
What about Trey Turner and Kyle Schwarber and all those guys? When the game found them, when I looked at the box score, nobody got a hit. What about those guys? So when Rojas is up, you know what he is. He needs to rise to the occasion. But other guys that are making more money and ahead of him, they didn't do anything anyway, but we want to blame it on Rojas.
You're not going to pinch hit for Trey or Kyle Schwarber, though. Like, you never do that. You take your chances with them in the lineup.
Here's what I'll tell you guys, okay? I don't pretend to be even close to a baseball expert. I stopped playing in 6th grade. What I don't understand about Rob Thompson, some of his decision-making, is what feels to me as an outsider as like a lack of consistency.
Yes.
I don't understand. You replace
you're in their wheelhouse
you
right now.
replace Castellanos for a fielding situation in one example, but then not others where he probably should be replaced. Yep. And then, by the way, if you're going to replace Castellanos late in the game for a fielding situation, why even have guys on the bench if you're not going to have them bat for Rojas with 2 outs in the ninth?
So
why even have these guys on the bench?
When that Castellanos situation happened, I didn't think it was right that he would have said something over the line to Topper, but I understood probably what he's feeling. Like, why me now? This isn't consistent.
Right.
And I'm sure the other night he probably sitting there watching him let Rojas sit and be like, wait, you took me out last week because it mattered, but we're letting this guy hit right now?
Right.
It's baloney.
That I don't understand that. Would you say that they're an analytically driven organization like the Eagles, or no?
I would say they've become more of that. I don't think quite to the level the Eagles are, but I think every team in baseball uses it to a pretty large extent now.
But I would just say, based on what appears to be the inconsistencies.
Yeah, I would say not super.
They're not rigid with it.
No,
that's for sure.
They're not. Yeah, I would say they trend more old school than new school within the game. Maybe they make decisions on players differently. So, Ross, are you guaranteeing a win today? Like, I need you to tell me how this is going to go.
No, I'm not guaranteeing a win. I'll tell you why. Because last year Jason was the host.
Yeah.
This year he's teamed up with Bo Allen to compete. And Jason and Bo are the only people that know what the events are. They're leaving the rest of us in the dark. Yeah, it's like home field advantage.
That's great.
And I think Sidney Brown and Cooper DeJean are a team, which is concerning to me because of their youth, right?
Yeah.
Like, I have experience, but, I mean, you're not beating me in anything like this if I'm 22, 23 years old. I can just tell you that right now.
Yeah, that was your real
right?
house.
Yeah.
Real quick, I do have to step in here, Ross. How many drinks do you have in front of you right now? Uno, dos, Trace, you have 3 drinks.
No.
The guy's getting ready for the event.
It's one drink, but those are the refills,
No.
It's a beer bowl.
Okay, listen, Ava.
I love it. By the way, you're my hero. You're my hero,
First of all,
man.
I'm a professional. Okay. Secondly, all right, this is my cup of ice, and then I pour the iced tea and the lemonade together to make an Arnold Palmer.
Ooh, you
it's
fancy.
It's just a nice Arnold Palmer.
Beverage. It's a nice
I didn't
beverage.
realize that there was some alcohol. I had no idea.
Oh, you had no idea.
You're just trying to cool down. I mean, give him a break.
Yeah, me either. I'm 3 deep, too.
I guess we're the only ones here that are not.
Yeah, but I brought gummies in case you want to.
What are the rules for that, by the way?
What you mean, gummies?
No. Are you guys allowed by WIP to have an alcoholic beverage while you're on the air?
I guess no.
That's frowned upon.
Yeah. I mean,
okay, but So I'm kind
the
of
YouTube kind of.
Am I in a gray area right now?
Yeah, you're good.
No, you're good.
We invited you on.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, we invited you on.
Long as you.
I'm not getting paid for this. I'm not getting paid for
Well,
this.
I mean, we did do a show from the Eagles Super Bowl parade where everyone was obviously enjoying themselves. So if we could get through that, we can get through it.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, we're good. Ross, we appreciate you hopping in. Enjoy this. We're going to be enjoying watching you guys here. I can't wait to watch Hugh do some play-by-play.
This is the play-by-play of the grease pole.
Yeah.
Wait,
I can't
the
wait
most
till you get on the
important
grease pole.
thing
This is going to be ridiculous.
is that, like, Landon Dickerson's here. I don't know if he's competing or not, but the most important thing is that no active Eagles players are injured in the filming of this process.
Yeah, I do worry about a grease pole injury.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? That would be an all-timer. That would be an all-timer. Knock on wood. That's not happening.
The day we were there when the grease pole changed to 2025 Eagles. Ross, thank you so much. We'll catch up soon, and good luck today.
Good luck, sir.
Sounds great. Great
All
seeing you guys.
You too. There he goes. Ross Tucker.
Have a good one, man.
Back to the phones here. Let's talk to Terrence in Springfield, who loves the Edgecombe pick. What's up, Terrence?
Hugh, Joe Kyle, what's up, man?
What up, man?
Terrence, what's up, buddy?
Man, I'm loving this guy we got over here, a VJ. Man, this guy looks like he's real bouncy. This guy looks like he will dunk on your head. So I feel like he's going to have a lot of highlight reels on a lot of these players in the league. And one thing you guys were saying, talking about this kid earlier, he's going to bring that passion to the team, that accountability, the hard working. And I feel like that's a plus. This team hasn't had that in, I think, years. They hasn't had that in the locker room, that fight in the locker room, you know what I mean, that chemistry, that will to win, that want to go get it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, not enough, right? Like, I think Maxey has – I think we all like Maxey. There's work ethic there. Right, but, yeah, you need more than one or two, right? You need a few of them to kind of tip the scales. Like that weenie scale we were talking about earlier, it's getting tipped now.
Weenie scale.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, this is going to – I feel like it's an impact move because, like you guys were saying earlier, with Joel Embiid and these other veterans that's in here, that's not having that will to win, that's not having – you know what I mean? That they don't want to go get it. Like Paul George with his podcast. He's still doing podcasts. I want to see next year these guys come in with a whole other mindset that they want to bring the city because the East is wide open, man. We got injuries to all the top three teams that was in the playoffs this year, the top three seeds that was in the playoffs, and I feel like that's a plus. The Eagles, the Sixers can make some noise. They can make some noise. It don't matter if they go to the championship and all that, but they can make some noise to put this organization in the right direction. And I know we've all been on Daryl Morey for his past his moves, but his draft picks, the last couple of draft picks have been pretty good picks, man. We can't hate them for that because they have been pretty good moves. So if we can make some other moves to get this roster in short for next year, man, this team in the future could be a pretty good team. It's all up to Joel Embiid. It's all up to Paul George and these veteran guys in the locker room to bring some different accountability to this team.
Terrence, appreciate the phone call. What are you doing there giggling at Terrence? The guy's trying to have hope.
Terrence alone. Terrence is my man, but when you said – he said with a straight face, it's up to Joel Embiid. It's up to Paul George.
Yeah, well, let's ignore that.
You mean the same Paul George who got ready for the season during the season?
But don't you see what we did last night? Instead of relying on a guy that cut off his podcast midseason,
sure I ain't been drinking.
we drafted a player who came from nothing and is going to work his ass off to be the player he's going to become.
I hope that's the case.
No, I know it. I believe in VJ Edgecombe.
I hope that's the case.
He's going to reach his ceiling.
I don't believe that's going to happen.
Oh, see, you're just
feel
being
like one person.
Stick in the mud.
Total.
Tyrese Maxey tried to do this last year. And
Tyrese Maxey's reached his ceiling. He's developed.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah,
so he has, and he tried to drag Joel Embiid along with him, along with Paul George. And Joel Embiid was too busy focusing on not rehab.
Yeah, snitching.
Trying to find the one-armed man who told the media that he was missing practice or missing his work or coming to his rehab league.
But don't you think so the simple idea that the Sixers look like they're starting to inject youth in this team. Like Joel Embiid has to know in his head, like if I don't get my bleep together right now, This organization is about to move on to the next phase. Yep. Life without me.
See, are we sure about that?
Well,
I mean, he has to.
But it's coming soon anyway, right?
No, I don't think it's coming this year.
It might not be. And I understand there's a short term and a long term. I feel really hopeful about the long term. Maybe not quite as hopeful as Kyle about the short term, but I do feel better about where they are. They can absolutely make the playoffs.
No, I mean
next
they
year.
can, but
in fact, I expect them to be in the playoffs.
Are
3 seed at minimum. 3 seed at minimum.
Yeah,
Why?
The
minimum strong.
Are you going to put Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain and these young guys in position to lead? That's my question.
Well, the other guys are going to miss 50 games anyway, so they're going to have to put him on the court.
Well, no, Joel Embiid's supposed to be ready at the beginning of the season.
Well, now you're believing in fairy tales.
All right. No, that's what I was told.
Yeah, well, that's fairy tale. 215-592-9494. That is how you hot board. We are live today from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. All right, coming up, your phone calls this. Your feeling on the Edgecombe pick, like it, love it, didn't like it, did you want Ace Bailey? And do you feel a sense of hope with the Sixers? I do for the first time in a long time. 3-seeded minimum.
You
heard it right there.
Yeah,
They've got the right kid. They're tipping the scales from losers to winners. This is a hopeful day. Don't listen to Hugh Douglas. Actually, listen to what he's got to say now. But this is a hopeful day. On the other side, an offense without any hope. We'll get to the Phillies and that nonsense last night. Shutout again in Houston. That's coming up. Your calls to the Sixers as well on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Listen up, everybody. Hatfield just dropped something special. It's a marinated carnitas, and it's boneless. It's a pork roast. It's tender, juicy, flavor for days. This isn't your average pork roast, people. This is next level. The new Hatfield marinated carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. It's hot today, though, so you probably, if you cook today, you're probably going to break a sweat. But trust me, you're going to want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
John Ritchie here. Get your grill on with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Wild Fork has a wide selection of rib options, perfect for grilling, including pork spare ribs, venison French rib rack, and my family's favorite, antibiotic-free St. Louis spare ribs. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore? Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Just a year after winning it all, the Celtics looked like they were on the verge of blowing it up. Drew Holiday traded. Kristaps Porzingis gone. Teams came calling for Jaylen Brown and Derek White, but when draft night came, Boston held the line. No panic moves, no fire sale. In a league where the new cap punishes ambition, the Celtics finally came to their senses. You don't tear down a title core, you find a way to keep it breathing. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high bouncer on the infield. Pena charging, gloves, throws. He got him. Bases loaded, 1 out. The Phillies do not score. Strikeout, ground out, and the shutout string continues through 8 more innings tonight.
Yeah, that was a mess. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas Show. Joe broadcasting live from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Kyle with us here, and a lot to do today. We're going to get back to the Sixers here and your calls in a second. But let's react to the Phillies. Hugh, they lose again last night, 2-0. Shutout for the second straight game. They haven't scored in a pretty ridiculous amount of innings here.
19.
Yeah, so there's obvious question. Is this more the Phillies' fault or mine? I said on Monday they'd be fine long-term if Bryce Harper was out. I still believe that.
Like
but
clockwork.
They haven't scored a run.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Well, I mean, I the elephant in the room. I can't avoid it.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring it up. I thought it the other day.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
As you defend Johan Rojas.
No, I'm saying because the moment fouled him, no question about it.
Yep.
The moment fouled him, as everybody comes outside, as the boats, I guess the boats are starting
the parade is starting to
We about to get
in.
this thing started.
That's right.
Sharks in the water, by
There's
the way.
no sharks.
You got to stop.
This is a bay. I see a 1-foot turtle.
I'm just saying.
There's a little baby turtle.
There's no sharks.
I mean,
no sharks.
But the boats, okay, the boats are coming in.
Yes.
People are coming outside. We're about to get a procession.
More boats than Phillies hits, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's
the offense right now is a problem.
Yes, it is.
It's a problem. Look, it wasn't great with Bryce Harper, so he's been out weeks, right? This isn't like he went out Sunday and now they're not hitting. They've been up and down the whole year, but there's a lot of problems here. All right, 215-592-9494. The Phillies play this afternoon in Houston. They're facing a pitcher in Hunter Brown who has an ERA under 2. I'm not sure they're going to score today.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out my parlay because Dick Fitz didn't work out for me last night.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You pronounce it as though it's a French word that ends with an ET.
Parlay.
Parlay.
Can
you repeat the line you said a second ago that we just?
What you mean, Dick Fitz?
He didn't do nothing.
He's an idiot.
Didn't work out for you. Dick Fitz.
About my parlay didn't work out. Francisco gave me a parlay yesterday. The ground one didn't work out for me.
Well, don't blame Francisco.
I mean, yeah.
Make your own parlays.
You see who's here?
Is that Jason?
That's Jason Kelce rolling in.
As he's throwing out footballs.
Yes, he is.
Uh-oh.
He has. Jason has on pants today because yesterday he had on some bikini draws.
Well, he had something else. And then
he had on an America themed bikini draw.
Yep, he did.
He's not a quarterback. He threw one on top of the field.
That was a duck.
Now he's throwing ducks. His arm is running out of gas.
We haven't seen one of those since Carson.
And it's the top deck upstairs, but he ain't even making it up there. That's terrible. As the boats come in, as we dock. But, yeah, man, it's like, Francisco, thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot.
Was there a no-hitter?
Parlay.
I mean, he gave you DeGrom, who pitched great yesterday.
Yeah, but he didn't give me 8 strikeouts. He didn't give me 8+.
Couple takeaways from the Phils, then right back to the phones on the Phillies and the Sixers. A couple things struck me last night. One, you want to blame me for the offense? I'm
saying.
Okay.
I don't know what Bryce is right now, Joe.
Well, he took more batting practice yesterday, if that helps.
Would you be surprised? I know it might not happen, but wouldn't it be surprised if he came in as a conquering hero today?
Oh,
like it just feels like
running
a Bryce
in on
Harper,
his white horse.
Yeah, it feels like a Bryce Harper moment.
All right, who's more at fault for the lineup, the Phillies or me right now?
You.
Me?
I would say you.
Okay.
Because it's ironic, and I wasn't gonna say a word.
Yep.
But it's ironic how you talk about we don't need Bryce, and then all of a sudden the bats go super cold.
If we're in I told
this hot ass weather.
If we're in I told you so mode.
Yes.
Are we in I told you so?
Yeah, a little bit.
You know what? Yesterday, I had Jack send me a list of MLB outs above average leaders, and Trey Turner's, fourth among shortstops. Stop sending me this crap, okay? That ball in the first inning, any good shortstop gets to. That shouldn't have been a run. Wheeler got hosed because his shortstop can't get to a ball that's up the middle. So that was annoying last night. And the other thing, Kyle, they desperately need a right-handed bat. So last night, the Astros threw 5 lefties. Obviously, the starter was a lefty, but every reliever they put in, was a lefty. I mean, they're daring the Phillies' right-handed hitters to hit a lefty, and Bohm didn't, Castellanos didn't, obviously Turner didn't, Real Muto. It's a problem. They don't hit lefties.
But, I'm with you there. I just think they need another bat or presence in the lineup. I'm less infatuated with the lefty righty type thing anyway.
At least an everyday
player.
Right.
That's what I mean. Right.
Like
Brandon Marsh has been hitting lefties this season. He got another hit off a lefty last night. I think was that at the beginning of the 8th to start that almost rally type thing. They just need a threat in the lineup. And I know Bryce Harper's not been amazing, but
would have been great to have him out there.
That's exactly right. 260 average, maybe it's 800 OPS this season. That just deepens the lineup. So you're not throwing total turds out there when you get to the bottom of the lineup. But it's true. I mean, that's what a lot of these guys are. And I know Bryce Harper's a left-handed hitter. He's not a righty. But just adding him into the lineup, I don't know if they win the game or they score a run with him in.
It's hope.
It just helps. You can't tell me that it doesn't.
Well, of course it would help. I mean, we're all in agreement. But here, they need another bat, right? Of course they need Bryce back. But they need another bat because the offense right now is pitiful. Your reaction to the Phils and, of course, the Sixers and what they did last night. 215-592-9494. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Where are people? Are people with us in hope, or are they with Mr. Doom and Gloom over here, Hugh Douglas?
Keeping it a beat.
No, keeping it a beat. I mean, we're trying to celebrate the pick, celebrate the Sixers doing the right thing.
People are more with you. It's 55% no.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Because they heard the same thing that I heard last night.
I wonder if people are having trouble and they're stuck between the hope for now or the hope for the future.
Yes. That's what it is, because when they talked about bringing Joel Embiid back and talking about him being ready for the season, that to me stunts the growth of the young guys. If we're going to go young, let the young guys.
But what are we going to do? You're going to tell?
Nothing.
I mean, I joked the other day. Tell Joel and Paul to stay home. What are we going to do?
But here's the thing: he stayed home last year. I mean, for obvious reasons.
Well, he'll probably.
Still,
you want to be real? He's probably going to get hurt again.
I mean, that's
if we're keeping it a buck, a bean, whatever you would say, keep it whatever. He's going to get hurt again and miss time.
Yeah, but it's different, Joe, when you come in as a young guy, and they say, okay, he's the leader. Because that's what it kind of feels like. It kind of feels like everything runs through Joel. And if that everything runs through Joel, then you concede everything to Joel. That's the problem that I have. Maxey tried to step up last year and be that guy that somebody – it might have been somebody was in his ear and said, hey, man, you need to be the leader. It needs to be a consensus that you're going to let these young guys lead. And I don't think that's going to be the case, to be totally honest.
All right, let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9490 for reaction to the Phils, who got shut out again last night. They haven't scored in a ridiculous amount of innings. It just the more we move closer to the trade deadline, Bryce or not, they need another bat in here. This lineup at times is totally feeble. And the Sixers did last night give you hope. It did for me. They made the right pick. They took the right kid.
Come on, Douglas.
I think they're tipping the scales here. The weenie scale we keep talking about. They're tipping the scales.
I like how Kyle coined it, the weenie scale.
The winners and the losers here. They have too many losers around here.
That one. That was pretty good.
Too many weenies, and now they're bringing in people that like this. The first time this kid plays real defense in a game, chase down block on a good player, he's gonna be.
No, he's gonna infuse the fan base is gonna be excited.
Yes,
they're gonna be excited, and I hope so.
Straight from the Bahamas, Philly guy. I love it.
I just want him to be allowed to grow on the offensive side of the ball and stop trying to run it through Joel Embiid. That's what I'm concerned about.
Yes, well, I think a lot of people would agree with that. Mike in North Philly does not like the Edgecombe pick. What's up, Mike?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What's up, Mike?
Good. So I just wanted to say, it's not that I don't like Edgecombe in the pick in isolation. What it is I just don't like the propaganda around the pick, because at the end of the day, I just feel like in basketball specifically, talent wins games. Like, even when I was listening to, the conversation about the Phillies, right? Like, the Phillies are losing because the people that we invested our money in aren't either playing or not hitting. Like Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Nick, they're coming up short. And we're talking about, waiting for Bryson to come back, where I feel like the kid Otto was one of the better hitters in the last couple of weeks since he's been in. He's been one of the most consistent pieces that we had. So, when I think about the Phillies relative to the Sixers, talent is what's going to get us over the top. I don't think us hoping that a defensive player that's going to defend Boston or any of the other team is going to put us over the top.
So I used to think like that, Mike, and I've changed my thinking. I mean, they're all talented, right? Like, there's different levels. I understand that. But, we're not talking about undrafted players here, like Edgecombe or Bailey or Johnson. Like, they're all talented kids that are picked for a reason that high. I just think it's changed. It used to be just put the most talent together and hope they win. I don't know. Is that really happening anymore? Were the Thunder overwhelmingly talented, or were they deep, and did they play defense?
I don't think the Thunder win this championship without Halliburton getting hurt. I also don't think that. I think
but even go to Indiana. If Indiana won,
they're like mirror teams.
Yeah, they're not running around with 5 Hall of Famers on the court.
I agree. Yeah. What I'm simply stating is that this idea of leadership and team culture, and I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I just think it's extremely overstated and overrated in a sense, and more so overstated because when you guys were talking about the Eagles and talking about Darius Slay and all of his mishaps, Darius Slay's comments always came after losses. Anytime we lost and got torched, it became a problem. When we were winning, nothing. Joel Embiid was a fan favorite in the city when we were winning. When he gets hurt and we lose, he's the worst player we've ever seen, right? I think teams' chemistry are going to be dictated by the amount of wins that we rack up throughout the season. And I don't know if a defensive player is going out there is going to necessarily move the needle enough for the Sixers to become winners for us to really judge the impact that he'll have on our team culture.
So maybe not now.
The best players got to do it.
So I understand. Mike, we appreciate the call. I actually think we're underrating this kid a little bit. Call him just a defensive player. He can score. He's 18. He averaged 15 points a game in college. Now, is he going to average 15 or 20 this year? Probably not. I mean, he gives you 10 or 12. I think that'd be great. But I don't know. I think one day he could average 20 points a game in the NBA. He's got a skill set there, right? Plus, how could we say that this stuff is overrated or overstated when we just watched losers here? I mean, James Harden is one of the more talented players to ever play in the league. Guy's a loser.
Could we not just lay out the weenie scale?
I mean
he clearly wasn't paying attention.
Ben Simmons, when he came in the league, people said he's Magic Johnson, he's LeBron James. He's a weenie. I mean, the reason he didn't reach his ceiling isn't because he didn't have talent. It's because the guy had a loser mentality. How could we go too far with that? Doesn't make any sense.
I think culture matters, too. I know the caller called in and he said he don't think that culture has anything to do with winning and just winning games. I think a positive culture helps foster winning. You know, because if you're taking care of your guys, if they feel good about coming to work, if you feel like you're not working, it's easy to go out there and get a win. Yeah. But when you talk about, to me, when I hear them talk about the Sixers and Joel Embiid is as the leader of this team, if you're going to let these young guys be the future, then it needs to start now. You know, we can't try to run it back. We can't worry about being the third seed in the East or anything like that. We need to allow these young guys to grow so we could be like an OKC. Yeah. Now, I don't know if all three of these young guards are going to be here. I don't know that to be the case. But if we're talking about the future and how to build this, it starts with allowing VJ Edgecombe to develop on the offensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm. And I think – so I agree with him to an extent. Like when you're in the middle of a season, you don't know what the culture is until they're winning for a stretch or they're losing for a stretch like that. And that's when you can start to see it, right? And you know when it's a bad culture. And usually, I mean, you never really think of bad teams that have good culture, right? Like the culture, I think, comes after winning when you're in the season. But you can always establish it before the season, and I think that can lead to you becoming a winning team, and then it looks like you have a really good culture.
Yeah, I look, they're all talented again, and I just think we go so far with like the most talented players always win. I think we think that because when they start winning, we assign the talent back to them. Like I'm not saying that we just built the Warriors, but none of those guys were high picks. No one bought anything when Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green were drafted, but they got the most out of their ability, and obviously they just got better and better.
And it's going to be up to Nick Nurse, if he survives. We'll see what happens this season if he survives it. If he can develop if he can develop these guys. But I don't know, like something about just Daryl Morey's track record with who he's taken. Like Tyrese Maxey, he's developed this game. I think every single season. We didn't really see it last year because Joel Embiid was out.
But he's reached his ceiling. He's found it.
Right, exactly. So I think that's a thing that can happen here, and I do think Joel Embiid has something to do with that. Like if Joel Embiid is healthy, I understand he's not a big culture guy, and I know Hugh's super down on him, but like. If you see these kids play alongside Joel Embiid, I think you will see them flourish. Like, he adds that element to the floor where teams just have to respect who he is. I mean, like, he is that presence in the middle of the court that allows for a guy like Tyrese Maxey or allows for a guy like Jared McCain. We'll see VJ Edgecombe eventually, like, to become who they are and reach their ceiling.
I'm rejuvenated today after that draft pick because I went in last night thinking there was a chance they were going to screw it up. I mean, when they were on the board at 3, and I was like, are they really going to take Ace Bailey? Are they just going to take the talent guy and hope they can make it work? They didn't. They did the right thing. Let's go to Chuck in Mount Airy. Hey, Chuck.
Chuck.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, Chuck. What's up, buddy?
Man, listen. Joe Gilio, what's the dealio? Hugh Douglas, what's going on? Cal Quinn. Listen, this pick sucks.
Wow.
Simple as that.
You're out on VJ already?
Wow. No, it ain't about VJ. You know what I mean? We got this 7'2" loser of a player still on his team. You know what I mean? And you see Boston, everybody else making moves. And I'll tell you what this is going to do. They just prolonged the era of Joel Embiid more. That's all they did. This pick was just to satisfy Joel Embiid. Oh. And the Sixers, they don't have the foresight to think past anything, that's remotely close to not building around Joel Embiid. This is another pick to build around a loser. Okay? And it's simple as that. It's more about the organization in this 7'2" tub of lard that we have of a player who doesn't come through and does not come through in the clutch. Okay, his numbers drastically dropped in the playoffs. Okay, he's not a championship player, and what he's going to do, he's going to poison the minds and the brains of these young guys. When you drafted Allen Iverson, and you drafted, when you drafted even Joel, it was their team. This isn't going to be VJ's or Tyrese Maxey or McCain's team until he's out of here, okay? I'm not worried about Paul George. Paul George is an after fact. This guy, Joel Embiid, has been a dark cloud over the 76ers' heads for so long, and he's just a miserable guy, and he's always injured, and that's just going to feed off on these guys. It's not going to be the other way around. You kidding me? This guy is a veteran.
Well, it was for the Eagles, though. Like, we've seen examples of where it works that way.
But when? Well, tell me how.
I just told you. Like, look at the Eagles' defense the year before Vic Fangio got here, and they drafted Quinion and Cooper DeJean. What was James Bradbury, and what did he make Darius Slay look like? Right? They looked like losers, and then all of a sudden you get young guys in here, and they change the culture of the team.
Hold up, time out. Before he got those guys in, first of all, you're talking about a different sport. And those guys, if I'm not mistaken, they made a Super Bowl in 2022. That's not really a good example. Okay, those guys were used to winning.
All right. Well, then, Chuck,
okay?
let's do 2020 to 2022. What happened then? They had Jalen Reagors, and then they got Devontae Smith in here. They got Jalen Hurts in here, and it changed the culture of the team because Carson Wentz and Jalen Reagor were losers. Losers.
No one has lost more than Joel Embiid in this city, okay? And it's a different sport. You're not going to have VJ Edgecombe come in and try to light a fire under Joel Embiid's ass. It's not going to happen. It's going to be the other way around. Okay, so we got to depend on that. We in bad trouble as an organization. Okay, this is just pick. It ain't VJ. VJ might be a great player. You know what I mean? He might turn out to be a player I love. You know, he has a skill set. But it's this guy. This guy is just a dark cloud hanging over the 76ers head, and I'm not with it.
Listen, some of what you said I agree with, and Chuck, we appreciate the phone call. But what are they supposed to do with Embiid now?
It's no choice. But
they're stuck until and like I think it would make us feel good if Daryl Morey goes out there and says, you know what, Joel Embiid's not even part of this anymore. We're moving in a new direction. But he's on the team. He's under contract. Like, it doesn't help Morey to torpedo whatever trade value he has. And the only way we're going to dump him right now is to give up picks to dump him. So this is a tricky situation. Morey made a lot of mistakes, right? Like, just because I like this draft pick last, that doesn't mean I'm absolving Daryl Morey from blame. That extension for Joel Embiid is ridiculous. Right? It looks absolutely ridiculous. The draft pick, the trade for the signing of Paul George, is insane. But all you could do now is try to move past it. Like, what are you supposed to do? Say, we're not going to draft anyone, or not? Like, they have to move forward while dealing with this.
See, that's not what I'm talking about. I hear what you're saying, and I totally understand that. But cultivating a winning culture starts from the top, and it trickles down. And my concern when I talk about all this, I know you're right, Joe. I know that we are hamstrung with the Paul George contract and the Joel Embiid contract for that matter.
Yep.
But you can still let these young guys develop if you just change the way that you do things. And what I mean by that is this. Allow these young guys, because we don't know what Joel Embiid is going to be. Allow these young guys to grow and develop. My biggest concern is that Joel Embiid is going to come back and we're going to think he's healthy or he's going to be healthy. And we're going to run things like we ran them in the past, and we're going to run everything through Joel Embiid. Yeah. I don't think that should be the case.
So we were making examples earlier of the Eagles, different teams, like you bring in a winning player and it kind of starts tipping the scale. You know, the Eagles' culture started to fade after they won the first Super Bowl, right? Like it went down the next couple of years. 2020 was a disaster.
Right.
They drafted Jalen Hurts. I'm not trying to say VJ Edgecombe's going to become Jalen Hurts.
Right.
And like, you know.
No, but that's the example I just used with Chuck.
But they drafted a leader.
It changed the culture of the team.
Yes, and to your point, Hugh, maybe it's not overnight, but they started drafting the right people. They drafted Hurts. Wentz was still here. The next season was a disaster. I mean, but eventually they moved off of Wentz, and it became Hurts' team, and away they went.
And I don't think it being a different sport matters. Like, this is something that happens across all sports. Like, if you're going to tell me that somebody can infect the culture in a negative way as badly as a guy like Joel Embiid does or a guy like James Harden does, then why is it impossible for it to go the other way?
Let me give you one more example. And I didn't even know if this one is totally fair, but I remember people saying it, that maybe the Phillies wouldn't have done what they did if they kept Bobby Abreu, right? They had to turn that locker room over to Rollins and to Utley. But Abreu was here when those guys came up, right? Like, sometimes it takes time to turn the whole thing over. Like, when the Phillies started to incorporate Howard and Rollins and Utley, their culture was turning, and then maybe they needed to take it into overdrive, and they traded Abreu and whatever, and then they went and won the World Series. I just think last night was a big step. They took a kid that I think is a winner, and they avoided a loser. Maybe the bar is low, Hugh, for the Sixers. They avoided a loser last night, and I'm happy.
I get what you're saying, Joe, but I am more worried about the message to me that I heard when all of a sudden we're talking about VJ Edgecombe, and they say, well, Joel Embiid is going to be ready when the season starts.
Yeah.
That right there, I was like, oh, my gosh, we're about to run this.
To be fair, he was asked for an update.
I understand he was.
He didn't open the press conference and say, Joel's coming back.
No, but I'm just saying that's what it kind of feels like, though. And if we are going to move forward as a franchise and be where we want to be in a few years, it starts now and allowing the young kids to take over.
And I get where people like you and people like Chuck are coming from. I'm not going to sit here and try and talk anybody into being excited about Joel Embiid next season. I think, I have hope for the Sixers next year. I think that they're going to be, I said, 3 seed at minimum. But if you're going to tell me we have it's the same song and dance with Joel Embiid, like I have no evidence to suggest otherwise. That's okay. Mm-hmm. But the notion that Joel Embiid's going to rub off on VJ Edgecombe and tank this kid and whatever he is for the future, that's insane to me.
Well, it's more so, I feel like it's a chance that he can fall into lockstep with whatever's going on. Because, again, Maxey tried to do it last year. And, you're talking about a young cat that came in who's already been reported that he was a little nervous at his workout. Mm-hmm. I mean, he has the work ethic, but you're gonna pay deference to the guys that you saw play.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about the Joel Embiid, you're talking about the Paul Georges. And if you see them handling things a certain way and not the right way, it has a tendency to rub off.
I just think he has – I heard him say last night that he appreciated that Maxey came to his workout, and he said he hopes they retire together here. I think the two of them, and I'll throw McCain in there, I feel like they're going to lead the way.
Yeah.
And I know it's not easy, Hugh. You're saying if the big guy's there and he's getting the shots. I just think they took someone last night who's got the right mentality, and they haven't done that around here in a long time.
I'll give you that.
215-592-9494. You can hear the parade, I believe, coming in here as we broadcast. They are the participants in the beer bowl are.
Well, some of them look real hot.
Well, they're in outfits.
Well, they got
Santa.
one dude like a Santa. Oh, I know. Ooh,
I saw people in furs.
Yeah.
That can't be happening.
That's a lot for a day like
you're
today.
Talking about cooking a steak.
Yeah. All right, we're broadcasting live, as you can hear, from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Your reaction to the Sixers, what they did last night? Did you like the Edgecombe pick? I'm sure there are Ace Bailey people out there. Are you disappointed they didn't take Ace? And do you have hope? I have hope again for the Sixers after last night. Renewed hope because they made the right pick. They took someone here who's going to help tip the scales from the losers they've had to the winners we hope they become. All right, your phone calls coming up. Phillies' reaction to the loss last night. And when we get back, I want to let you hear what Dave Dombrowski recently said about Kyle Schwarber and his upcoming free agency. It's a little bit different than what he said a few years ago when Nola was in this same spot. You'll hear that next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Astros. Leading off starts at 1:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 2:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
To the track, looking up, it is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. You might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, well, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer to get started with FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music. Sip refreshing Happy Dad malt seltzers at our tiki bar. Or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week. Enjoy Happy Dad malt seltzers, now available in Delaware and Maryland. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeIn.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the bare knuckle fighting championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash and smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A shower storm possible through the afternoon, high around 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
This is the Midday Show, live from Sea Isle for the Team 62 Beer Bowl. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, broadcasting from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Beer Bowl about to begin. They had the parade. They came in on their boats, Hugh, and now they're going to have the competition, including the grease pole. Crisco on the pole there.
Yeah, man, I was here this morning when they were greasing the pole.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see how the guys choose to navigate the pole.
Now, how would you, so to describe it for everyone, it almost like, not a pole like you would climb in the city.
Yeah, as I look up.
It's almost like, imagine a tree fell over.
Yes.
And you're trying to walk across or run across the tree, right?
And it's greasy.
And it's grease. But at the end of the tree it looks like there's an eagle,
Yeah,
right?
like
you have
I'm
to grab
assuming-
that. And then the second half
You got to
is
grab another pole.
Right. The second half of it is over the bay. So if you
wait a
slip,
minute, you got to
go in the
grab the
bay.
whole pole, like the pole. You got to see. I thought it was the top of the thing, so that's like the whole. You got to grab the whole.
Yes,
pole.
you got to. Yep, got to grab the pole.
What would you say? It's about 12 feet out?
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how the individuals choose to navigate the pole.
Well, Ross Tucker told us he's going to do a little shuffle like an offensive lineman.
Well, no, that's not going to work. I didn't want to say that in front of Ross because
I worry about that.
He was confident.
Yeah.
That shuffle stuff is not going to work.
So how would you do it?
If I was going, first of all, I'm not getting on anybody's pole. That's not about to happen.
You're not jumping on the grease
No,
pole?
I'm not jumping on the grease pole. But if I was going to jump on the grease pole, I think that your best bet is to run as fast as you can.
Yeah.
And be as light on your feet as you possibly can, because as soon as you step on the grease, you're slipping.
Yep.
So your best bet is to try to get as much length as you possibly can.
I have a different thought.
And then grab the pole. What's your thought, Joe?
Well, all right, so I don't know all the rules. I mean, they hand them to us. I didn't read them all over because we're not participating. Do you have to stay on the pole? Because you could jump off the side of the –
imagine.
Well,
Joe,
if you jump off the side of the dock and you leap –
that might be smart.
You
but
might be able to grab it with your arm before you fall in the water.
That's an injury waiting to
What are
happen.
you talking about? The worst that happens, you fall in the water.
I was about to.
I would avoid grease poles as much as I can. That's
this
the
looks
general rule I live by.
It's
Just
like a head
avoid grease
injury
poles.
waiting to happen.
Well, it all depends on how you navigate the pole. You know, if you're going in head first, then, you're going to get hit by the pole.
Yeah, no one wants that. That's a problem waiting to happen. All right, so we'll tell you how this goes here. All the benefits today to the Eagles Autism Foundation.
I'm trying to get Jason.
Well, he's taking photos.
Well,
down
he's
there,
not taking photos now.
Well, he was. He's doing photo shoots.
Oh,
All
he's
right.
doing a little thingy thing.
Before we get back to the phone lines, your reaction to the VJ Edgecombe pick, and do you have renewed hope again for the Sixers? I do. Kyle does. Hugh Douglas being a whole stick in the mud. No
3
hope.
seed at minimum.
No hope for the Sixers here from Hugh Douglas. And the Phils a loss last night. Let's get to Dave Dombrowski. Because, guys, yesterday he was on the Starkville podcast with Jason Stark. And listen to what he said when asked about the future free agency. And this was a question really about Ranger, JT, but Schwarber was kind of the backdrop of the question. Listen to how Dave Dombrowski framed how he's feeling as Schwarber's a couple months from free agency.
And I know in Schwarber's case, you've said publicly you hope he'll be a Philly for a long time. How would you describe the future of those two players and your team?
Well, you're talking about two not only quality performers. I mean, we talk about Schwarbs, and now he's really more of a DH. And JT, been one of the best catchers in the last decade in Major League Baseball. You're not only talking about two really quality performers, you're talking about two quality people who are leaders that are well respected, that bring about everything you could to a ball club. So, of course, you'd like to keep players like that in your organization for years to come, both of them. It always gets to be a little more difficult when players become free agents because they're open to the world. I just used the example of, let's say you think a player's worth 3 at X and somebody else comes by and gives that 10 at Y, and that Y is 500 million and you're willing to pay the person 50 million. Well, I tip my cap to him and say, good luck to you. I mean, great opportunity for you. But you can be assured, Schwarbs is a leader. He's been a winner everywhere he's go. He's gone. He's one of the best people you could have on a ball club, brings power. JT is a leader. Our pitchers love throwing to him. He's a quality performer. There's not many people that are tougher than JT Realmuto that I've ever been around in the game of baseball. So they are two core players of our club that are extremely important. And we're hopeful that they'll remain Phillies for years to come.
Yeah, Hugh, as I heard that, it sounded to me like we'll see what happens. I have sensed about the Schwarber thing the whole time that they're obviously going to let him go to free agency, right? They tried to do something last spring, didn't work out. But when he said, "Hey, if we think a player's worth X and they get this from that team,
God bless you,"
he basically said, good job getting the money. I mean, it sounds like they obviously want Schwarber back, but I don't get the sense that they are going to pay. They're going to overpay ridiculously to bring him back, which concerns me because when you get to free agency, that's what happens.
It sounds like they're going to let Schwarber set the market. They don't want to set the market. It sounds like they're willing to let him go into free agency because they don't know what he's going to be worth. They don't want to offer him anything because they feel like they might come in too high. You know what I mean? So they want other people to go out there. Go out there and look and see what you can get, but come back to us and let us know.
So you might be saying, maybe this is just the way Dave talks about free agents to be. It's not a big deal, and maybe you're right. But let's hear. This was a couple years ago. This is how Dave Dombrowski spoke about Aaron Nola as he was heading, in this same kind of thing, heading towards free agency. Here's Dave on Nola just a couple years ago.
Unfortunately, and I don't mean this as a negative or positive, it's just a reality. We didn't sign him in spring training. We would have liked to have done that. We didn't get it done. So I can't tell you that I feel 100% confident we're going to get it done, but we would like to sign him, and we'll be aggressive in trying to make that happen. But if not, I respect the player's ability to test free agency and get whatever dollars they possibly can that meets their needs. And it's a situation where if that happens, I'd be sad. But we'd have to go ahead, and he wouldn't be the first guy that I've ever lost in free agency. But you still have to plow forward. You still have to go ahead and try to get somebody to try to help you. But again, our goal is to try to keep him and have him with us.
That sounded different to me. That was him saying they'd be sad if he left. We're going to be very aggressive trying to sign him. And he basically said they regretted not getting it done earlier before the season. That was not the messaging I just heard here about Schwarber. This was more like, hey, if someone gives them more than we offer, what are we going to do?
Well, it's a different thing because we all know that Schwarber is a hot commodity, or we think that he's going to be a hot commodity. So when you talk about him in that light, it's probably a little tougher because he's a little bit older, and you might have him valued at such and such as a power hitter, but another team, when you talk about, we like to talk about him in the Dodgers lineup. They look at him, and for what they're trying to accomplish, they are willing to overpay for him, and they know that.
Yes.
So they're trying to figure out. They don't really know what the market is for Schwarber right now.
I thought you were his feet.
Well,
yeah, we was reckless.
I was thinking about it, but I don't know. I didn't hear too many differences in what he said.
You felt the same?
I felt it sounded like a lot of the same. I mean, without saying though, like we'd be sad or like we regret not signing him.
It just felt stronger than Nola.
Yeah, maybe
he didn't use the glowing endorsement words
now,
that he used with.
Part of it, I think it's worth noting here. Part of it is that year it was really just Nola was their big free agent.
Right.
They have to deal with Suarez, Real Muto, and Schwarber.
Yeah,
so I wonder if he's just like, hey, I have this much. Now he's not saying this. I wonder, I have this much money to spend. I don't know how this is going to play out.
And knowing what I know, they did offer him a contract in spring training, did they not? So Dave doesn't need to explicitly say we regret not being able to sign him in spring training. I know that they regret not signing him in spring training because they tried to and they couldn't get it done. So I don't know. I didn't hear it. It didn't come off to me as too much different from the Nola. I heard a lot of the same wordings, just like reiterated in a different sort of way. Like that sounded to me a lot like how he talked about Aaron Nola.
Yeah, look, the more this goes on, the closer we get to free agency. He's obviously going to hit free agency. He is not going to sign with the Phillies before. I mean, it's not going to happen here. He's going to be a free agent. If I am Kyle Schwarber, there's no way I'm signing until free agency. It just, guys, it hits me for this reason. The Phillies are on pace right now to have Schwarber hit about 48 home runs this year. And nobody else in the team is on pace for 20 home runs. I mean, think about that for a second. 48 home runs for Schwarber. Nobody else on pace for 20 home runs. They got to keep this guy. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines here. And, Hugh, we haven't talked to this guy in a week or two. Or I forget the last time he called in, but your neighbor, Skip, from Claymont, Delaware. Skip, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Hugh. How do you do? Hello.
What's up, Skip, man? How you doing?
Hey, can you guys let everybody know if Jason Kelce is still wearing his Speedo underwear?
No, he has on a nice little ensemble where he's wearing all his he has on clothes, Skip. He has on clothes.
It's a little disappointing, but it sounds fun. Sounds like you Douglas is in a good mood. I heard him greasing his pole earlier.
That's not what you heard, Skip. I was given a description.
He was describing what was happening here. Yeah.
At the Kelce Kelce event.
Must have been my imagination running away from me.
Yeah, you got to stop that. You got to stop that.
I was a little concerned about you. You gave me a scare last weekend.
Yeah, Hugh, where'd you go last weekend again?
I went to Ohio.
That's right. How was that?
Well,
it was nice.
Thank God you're okay. I was relieved to hear your voice on Monday because I thought you were missing. Here at the development, we were very concerned about your wellness.
His wellness?
Yeah, Skip.
Douglas?
I appreciate you being concerned, Skip, but y'all, I keep telling you, man, y'all worrying about the wrong thing.
Yeah,
man.
everything's
I'm
fine
okay.
with him, Skip. He's
okay.
here with us. He's good.
We had no idea where he was. He doesn't talk to anybody here. We were concerned. There was no activity at all in Hugh's place, and I had to go in.
Wait a minute. Why? Hold up. Wait a minute. You went into my place, Skip?
No, hold on a second. Skip. Hold on. Hugh, this is a big deal. He's in your house.
Why are you in my place?
You can't just let Skip go in your house.
Why are you in my place?
What is going on here?
You know, technically, I can't do nothing.
I had to execute a wellness check. I had
for what,
probable
Skip?
cause.
What was your probable cause for going into my spot, Skip? I feel a little violated right now.
There was no activity in there for days and days and days, and we thought something had happened. As the senior ranking member of the Homeowners Association, I had to go in there. Beverly from 207 thought you might have been dead. We don't know.
Well,
Skip, this is not that's not a good idea. You're not just allowed to just go in his house.
No, you can't do that. You got to have probable cause. That reason, that dog don't hunt, Skip.
I didn't have to break in. Luckily, I have a master key that comes with being the senior ranking member of the Homeowners Association.
Skip,
listen, don't worry about it. Everything turned out okay. It's a moot point now. I acted with an overabundance of caution, and I'm proud of myself. It comes from a place of deep concern and love.
You know what, Skip? I appreciate you having concern for me, but this is starting to go a little bit too far, and it's a little bit uncomfortable, Skip. I mean, if I'm being honest.
You should really pay more attention to the length of your curtains over the sink in the kitchen. The Homeowners Association specifically requires them to be either mauve or cream, and yours are more of a lavender. And
he does like lavender.
I did take them down for you, so it's been handled. It's all good.
What do you mean it's been handled?
I was wondering where the hell they went.
This man is in your house, you.
This is ridiculous.
What do you mean it's been handled?
I told you I handled it. Trust me, I handled it. I handled it twice, actually.
That's a lot.
By the way, your place is a mess. I took the liberty of cleaning up a bit. I had to navigate through and clean the place up. I paid a few bills for you. I took care of the utilities.
Who did that?
You only had a few days left.
Yeah, there's something wrong with you, dude. I mean, paying his bills?
Yeah, that's a little much.
Cleaning up the place?
You're overstepping your bounds, bro. Like, for real. It's a lot.
Just for being tidy, I cleaned his whole unit. It was a pleasure to clean you.
Oh, no.
You're I mean, Skip,
that just sounds so
you're
bad.
a creep.
This
is and a trespasser.
Creepy, Skip, that's creepy.
Forgive us our trespasses.
All right, Skip, you're in a neighbor's house uninvited here. You're moving the stuff around. You're cleaning. What in the world are you thinking? Like, what's the end game here, Skip?
What do you mean, Joe? Why are you asking that question? We don't need
you know, they say you don't know a man until you walk in his shoes. So I went in your house and I put your shoes on. I was walking around.
What in the world?
You didn't have your feet in my J's, Skip. Don't put your feet in my J's. Don't fool with J's, man.
I had to explain it to Beverly from Unit 207 because she was walking by and saw me, and I said I was on a wellness check. She said, that's fine, but why are you sitting in used sofa in front of his TV naked with his helmet on?
Yeah, that's a lot, Skip. I didn't need to know that. Now I got to burn that couch.
Oh, God.
Helmet, too, probably.
Again, this comes from a place of great respect and love for my favorite Eagle.
No,
By the way, Hugh, you're only allowed to have 5 knickknacks on your mantle. You had 6, so I took one home. And I took something else, too. I figured, we might play a little game called Use Clues, and guess what? I took something. Let's call them Skip's Clips.
All right, so Skip, you want to give us clues now? This will be fun. Let's see. This item you took, all right, from Hugh's place. Can you eat this?
That's a bit of a stretch. I'd have to say no, I wouldn't eat it, but I did have some of Hugh's bacon. I found the thick cut in your fridge and cooked it up. You're right, it's very tasty.
I was wondering what happened. I was wondering what happened to that damn bacon I was looking for yesterday.
Yeah, it's okay. The hickory smokes. It smelled. It's all gone now because I sprayed your cologne all over the place.
Love that Hatfield bacon.
I applied your cologne liberally, like Hollis Thomas does.
Yeah,
Hollis
is an overspray.
He does, yeah. All right, so Skip, you gave us a clue on what you took from Hugh's house here. So far, all right, so far we know you can't eat it. That's what we know so far.
Okay, let's say this item is part of. Could be part of Hugh's uniform when he played in the NFL.
Oh, well, you took a part of Hugh's uniform?
No, don't do that. Don't ask. I already know where we're going with this.
God.
Don't do that.
I saw it while I was working in your gym area. I was doing wrist curls.
Oh, my goodness.
I was wrist curls, hammer style. You know, by the way, you're out of Kleenex. I had a good workout. I took a shower, too. Your shower has great pressure.
No.
Versatile nozzle, too.
Sorry.
All right.
Versatile.
Clue number 2. I did use laundry also.
All right, so it's a uniform piece that you can throw in the laundry. Skip, I don't know.
I have an idea.
What it is, Joe?
No, I'm not sure yet.
Clue number 3. It goes on an appendage.
An appendage?
Oh boy, I tell you, man, it didn't take. See,
Yeah.
you know what Joe's slow playing this. That's what he. Yeah, he's.
Well, I mean, we're playing Skip's clues.
It serves as a wrap on an appendage. Bonus clue, it's something that Kyle's father was a little upset about, and his mother had to go to Mass at another church.
Kyle's dad, Mr. Quinn? Skip, I give up here, man.
Oh, jeez.
I give up.
I did use laundry, and I kept one sock for myself. It's a nice, and crusty now. In fact, that's what I call it.
Oh, no.
When I walk in the door, it's hanging on my mantle. Crusty the sock.
No, that's just a lot.
And if you want it back, you can come over and ring my bell anytime.
All right, Skip, that's
Skip.
enough.
We're
We got to
all
move
inclusive,
on here.
but
That's enough.
All right, even with all that, it's an honor to talk to you. Remember, Hugh, you can park your big truck in my garage anytime you want.
And that's when we cut him off.
Appreciate
That's
you.
it.
We're all
You got to do something about this.
That's a lot.
You got to. I mean, he said. I know he's part of the HOA. You got to. Someone above him. You got to talk to.
Well, hell,
it's getting out of control.
It took me 2 years to find a place that I stay in. How soon do you want me to move?
Well, you keep saying this, and the guy keeps taking liberties.
I got to figure it. I got to figure it
problem.
out. But that's a lot.
A lot of innuendo.
Yeah.
From Skip there.
A lot of innuendo.
What's worse, your clues or his?
Oh, his clues were pretty spot
Well,
on.
his
I mean,
clues were more sinister.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I
Also
kinda
more
knew.
succinct. We understood after 2 or 3 clues. Yours it takes 4.
I don't like how you're comparing the clues that I give, which are fire, compared to the
Hold
creepy
on.
clues.
That's a
that
good point,
Skipper
though.
did.
I mean, you caught on to what he was talking about within like seconds.
The point of the
because
clues is
it's-
not to
I mean,
make you
'cause
uncomfortable. It's to get you to
we
guess
already
it.
know the road Skip going down. So I mean, come on, man. That's a lot, man. I'm really.
And we know the road he wants to go down.
Oh no,
in your house, man.
You know, there's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm gonna leave it right there.
You get you're gonna park your big truck in his
boy.
garage.
I question every time we take Skip's call.
Yeah, that's a lot.
We
man.
might have to. I don't know.
I need to figure out a new living room.
You got to get a new lock. I think
Yeah,
he's got a master key.
Yeah, I got to find
The fact that he knows when you're home and when you're not because you're on the air, it's not good for you.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, but hell, everybody knows when I'm not home.
But not everyone has a key to your place.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
10 to 2 is kind of like,
Yeah,
the
we're
sweet
here.
spot.
Yeah, you can't avoid
You
that.
know what I
that.
mean?
All right, let's go to Matt in Germantown. Hopefully less uncomfortable than Hugh's neighbor there. What's up, Matt?
What's up, diehard Gilio, Kyle from FedEx, and my guy Herculean Hugh.
What's up, Matt?
What's up, y'all?
He said,
honestly,
That's crazy.
real rap, no, because Kyle be lining him up. Y'all got to watch it. Pay attention. He in a good mood today. He ain't lining nothing up. But when
He
not,
said he in a good mood. No, because he ain't controlling the board today.
Always
That's
in a
why.
good mood. Always in a good mood.
Okay. I'm hip.
The callers
But, yeah,
can't
no.
annoy him before they get to the air today. That's the difference.
That is true.
Okay. So with VJ Edgecombe, I see him as like a Donovan Mitchell, D-Wade light type of player with the work ethic, talent.
I see that
and
too.
everything.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Matt,
comparison.
those chase down blocks. There's a lot of young D Wade in that.
Yes, and that's what we need. And I feel like right now, like Hugh was saying, build around the youth. But Joel has the next year coming in. If you're supposed to be healthy and everything, this is your last time being top dog. If not, we're going to shift it to the young guys. They can reshift and restructure his contract, backload it, and then they need another prolific big, and then they can try to do the vet thing how Indiana did.
Yeah.
Well, I think I think the way you framed it is probably how this goes, right? Like he's under contract, he's not going anywhere, he's going to want to play. They kind of give it that one more year or one runway. But, Matt, a year from now, when Edgecombe's a year older and Maxey's obviously in his prime and McCain's a year older, it's their team in a year. I mean, I'm looking forward to that.
I agree, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So that's what we need to do, and if we can fish any kind of value from Paul George, that's what I would do. Like, he's a bandwagoner, to be honest, so if we rise a level, anything we get from him is like cherry on top. But if we can flip that into an asset and offload that back contract, we should be good.
Oh, yeah, of course. Matt, of course, we appreciate the phone. I mean, I would take a bag of basketballs right now for Paul George. I mean, forget value. I just hope we don't have to give up a pick to get him off the books.
I just find it amazing that Paul George, during the course of the season, said, hey, you know what? Stop this podcast.
You'll never get over that.
I just, like, you're going to a new team, right? And, you know, you want to try to make the best impression you possibly can, kind of like I did in Jacksonville. And
yeah, you sure
did. You know what I mean?
You comparing his tenure to your Jaguars tenure.
I mean, I worked hard.
I
wasn't healthy though, but it's like, but I did try.
Did you go to sleep on the training table?
I mean, after I was getting fired, I knew I was about to get fired. But the point is,
no
this.
one handles getting fired as famously as you do.
But
hard knocks.
But the point is this: you at least have to put forth the effort.
Yeah,
I have that. Well, I ain't been fired. Thank God, I ain't been fired in a while. So you know. That part of my life is behind me.
Clock might be ticking on you, though, buddy.
I ain't been fired in some years.
Clock's ticking on a lot of things for you, Douglas, this week. All right. Including your home not being
and just you in general.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
In the upper.
We established you're in the third quarter. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. We're live today from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City, from the New Heights
they got
team,
the festivities started.
Yeah, they have.
They're doing the Ninja Warrior.
Yeah, you going out there next?
Oh, no.
All right.
I'm not a water person.
Come on, Douglas.
Way to be innovative. She didn't go across the swing. She did it on the side.
That feels like
fine,
cheating.
Hugh. Come on, all right.
She cheated.
This all benefited, of course, the Eagles Autism Foundation. On the other side, speaking of Paul George, his take on VJ Edgecombe, the NBA star, and one we're all familiar with that Edgecombe reminds him of. That's coming up. Your phone calls on Edgecombe, the Phils. We'll have you for leading off coming up a little bit before the afternoon game today. 215-592-9494, Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball on the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You are going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun. July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new Miles Beach brings all the fun to the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live in person at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
This Friday's Mega Millions jackpot now has an estimated annuity of $348 million. $348 million. Buy at a retailer or online. Pennsylvania Lottery proceeds benefit older Pennsylvanians every day. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life?
Movie.
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Cooper Flag is heading to Dallas, #1 overall pick. But what kind of franchise is he walking into? Luka Doncic is gone. Kyrie Irving is rehabbing an ACL. Anthony Davis is battling his own body. And Jason Kidd's name keeps popping up in Knicks rumors, and no one's quite sure what the new ownership group even wants. Title contender, that feels generous. Flag might be the future, but right now he's stepping into uncertainty, and the Western Conference doesn't wait for anyone to find their footing. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome back. We are live today, Midday Show from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilla, Kyle Quinn here with us. We got everyone here with us today. Joe DeCamera just showed up there.
Just rolled up in the piece.
He is here.
His little flower shirt on.
Yeah, he's dressed for the event. Hugh, what's your take so far on what we've seen here?
It's basically, I guess you have to chug a beer. It's like an obstacle course. It's almost like Ninja Warrior.
Yes, on the water.
And on the water. And you have to navigate the obstacle course. And I guess at the end is where you dive into the water.
So the grease pole has not been part of the whole
Has
event.
not been navigated yet.
Yes,
but the young lady, I think the young lady that went first, she was the best so far. But the guys have put up a strong effort. But it's tough, I guess, as we go through the day and the obstacle course gets wet, it gets a little slippery. So that could be a little bit of a problem.
It looks like you got to chug a beer right before you go on.
It does look like that.
That adds
creates some problems.
I'm sure it does. So just one last time. Any chance when we're done with the show today that you'll participate?
No, I'm not doing that. That's not in my wheelhouse.
Hugh thinks there are sharks in the bay.
And there absolutely are not.
Are there fish?
Sure.
In the bay?
Yeah. And
is a shark
do you
a
see
fish?
all those people out there
No,
smiling?
I'm asking a question. We're gonna workshop.
Hugh, there are fishing creeks.
Is there a fish
this is not
in
a
the bay?
one-for-one.
Is there fish in the
I'm
bay?
sure there's a fish, yeah.
Are sharks fish?
Are we doing this?
Are fishes shark? Fishes, sharks, fish?
Do you see all
this
those
logic stinks.
Do you see all those
but
people
sharks,
out there?
But you do agree that sharks are fish, right?
There's no agree or disagree.
No,
like
but
there's
you agree
objective
that
fact.
sharks are fish,
No, they
right?
are. Yes.
Are fish in the bay?
Fish are in the bay.
Okay,
Hugh, yes.
so sharks are fish, right?
What are you talking about?
No, but I'm saying we're
this
workshopping
isn't working. No, we're not.
No, we're workshopping this. So what I'm saying is this: if fish are in the bay, right? There's a good chance that there might be one in there.
The good chance is where you've lost everyone
No, but
listening.
what I'm saying is this: like, let's use the logic here, right?
No, we're trying.
We're working on it.
No, but there's a possibility, right?
Very small.
Like my man right here, that's ear hustling. He know what I'm talking about.
He knows there's not a single shark
So
in there.
you feel where I'm coming with this, though, right, sir? See what I'm saying?
Do you see all the people out there having a good time?
And they can have all the good times that they want.
If there was
Ross
a shark,
Tucker's having a good time.
they wouldn't
Ross
be in there.
Tucker took his shirt off.
Well, it's
He's
hot.
out there. He's out. Look at. He walked away because I put him on blast. But yeah, it's no. I'm not.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
good.
Wait, are we even sure that sharks are fish? Though we had somebody on the station.
Oh no.
I thought I can't
disagree
hear
with.
you. I'm on the
disagree
air,
with
but
me.
I'm not going. I think I heard what you said. I'm not going out there.
Fran, you
That's not
gotta find Jolly on.
I already got it. Way ahead of you.
Oh, perfect.
You're
Let's
not
go.
going out there.
All right.
Play it?
Let's hear it.
Ross
You ever hear of a
leave.
fish catching a guy?
I was going to say, what if a shark, eats somebody? Yeah, Jaws.
What about it?
Fish, right?
Shark's not a fish.
Shark's not a fish? Oh, man.
Oh my
I'm going to
God.
dump that. I'm going to dump that so no one hears it.
It's not a fish. It's a mammal.
Remember when you said sharks aren't fish?
No, I didn't.
We have the audio.
Why would I say sharks aren't fish?
It happened.
And?
Well, you're telling me this stuff, so I don't know if I should believe
Shark's
it.
a mammal. I don't care.
Sharks are fish.
Sharks are not mammals.
I didn't
That is
decide
not
that.
true.
Jolly
Sharks are
versus
not
you?
mammals.
That's a pretty damning piece of audio
That-
for Jolly.
that's a tough look.
Well,
He had to be high. He had to be.
He was not.
He
I
was
could
high.
I could guarantee
He
that.
had to be high when he said that.
You know, we've all said dumb things on the air.
Oh, I have not said anything that was dumb.
That's
now,
true. That's true.
I have not Englished well. There have been times.
You told us there might be whales in Lake Tahoe.
Okay, that was I overshot that one. That's not dumb. That's not
What do
dumb.
you mean? That's not
I overshot
overshooting it. How would the
overshot it.
whales get to Lake
I
Tahoe?
overshot it. I had two things running around in my head. I overshot that. But that wasn't dumb. Now, I don't English well sometimes, but that do not say like sharks or fish.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Fish
That is true.
Fish can swim in the bay.
Yeah.
We're not. I'm not seeing the connection.
Okay.
I'm not. The connection is I'm not getting my ass in that water.
I never thought
that's the connection.
I never thought I'd set this up this way, but let's hear from someone rational. Paul George on his podcast, his take on the newest Sixer, VJ Edgecombe.
I like VJ. He showed tremendous upside when he played with Bahamas. He's competing, playing against top talent, and he's dunking on him. He's blowing by him. He was making impact. I like him. I like his upside. To me, I think he's kind of like Jimmy Butler, just a dog, plays hard, plays both ends, and it just has that toughness about him.
A Jimmy Butler comp, a young Jimmy Butler comp.
That's pretty dope because Jimmy Butler's a hard-nosed kind of guy.
Oh, yeah, and obviously, there's still many people here who are never gotten over the fact that the Sixers
That
let
he
him
left.
go. Right, and young Jimmy Butler was a dog. Like when he was on the Bulls before he got to Minnesota and here, he was a tenacious defender. And he's the kind of guy, because we had someone call earlier that said, not every player figures out how to shoot. Jimmy Butler did not come into the league a 25-point scorer, right? He came in the league a defensive player, and he worked his ass off to become an all-star player.
Kind of like VJ.
Yes,
but
I think he could have that same path where his calling card the
Career
first
arc.
2 or 3 years is defense. And then 4 or 5 years from now, like, whoa, he's averaging 23 a game. I could see that.
Yeah, but, you want him to come in and be comfortable and not feel like his growth is stunted on the offensive side of the ball. That's my biggest concern because, the last few years that I've been here, everything kind of runs through Joel Embiid, and Joel Embiid hasn't been healthy enough for that to be the case. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah, and the reality is he probably won't ever be again. So I understand your concern. I just have hope again for the Sixers for the first time in a while. They made the right pick last night. Adrian is up on WIP. Hey, Adrian.
Yo, Adrian.
Yeah, you know, Morey never's put no thought into making these picks. You know what I mean? We could have got 2 picks for this 3rd pick. I mean, when you pick 3, that's supposed to be like a game changer, man. He just said like another piece. We already got a piece like that, so.
What piece do we have?
How do you know?
What piece do we have that plays defense like this kid? Nobody.
We got Derek. Look, we could have got Derek McQueen and the point guard from Florida.
First of all, his name's Derek
we
Queen.
Need a
It's
point
not even
guard.
his name.
We have no point guard on this team, and we could have got younger. Got rid of Paul George.
Point guard. They have 2 point guards. What do you mean no point guard? They have Maxey and McCain.
Maxey's not a point guard.
Well, he plays point
You
guard
know
here,
anything
doesn't
about
he?
basketball? He's not a point guard.
So of Maxey and McCain, we don't have any point guards.
If you notice in the playoffs, every team had a great point guard. You know what I mean? The fuel, the fire. So with us not having a point guard, Maxey's a 2, McCain's a 2. Like, you know, we should have got younger, man. We supposed to have got rid of Paul George.
Younger? They took an 18-year-old last night. What do you mean younger?
But we already got him. He's a Grimes. He's nothing but a Grimes.
Oh, come on. The Quentin Grimes stuff. The guy showed up for 30 games last year. Now we're making him out to be something.
He showed up. This guy ain't showed up for no games yet. So we don't know what we're going to get.
He's a draft pick.
And you're the one saying it's a bad pick.
Wait, he's injury prone? Who said this? Who's injury prone?
I didn't know.
The pick that we got. He's been hurt already. I mean, y'all got to do your homework on this stuff. Don't nobody do their homework.
How many games did he miss last year? How many games did he miss last year?
We asked the question, was he hurt? Now we don't do our homework. Okay, got you. We got you. I got you.
So you wanted to trade down to like the teens? Yeah, that's about right.
Yep.
That's about right.
Was that Adrian the Giants
Oh,
fan?
yeah, it is, yeah. We haven't heard from him in a while.
We haven't.
I don't.
Probably for good reason.
I don't remember the last time we talked to him. Usually it's just during football season. Yeah. I haven't heard his Sixers takes.
I don't think he knows what the hell he's talking about.
Well, they seem to be equally as bad as every other take he's got. All right, we go from Adrian the Giants fan to Marlon the Cowboys fan. What a banner segment.
This is terrible.
What's up, Marlon?
Hey, Cal, I know it's all wonderful. But anyway, hey, Joe, how you going to just keep calling Ace Bailey a loser, though?
Because I think he's a loser. I mean, it's very easy.
Okay.
Losing player.
Before the draft, right, wasn't you in the WIP who want to play for the Sixers when they got the worst organization in the history of the NBA?
No,
but you don't give a man credit for saying, like, why would I want to go there?
No, why would I give him credit? Who the hell is Ace Bailey? He played at Rutgers. Give him credit.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah, sure
He's
it does.
going to get money. That ain't his problem.
I don't care about his money.
Hugh does.
Would you go to the Sixers knowing you got 2 dead weight players that never play?
So you're defending the kid who turned down every workout from Rutgers. This is who we're sticking up for here, Ace Bailey.
But he got talent, number one, and he can do that.
He can't jump. He can't shoot free throws. He's a skinny jump shooter.
Not everybody that's in college coming to the NBA now is hungry, bro. They gonna get paid. They already coming in with money, so they dictating now. So you got to understand that philosophy. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just keep calling him a loser. You wouldn't have played for the Sixers either.
Sure I would have. Wait, here's what I wouldn't have done, Marlon. I would not have scheduled a workout and then not just shown up for it. Like, who the hell is this kid? Like, why are we defending him?
That's good strategy.
No, it's not. He's in Utah. What strategy did he figure out?
He didn't want to be there, but guess what?
So hold on. I want to go through Marlon's logic on this. So the kid lost money last night, right? Like, the higher pick you are, the more money you make.
Yeah.
He lost money, and now he's in Utah. You think he's happy today?
But as he signs, he's going to get that money.
I don't care about his money. Lots of players in the NBA make a lot of money. There's lots of losers out there.
You know what? This is our fault. We let a Giants fan and a Cowboys fan tell us who a winner is.
Yeah. Is this Fran's fault?
Yeah. And then now we can't get no hits, right? Because just the other night, WIP won a bad auto talking about, he's not that great.
Who?
Even though he's doing everything.
He's back on the auto Kemp thing.
Auto Kemp. Now y'all want a bad auto, and now y'all want to throw them all around. And now we can't hit.
Marlon, what the hell are you talking about?
Marlon, here's the question. Are the Eagles going to win by 10 or more on opening night? Yes or no?
I think, you know what? I think the Eagles going to get down so
Don't
bad.
say-
so
don't
y'all
say
to
ball. Stop
continue
it.
to
Stop it.
bash Jalen Hurts. That's what I think.
Marlon, you are ridiculous. That's a double-digit Eagles win on opening night. Wow. Cowboys suck. All right.
Bananas.
The people that defend you can have one at Ace Bailey, right? Like if you think he was better and you think he's going to be a better player, that's fine. Like I disagree. The idea of defending his strategy in this draft, Hugh, is bonkers to me. I mean, he scheduled workout and just didn't show up. Like, how is anyone defending that?
Nah. I mean, I wonder what the method to his madness was, or what was his end game, I should say.
Was it to lose money and get to Utah? Because that feels like a weird end game.
And then not only does he get drafted by Utah, then there's a report out there that he didn't want to go to Utah. Okay, so where he wanted to go? Where he wanted to go? Obviously, I look at it like this, Joe. Money. He was not driven by money. Because if you're driven by money, you go to the third pick, you look at the money, and you want the money.
Not short term. I think long term he wants to score to get his next contract.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So he's not worried about that right now.
Right.
So he has a situation, or he's in a situation where he's not worried about that, as opposed to VJ. VJ was talking about, I was reading a story where, they were talking about how for 7 years they lived off a generator or something of that nature, how he didn't have any money.
He came from nothing.
Yeah. And how hungry he is to just – be somewhere and be that guy. I like that. I like that mentality for him. I like the fact that that's how he is, because when you look at some of the guys that were in the finals this year, that's kind of their story. Jalen Brunson, a guy was like that. Hard workers.
Well, look at the Thunder. I mean, Shea was not a top 10 pick. Jalen Williams not a top 10 pick. I mean, their two best players weren't even supposed to be.
I like that, but the thing that concerns me about this is whether or not he's going to be allowed to grow on the offensive side, with Joel Embiid being here, and what we know about how the Sixers normally want to operate.
You're scarred.
And
you have scars.
No, but I'm just saying
that's
a big
Embiid PTSD.
That's a big part, but that's a big part of it, Joe, because we're hoping as a fan base that Joel Embiid is going to be somewhat what he was before he got hurt, but that's not a guarantee.
I think it's unlikely. I mean, I've written that off.
That's not trying to poo-poo on Joel Embiid. That's just the reality of the knee injury that he has and what we've seen with other guys that have had that knee injury.
I understand. Our Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Hey, how y'all doing, Green Team?
What up, man?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, listen, man. I'm about to say something that's about to, make a couple people a little unhappy here.
Uh-oh.
All right, so let me just say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got the basketball team. Who is our top player?
The basketball team?
Yes.
Well, I mean, Joel, but he's hurt. Yeah, Joel.
Right? Okay. Who's our top player? Football.
These are trap questions, I believe.
Jalen Hurts.
Okay. And who's our top player? Baseball.
Bryce Harper.
Okay. So, by me saying that, right?
Glad we got to the bottom of that.
You got two guys, right, that you always give a pass to, Joel Embiid and Bryce Harper.
I give a pass to Joel Embiid?
Yes.
Yes, you do, Joe.
For the sake of this argument, yes, you do. Shame on you.
As always.
Let me cook.
No, you got it. You got it. It's all you getting.
I wanted to trade him years ago.
You're cooking up a fart, dude. What are you talking about?
Getting.
Okay, bro, listen. Let me just say this, right? The reason why I say Jalen Hurts is the best Philadelphia player that we have right now.
Well, he's not, but yeah.
Hold on. Let me just say it. Because this guy, through all the things that we have said about him, he's not going to be our quarterback for 2025 and all this and all that,
said
right?
This? Who said this?
Let me finish.
He's putting
Don't
together
cut me,
some conversations
right?
that we
Because
had.
I'm going somewhere with this,
kind of
right?
mixing them together.
This is the only player that has actually did what he had to do to improve himself and to be a better player and to be a playmaker to help our help our team win a championship, right? Now you got these two other top players that's getting paid all this top dollar, right? That's always injured, that's always got an excuse, that can't get the job done, right? But yet and still, we always want to talk trash about Jalen Hurts.
Who's
Oh
talking
my
trash about
What?
Jalen Hurts?
Will, you are a disaster right now.
This is PTSD.
Who's talking trash about Hurts?
Let him cook. He talked about before.
Not cooking anything.
It's not trash.
Not making any sense.
It's not trash to say he's the sixth best quarterback in the NFL.
I like
That's
how
not
y'all
trash.
melting down, though. Oh, wow.
We've lost the plot.
Let me make sense here.
What is this?
Hurry up!
VJ Edgecombe.
Y'all melting down for real.
Let me cook, man. Because
Hey,
this is
Craig,
what I'm
Dude,
saying.
finish cooking.
All right, so don't get upset because I'm speaking the truth.
No, you're not.
Between them two guys, right? All three of them players that I just named.
Okay.
There's only one guy that got us a championship. And that's Jalen Hurts, right? And we're still talking about him. But
Because he's the Eagles'
Dude,
quarterback.
what is your point?
What does this have to do
Talking
with
about the
VJ
Sixers.
Edgecombe?
my point is that this one guy that we always criticize and always throw under the bus has the will to win. These two other guys, they're always worried about a contract. They're worried about the money and everything, except for the main thing is why we play the game is to win.
He needed music behind that.
No, don't give him the music.
All right, hold on a second.
This is Will's worst phone call ever.
I think this has nothing to do with VJ Edgecombe.
But you know what? Nobody would say it, but I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
And
Speak
hate
on
me
it.
if you want.
Why are
Hate
you
me if you
encouraging
want.
this?
Because
Hate it.
I'm speaking truth, right?
Speaking the truth.
This guy, Jalen Hurts, has gave us a championship.
None of this has anything to do with Jalen Hurts, dude.
Kind of does.
No. Because these are the top players that we're paying the most money.
What about the Sixers?
I'm going to give you one more time. One more chance. What does this all have to do with Edgecombe? Edgecombe.
Okay, all right. So this is what I want to say.
Oh, well, right now we got it.
What I want to say is this. Joel Embiid and Bryce Harper, right? These are two great players.
So it has
I'm
nothing
not
to do with
saying they're
Edgecombe.
not great.
We've
I'm not
established
saying
this.
that they're not great. They're not the greatest players in Philadelphia. They are the greatest players in Philadelphia. I named the three top greatest players. Right?
Zach Wheeler is better
But
than them both.
this is what I'm saying,
You're
right?
number 9 on my
The
list.
thing that
Ridiculous.
separates them is the will to win, man. And these guys have to stop worrying about the money. Listen, we need a championship. Y'all going to get y'all money. Y'all got your money, and y'all going to get your money. But what we want to see is because we know y'all are the best players in Philadelphia. Y'all the leaders of our team. So, damn it, I want to see it.
He needed music.
No.
Giving these guys a pass. It's no more passes. So we prove
Who's giving anyone a pass today?
This is the most horrendous call Will has ever
Well,
had.
you know what? Sometimes.
Like, what are you talking about?
We know a lot of people listen on the Odyssey app. Sometimes people get stuck on a spot. Like they're listening to a certain part of the show, right? But we're an hour ahead, and they're reacting to something. That happens once in a while. Will's in last week. He's listening to the Odyssey app from last week.
That's what I tried to tell you when he was talking
This
about it.
isn't Back to the Future, man.
No.
Like this is it's Thursday the 26th.
I know.
We're at the yacht club.
But
they took Edgecombe last night.
I know. But he was stuck in the past. That's why when he was saying it, I knew what he was talking about. So that's why I didn't say anything.
I'm with Joe. I don't know what that had to do with literally anything.
No,
I asked him 5 times what does that have to do with Edgecombe.
But he
nothing.
had to get it off his chest. That's all. He just had to get it off his chest.
Well, then just come in and say I need to get something on my chest. This is not on topic.
I'm also going to ban the let me cook thing because, like, we're going to decide if you cook or not.
Well,
you didn't cook anything.
I mean, he did kind of cook.
It was an awful point.
It was outrageous.
No, it would have been a good point if we were talking about
But right, it just made no sense.
Also, we
what
lost
are we doing?
The idea that no one here criticizes Joel Embiid is ridiculous.
He lost me with that one.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The idea that everyone just bashes Jalen Hurts, no, that's not even true anymore.
He lost me with that one too. We got Cooper DeJean out there, Sidney Brown. Everybody didn't went berserk because they took their shirts off.
Now the question is, do we think they're the most equipped to do this? Like
they
the
look
youngest?
like they're the youngest.
You would think.
Like,
so they must be doing the seniors last. The Ross Tucker thing.
I have something to add that's going to be the final nail in the coffin for you, by the way, going in that water.
Yeah.
My buddy told me he frequently catches sharks in these bays.
Oh, yes,
when he goes
Kiss the
fishing.
bed. Hey, thank your buddy for listening to me and understanding
now
exactly where I'm coming
hold
from.
on. Now the bay extends a little bit further than where
Sidney
we
Brown.
are.
Oh, go get it, young buck. Oh, he blew it. Oh, he going for it. See, he's attacking it like he attacks those receivers that catch the ball and try to take their head off. He's out of there. Okay, Sidney.
Would you say just based on that he's the favorite to be the starting
Well,
safety?
it all depends. Oh, Cooper right behind him. Oh, look at Cooper. Cooper. Oh, Coop.
Oh,
he's stuck. Okay.
Like a beach whale.
Okay, come on. He got up. The young cat's going for the young Thundercats. Oh, he's off to the side. Oh, he is on one. Oh, they made it.
That was pretty impressive.
You know what? Now they got the seniors group coming up. Let's see what Ross Tucker does. Ross Tucker's about 4 beers in. He's the seniors group.
You think he's the only one? You think he's the only one a few beers in?
Oh no, he's not the only one, but he's the one that I'm going to put on blast.
I feel like you might be asked to be an MC next year after what I just heard there.
Definitely.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right, Violet in Virginia's up. What's up, Violet?
Violet. Hold up, is Landon?
Guys, how are you? Oh my gosh, that sounds so much fun out there.
Oh, it is a blast.
Wait a minute, is the big dog about to go?
It sounds like one of the big dogs about to hunt.
Oh, yeah, big dog. Okay, big dog. Oh, I forgot. I can't nobody hear me.
And you're live on the
radio.
and you're on the radio.
On the air, yelling at people here. My bad.
Violet, it is very fun. Yeah, Hugh's forgetting where we are, but we're having a good time.
Rod did not like that at
Violet,
all.
what do you think about the Phillies?
Oh my God, they're so frustrating. I mean, I haven't given up on them, but my goodness. And I can see why. I'm sorry, that owner, he's really ticking me off. I'm going to tell you what, if he does not sign JT and freaking Schwarber, I am not going to watch them.
He's taking his time.
No wonder they're so wishy-washy on the field, because our freaking owner is a wishy-washy. Jeez.
Well, and to imagine this team without both of them would be ridiculous. Yeah.
Should have addressed some issues in the offseason, which
Violet, I think we're losing you a little bit, but we appreciate it. She's annoyed already that the Phillies haven't re-signed their guys. Yes, and I'll tell you this.
Landon's going across. Big dog. You see the big dog, Landon? Okay, light on his feet. Big dancing bear. Landon didn't make it.
Yeah, the dancing bear took a tumble there, Hugh.
Yeah, he's a big guy. We don't fault him for that. The big guys, man, it's hard to navigate those things, man.
Yeah, this is taking a little longer than the DBs trying to get through this.
Yeah.
He's struggling to get out of it now.
He's rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling.
That's a good way to put it. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. We'll get back to your phone calls. We also have to address something from one of our own here at WIP. Specifically, Hugh, you need to help out a former teammate of yours, a current teammate at WIP.
Yes.
But also a former Eagles teammate, because Ike Reese had himself a tweet yesterday that we red flagged. We'll talk about this coming up next. Your calls on the Phils. We'll get to leading off around 1. And the Sixers. VJ Edgecombe. It gave me hope last night. They took a grown-up. They took a kid that's got his head on straight. It's going to be a really good player in the NBA. All coming up. We'll get to the Ike tweet that was heard around the world. That's next. Midday Show live from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field, and nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. This 4th of July, you can celebrate with big savings at the Mattress Warehouse, up to $1,200 warehouse-wide. Right now, you can save $500 on Tempur-Pedic best-selling Breeze mattresses designed to feel up to 10 degrees cooler all night, every night. I don't have this mattress, but as hot as it is right now, folks, y'all need to probably go invest in one of those, because that seems like it's really, really nice. And you can score a free adjustable base with select mattress purchases. Do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse 4th of July sale. Shop their entire selection and find a location near you at mattresswarehouse.com. That's the mattresswarehouse.com.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, Here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa, that completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Summer is officially on, Philly. Get ready for the Suns Out, Buns Out official summer kickoff party at Oasis, Philadelphia. Thursday, June 26th, starting at 8 p.m. Come celebrate the season with hot bodies and cool drinks featuring the fabulous O-Girls. Sip on their special $10 peach tea drink with an entertainer booty pop-up contest, and one lucky lady will win a $500 cash prize. Don't miss the biggest summer kickoff. Suns Out, Buns Out. Thursday, June 26th, 8 p.m. only at Oasis, Philadelphia.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Here is your Game of the Week. Presenters will face off as Chicago heads south to Houston. Both teams have won a World Series in the past decade, and they are on the hunt again this season with some of the most surprising records in the league. Each team added huge free agents this offseason, and those additions have clearly paid off throughout the season. Who will come out of the weekend with a series win in this matchup of heavyweights? No one likes to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty program. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Back to the Midday Show, live from the Team 62 Beer Bowl on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show, broadcasting from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. So we're through, it looks like, the first round of this.
Yes.
Kind of that would you call it, the Ninja Warrior obstacle
The
course
Ninja
over
Warrior.
the,
Now
over
they
the
about to
bay?
do the greasy pole.
Yeah, the grease pole. And there, I
that
believe
thing's been outside for a while. It's hot and it's greased up.
I believe they're adding more Crisco to the pole as we look
hot,
down
boy.
there. So this is going to be a problem. All right.
Hey.
215-592-9494 for your phone calls here. We'll get back to everyone. Quickly, though, Hugh, we need to address something. I want
What
you
happened?
specifically to address your former teammate, now current teammate. But, Hugh, yesterday, it's a pretty viral moment, right? Jason Kelce at the first wave of the event yesterday for the Eagles Autism Foundation. Jason made quite the entrance. Did you see the video?
Yeah, he put in some bikini drawers.
Okay.
Yeah, some bikini drawers.
Well, the Eagles tweeted that out with the video of Jason making his entrance. And Ike responded. Eyes emoji. This is a quote. Eyes emoji. Big fella, let me holla at you real quick. And then hand over the face, shrugging emoji, and a bunch of laughters with crying. Hugh, your reaction to, hey, big fella, let me holla at you real quick.
See, I know where Ike was trying to go.
Yeah.
He probably used too many words, but see, Ike's a wordsmith. He's been talking on there for so long. Ike likes to pontificate a little bit when
That's what that's called? That's called pontificating?
Yeah, he was fine.
Oh,
and so
gotcha.
basically, because I did the same thing, but I just said, wow. And I said, we need to talk because that was like, we needed his, like, let me holler at you real quick is more in the vein of you're doing too much, slow your ass down type deal.
Yeah, not what because this reads different to me.
What about with the eyes emoji first?
No, that's what I'm saying. What are you doing? Because I know where Ike's coming from because this is off of the heels of the bird PP. The bird PP tattoo. You remember?
The Kelce tattoo.
I
got you. I got you. Yeah.
So now you have the bird PP tattoo is the first salvo.
Oh my gosh.
And then you have the second salvo is the spandex bikini draw salvo.
Yes.
And now that's just too much.
So we got to talk here.
So you got to talk because like big fella, I know you're winning and you are in rarefied air. You are in a space that nobody else is in as a former Eagle.
Yep.
And we applaud you for that, and we respect and love you for that. But the American bikini draws, I mean, you look nice, but that's too much. Okay. That's just too much. That's just way too much.
I'm glad you cleaned it up because when the rest of us saw Ike's tweet, it was like,
because but see, this is the problem. And like I said, I know where I come from because you have guys out there that are having phallus fantasies about you.
What?
Phallus fantasies. Phallus fantasies. Anyway, okay, let's move past that. And that's somewhat like, listen, we're all inclusive, but that's a lot. Okay. That's just a lot. We're just trying to like rein it in just a little bit.
So the let me holler at you is double meaning.
Well,
because a few weeks ago you were talking about Rihanna hollering at me, and I had. That's what
I'm saying.
So this means more like, hey, we got to talk about this.
Yeah,
rather than holler at me.
It's kind of like John. It's kind of like, I was trying to explain John to y'all. Yeah. How am I explaining this to y'all? And y'all
You're not. When did you ever do that?
Here.
Well, the John thing, I get it
I'm
enough.
explaining John. Like,
I've never
same
seen
thing.
this. Usually you see this.
I know because I speak Ike, and Ike speaks Hugh, so I get it. And that's what he meant. He didn't mean, I know what it read like, but it wasn't that.
Well, that's why we wanted you to explain it.
Yeah.
That's why you're here.
Know, sometimes you gotta take some of those words out, and just let it.
I like that.
Eat.
Take the words out.
Yeah. Some of you got, sometimes.
Can we have that when we have bad takes? Just take those words I said, take them out.
I don't know what that's like to have a bad take.
Well,
my takes are fire.
What you don't have is accountability.
Die-line.
Yeah.
I said hot fire.
I just like the eyes emoji, big fella.
Yeah,
and then let me holler at you.
Yeah.
The combo of the three.
Because it makes
It's
it look
a
like,
lot.
you know what I mean? I know where you're going, but I know exactly where you're going because it's a lot. But he didn't mean it.
Now,
like
last thing on this, then back to the phones. Can anyone get away with this? Or is this just certain people can tweet these things?
Oh, no.
Because if I tweet that at someone, no one's going to take it like I.
You would be, yeah.
No, but see, Ike was wrong for that. He was wrong for that. Like, he wasn't thinking about it in that way.
Yeah, right. Of course, why I imagine
he wasn't thinking. But see, we're childish. And we're petty. And so when it reads that way, because it's like, oh my gosh, look at that. It looks like, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But no, it wasn't that.
It's a double take. You look at it like, did I just
like,
read that correctly?
Yeah,
I did. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. Edgecombe, the Sixers. Phil's with an afternoon game today. Jay in Philly. What's up, Jay?
Hey, y'all put me on after that conversation.
We had to address it, Jay. We couldn't. Let's let that slide.
Hey, look, man. Since I tuned in, I tuned in the middle of a call from Spike. I listened to a Giants fan, a Cowboy fan, and then I listened to that, man. I still love y'all.
Oh, my goodness.
I still love y'all.
Yeah, we apologize for all that. That's mostly our fault.
So VJ Edgecombe, man, I love the young fella. I hate our culture, though, and the guys that he's going to be learning from. And
don't go nowhere, Coop. I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you.
Jay, keep going. Hughes
I'm
just
sorry,
talking
I'm
to Cooper DeGene off the air.
Cooper DeGene, I need to talk to this young man. We're going to talk to Coop later. Don't you go nowhere.
So yeah, I don't. Joe, you said that you feel good about the pick, man, but
yes.
aren't you worried about that locker room that he's going into, man, and the whole organization overall?
So I am, but earlier we were talking about how they've had too many losers here, non-winners. I'm just trying to tip the scales here, Jay. I think we got a good one in Maxey. I like McCain. Now we got another one that seems like he's wired the right way. We're tipping the scales here.
So are you willing to get rid of guys and get pennies back on the dollar for PG?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I would trade Paul George for a bag of basketballs right now. I mean, if you give me 3 of them, I would get rid of him right now. Jay, good phone call, man. We appreciate it. Is the poll being are they jumping on that grease?
The pole.
Yeah, they're greasing the pole.
He just nominated Hugh to go on.
Hey, Coop,
I know.
Hey, Coop, pick up them head pieces, man. I need to holler at you, man.
Uh-oh.
I just need to holler at Cooper DeGene, the Super Bowl champion rock star right now. As he puts his head.
Yeah, he's working through. What's up, Coop?
What up? You guys hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Are we live right now?
We are live. We are live.
Coop, we're not going to keep you on too long because it sounds like you're having a lot of fun. But how has your offseason gone so far, young fella?
It's been awesome. It's been amazing. I've got to do a lot of cool things. Enjoy my time off while also preparing for next season. But it's been a blast.
I like that. It's a good answer.
So Coop, the last time we talked, you were real reserved. Not like you were real reserved. You played with a lot of confidence, but right now, I'm feeling like you feeling real good right now. What has changed for you so far since after you won the Super Bowl, young man?
A lot of things have changed, but I'm still me. So
no, I know you're still you, but you know I'm going with this. What them DMs looking like? Because I heard I've heard some things about you, young man. I've heard some things.
I've seen a lot of things.
I'm sure you have.
That aren't true. But I don't know.
Leave this guy alone,
yeah,
Hugh.
Listen. Yeah. When we get off the air, we're going to talk. But listen, young man, stay focused.
Oh, absolutely.
Live your life. Absolutely. And go Birds.
Go Birds.
Go Birds. Coop, you think Hugh should participate in this?
No, I think we got that.
No, I think.
Come on, Hugh.
Come on, Hugh.
Cool.
Supposed to be getting in on that.
He's scared of sharks in the water.
No, listen. Sharks in the water.
Sharks. Are we in the? We're not in the ocean.
No, you're not.
We're not. No. Look, he thought about it. But look,
you're scaring the guy.
I hate the ocean, so.
There are sharks that might come in the bay. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to scare you. Enjoy yourself.
It's too late, dude.
It's just you know what I'm saying. I'm not.
Cooper, man, we appreciate it. Yeah. Cooper DeGene here participating.
Leave him alone, Hugh.
Yeah, let him enjoy himself. I
just said. Listen, Coop. Me and Coop have talked before.
Yeah.
And he know it. I can talk with innuendo.
I think of all the things,
what's going on.
all the things in that conversation, him suggesting you participate is the best thing I heard.
No, I mean we
get
gonna
in
talk
there.
No, I'm not getting in there. That's not happening.
Why are you trying to scare him with the shark stuff? There's no
not.
sharks.
You heard him. He's from Iowa. He understands what I'm talking about. Y'all just been here too long. Sharks swim in the bay. They swim wherever they want to go. I'm not going. I'm not going.
You make it sound like someone's trying to throw you in the water.
No, I wish somebody would try to throw me in the water because it's going to be some consequences
be honest.
and repercussions.
I would pay to see you do the grease pole, man.
Usually,
I'm not doing that.
In every spot we are, no one could throw you in the water. There's more than enough ex-players here. If they wanted you in the water, you're screwed, man. There's like 12 of them here. They can pick you up and throw you in easily.
Listen, I'm talking about between Bo and Landon. Yeah, I'm going here.
You're cooked.
I'm going to put up a fight.
Yeah, you're cooked.
Better not nobody come at me.
Come get him. All right, Tasty Cake Dom is up. What's up, Dom?
Joe, how are you? Hey, you. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Dom.
That sounds like you guys are having a lot of fun.
Oh, we are. Yes, some might say too much fun, but we're having a good time here.
Joe, sometimes while a guy's on hold, something happens and you got to pivot a little bit, right? So
yes.
I definitely want to talk basketball, but this Jalen thing, can I just put a rest to it once and for all, the Jalen thing?
Yes, go ahead.
Because I get so annoyed with people consumed about his stats. So who's the greatest point guard of all times? Hands down, who's the greatest point guard of all time?
Well, I know the answer. I don't think it's hands down because Curry has put together an amazing.
God.
No,
Okay.
it's Magic. It's Magic, but Curry's right there. But I know you're talking about Magic.
Right, I'm talking about Magic.
Yes.
He didn't average 20 points a game
right.
till his 7th year because for the good of the team, he was subservient to the skyhook. He could always score 25 points a game, and he did 87, 88, 88, 90. 25 points a game. It was always there, but for the good of the team, he averaged 18. You understand what I'm saying?
So it's your belief that Jalen could do the same thing.
Yeah,
I get it. Yeah.
Jalen. It's there. It's there when we need it, baby. Thank God it's there. And when it's time to win a Super Bowl, it will be there. We're going to get 3 more in the next 6 years, 3 more.
Well, you get 3 more, then the debates are over.
I'm
then
here
it's
for,
all
I'm here
time
for
stuff.
it, baby.
That's all time stuff.
I'm here for it.
All right, Dom, what do you think last night? What do you think about what they did?
Well, I'm very excited because of what Nick Nurse said, Joe. Their half-court execution is going to be off the charts with their new training drill. With their current roster, they're going to roll a bowling ball on the basketball court to pass to practice chest passes.
Well, Dom, off of that, I'm excited for Nurse to work with this kid because I think Nurse – I still think Nurse is a good coach who did not have a great year last year, but defensively, I think he's going to get a lot out of him.
Joe DeCamera said that this 3-guard talent pool could be similar to the Bad Boys with Joe Dumars, Isaiah, and the Microwave, right?
Yeah, Vinnie Johnson, yep.
What he didn't mention is they won back-to-back championships because they had Dennis Rodman and Bill Lambier, two elite Hall of Fame rebounders, to get those guards the ball.
So last night Morey mentioned this could work, but you need that defender behind them, which is what you're alluding to.
I'm alluding to you. Please tell me, Joe, who on the 76ers roster will get you 10 rebounds in a game?
Well, I mean, if Embiid's not going to play,
the answer, ain't it, Joe?
Yeah. Well, they need that, right? And this roster isn't where it needs to be yet, Dom. But I liked the pick last night.
Okay, I hope you're right. You're right.
I hope I am too. Otherwise, we're in some trouble here, Dom. We appreciate the phone call. We appreciate it there. All right, let's go to Brian in Delran. What's up, Brian?
Hello,
Brian.
Yeah, you're on the air, buddy. You good,
Brian?
You hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
Yeah,
Can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey, I'm on the radio.
What's going on,
Brian?
man? Brian, you all right?
Yeah. Okay. So
What you doing?
A lot of your callers, bro, they've been talking BS.
About what?
I don't even know. He was talking. I couldn't even understand what he was really even trying to say. Honestly.
Well, I mean, that happens sometimes. But who?
But
what do you want to say? Let's
it was like 3 calls ago. But I think we had a good pick with VJ Edgecombe. And I think Ace Bailey is a freaking dumbass. Oops, excuse my language.
I kind of agree,
you
so
did
it's
that
okay.
on purpose,
Yeah. Here's what he is.
You came in. Great call. Yeah, that was terrible. You came in terrible.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Okay, Brian, appreciate
Goodbye.
it. Yep, that's. Yep. Yeah. What are you going to do? I mean, do we blame Will for all this? Do we blame Will?
It is, yeah. It all went downhill after Will.
Yeah. I think everyone was thrown off with the Will call.
Yeah, I still don't know
I wasn't thrown
off. I still don't understand
why.
No, you were gassing him up. Yeah, that was a problem.
He was living in the
You
past.
were the one that made him think he was cooking.
No, he was living in the past.
But
that's what that was.
But we're all living in today.
Yeah, we
this
like
is the
Will
problem.
forgot that we do shows daily.
Yeah.
And we move on quickly. Like a lot of cats it was a few cats that called in today that were stuck in the past. And so, you just.
I blame you for this.
Why? Let them live their truth.
Because it's easy to blame.
Okay,
because you do that. You say let people live their truth, and then you have everyone just saying anything they
Not everyone should live their truth.
No, there is some truth that needs to be denied.
But you can't deny I get stuff done. Because Buddy ain't been doing no mic checks since I told him to stop doing the mic check.
That
was
true.
a good job
you
by
did
you.
put a stop to the
That
mic
was
check.
the best thing you've done today.
I get it done. I get stuff done. I move the meter.
You put a swift end to the mic checks.
Something tells me if I did it, it would have had the same effect.
No,
I don't know why. It
I'm just saying.
He would have done it more.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
just
you're
saying
right.
I'm here for y'all. And I'm trying to get y'all right on a daily basis, but it's like, man, sometimes it's a struggle, but some days I see the progress.
Half talk show host, half bouncer. I mean, we got what we needed today. Tyler in Delaware. What's up, Tyler?
Someone say bully.
Yo, what's going on, Joe, you and Kyle?
Tyler, what's up? Oh,
What's up,
someone just took a tumble on the grease pole. Go ahead, Tyler.
Oh, they greased the pole.
Oh,
Wait a minute, I can't see
that hurt.
Because, see, I got a bad view for the pole. Oh, here we
I'll
go.
tell you, Joe,
Y'all
I
lost
would
me.
personally drive from Delaware down the Sea Isle just to see you do that pole, brother.
Oh, no.
I really would.
Ain't nobody getting on no grease pole. You got it, man.
Yeah,
stop.
it would be a problem.
Joe, the camera might. He looked like
Well, the
type
camera's
that wanna
actually
be on a
right
grease
next to the
pole.
grease pole. So,
Hey,
Tyler, what are you thinking on Edgecombe? What do you think what the Sixers did?
So, I am very excited, Joe. I got your newsletter in my inbox this
There we
morning.
go, Tyler.
And I was lockstep with you at the end when you talked about what he said about being a culture setter.
The guy wants
We
to
have
play
not had a
defense. He hates
guard.
to lose. The fact that he said I hate to lose, the bar is so low that he's not. I love him.
How can you be a culture setter when you haven't played in the NBA, though?
Because it's what he's bringing
It's
to
his
the table.
destiny?
No, it's his personality. It's what he said last night. He hates to lose.
No, I hear
We've
you.
gone from losers to a guy that hates to
No,
lose.
I hear you, but I don't feel if he's not put in a position to be that guy, he's not going to be able to be that guy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Two, when you have a guy who comes out and says that he wants to be an elite defender, even when he's not scoring, and he hates to see other people score, and he hates to lose, that's the type of mentality that we have been lacking.
I'm not questioning the mentality.
Tell him,
Tyler.
Tyler.
I am not, Tyler. I'm not questioning the mentality, but it's the people that are around you. You know what I mean? If you're an eagle and you're around a whole bunch of pigeons, you ain't going to be able to soar like an eagle because you're going to stay on their level. Wow.
That was beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, I
Beautiful.
Would you rather, if you were in the Sixers' shoes, Hugh, would you rather have a guy in Ace Bailey who I can't wait to boo his you-know-what off when the Jazz come to town?
Oh, yeah.
And I hope he sticks in Utah because he wanted to dictate where he wanted to go.
Yeah, he wanted to dictate
VJ
terms.
Edgecombe wanted to be here. He wanted to be a leader. We don't need no guys dictating, oh, I want to be the man off the rip. He wants to be a winner.
Tell him,
We
Tyler.
want to win, you.
No, I totally
If
agree
you
with that.
on defense said, oh, I want to go to a better situation because it'll help me stat pad my numbers so I get paid, this is a guy who wants to be a team player. And that at least gives me some confidence going into next year because we haven't had a dog on this team. And I get that he hasn't played a lick in the NBA yet, but when you have a guy who is not just doing this for him, he's doing it for his family. He knows what the struggle is like, so he can at least relate to the struggle that we in the Philadelphia region have gone through. When I, as a young kid, in high school, had to be embarrassed going to school because I enjoyed rooting for the Sixers when they were stuck in purgatory,
That's right.
rolling out G-leaguers, starting in the NBA.
You tell him, Tyler.
We
You
are
listen to this?
meant to be better than the product that the Philadelphia 76ers have put on the basketball court for the past 10 years.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. You hear the people cheering for Tyler here in the background. Tyler, we appreciate the phone call. Did you take all that in, Hugh?
I took some of it
Tyler,
when he got the long talking. I mean, I
a
think
little long talking
Yeah,
tendency
yeah.
lately.
Well, he long talked a little bit, but Tyler, I understand what you're saying about his tenacity and his want to. But if they set this team up where everything goes through Joel Embiid, that could potentially be a problem.
Just
That's
say
all
you're
I'm
a
saying.
doubting Douglas.
Yes,
Just say it.
okay, well, fine. Because that's how it was set up before. And he played like all the 30 games.
Are we all right? What's going on down there?
The camera's emceeing this thing.
While he's eating lunch?
And someone comes up and hands him a burger.
You just put the mic down and start eating?
He's got a burger in one hand and a mic in the other.
I know you don't eat meat, but that was a pretty good burger.
Was it? Yeah.
That burger was choice.
No, I mean,
It's just hilarious.
So he's not taking his job seriously?
Well,
you're saying?
I mean, everybody is drinking, and everybody's kind of half.
Yeah, but the MCs kind of have to be above everything else. You got to run the show.
Just him getting handed a burger while he's got the mic in his hand is.
Why she got on a helmet?
Amazing.
I mean, what's she wearing a helmet for?
Well, we talked about the injury risk earlier. This is
wait a minute. What you gonna hit your head on though?
The pole. You slip and you fall back and you land on the pole.
They are riding the pole. They're not running.
Whoa, hold on a second
seriously.
there, buddy.
Look at her. She's
You?
Wait a minute. What I'm saying. What is she? Okay. Well, you describe it. What is she doing? She's.
I'm going to let you describe.
She's straddling the pole.
Okay. So how is it? I'm saying it bad. What is she doing?
No, I just want to have you be the one that did it.
So if I get in trouble, it's on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one's going to get in trouble.
This.
It's just.
Okay. It's like, I'm going to do this.
No.
It's a pole, and she has one leg on one side, and she has another leg on the other side.
That's called a straddle.
Yeah. Okay. But we're going to keep it, we're going to keep it simple. And now she's sliding down the pole.
This is why they didn't invite you to be the MC.
This is why. She is inching her way down the pole. I'm just saying, she's riding the pole.
The more we let you go, man.
Ever so slowly. I'm describing what she's doing.
And that's the problem.
She's riding the pole slowly. Yeah. She's sliding down the pole.
We got leading off soon, right?
Yeah,
I'm
good.
just saying.
Yep.
She's taking her time down the pole.
Bam and Upper Darby. Do you have a take on VJ Edgecombe? What's up, Bam?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all
Bam,
doing?
I'm just trying to cut you off. Go ahead. Bam, what's up?
Wait a minute.
Not much.
I'm just describing.
I'm glad you guys got the number 3 pick, but we got a better pick.
Hey,
we got Nick Clifford from Colorado State.
You're a Sacramento Kings fan, right?
What are we doing?
Hey, dog. The pregnant pause.
Bam, I love you, Bam.
Do you see the pregnant pause she has?
Bam, I love you.
Pause is a lot.
No, I can't spend any energy on the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah,
I wish the kid luck.
Take your time, lady.
I can't do it. All right, Bam, we appreciate it. All right, 215-592-9494. On the other side, leading off.
As the camera has a second burger.
A second burger? That must be mine that I said no. All right, a second burger for DeCamera leading off. Coming up next, we'll get you set for the Phillies and the Astros. Will they score a run today? We'll break it all down next on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open, located on Route 73, a few minutes from the Atlantic City Expressway. Visit New Jersey's premier Forest River dealer, specializing in the sales of the huge Forest River lineup, along with expert RV service for every make and model. We have an RV for every lifestyle and a payment for every budget. Plus, as part of the Camping World Dealer Network, you will have access to our national network of lenders, nationwide service network, and all of the Good Sam products and services. Visit ForestRiverNewJersey.com for more information.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5.
Bonus bets win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL can make anything into an off-season event. They can even celebrate a position. Since 2021, tight ends from around the league have been gathering in Nashville. It's called Tight End University, and it's just made the big time. He's one of the tight ends. Travis Kelce has a girlfriend named Taylor Swift. Swift showed up and even sang a little bit for the group, and it raised the profile of the event in a way no one would have expected. No other position got serenaded by a massive pop star. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studio. studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, welcome on in. Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Midday Show broadcasting from the Yacht Club of Sea Isle City for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hugh, let's get everyone set. We got a game today. Phillies, Astros, the finale of the three-game series. 2:10 first pitch out in Houston. And Hugh, the Phillies try to avoid the sweep. It's amazing. We've done this the whole year, and it never changes. It's a roller coaster season. And this team, other years the Phillies have had up months, down months, right? This feels like up weeks, down weeks, up 10 days, down 10 days. I heard Dombrowski in the podcast we put a clip up earlier saying he's never really been around a team he thinks is this good that had a 1-9 stretch. They did that already, right? Then they got hot again. And now, I'm not saying they're in a bad stretch, but this kind of looks like when they struggle, they don't score runs. They beat the Mets. And now, today, they try to avoid a sweep in Houston.
Yeah, no question about that, Joe. And when you talk about this team, like last week, we were just talking about the fact that they had scored, I think 22 runs or 21 runs in the last couple of days. And to go down there and get the goose eggs the way that they had them, I think the thing that you want to do today, obviously you want to get the win. And the way that you do that, you got to put some runs on the board, man. So today has to be a day where you got to go in there with the mentality. You don't want to get swept. You got to try to do whatever you could possibly do to win this game.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy today for the offense.
So
Hunter Brown is starting for the Astros. He has a 1.88 ERA. Hugh, I'm going to make the player to count on, sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. I'm going with Christopher Sanchez. I don't know how many runs we're getting today in this game. I need Sanchez. Again, if they don't score, they're going to lose. That's obvious. But if we can just scratch across 2 or 3, I need Sanchez to be excellent today to give them a chance, because right now the offense is not in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're being realistic about it, Joe, the pitchers have given you opportunities in this series. So it has to be somebody on the offensive side. And I'm going to go Kyle Schwarber. He's the guy that, June Schwarber, we talk about that all the time. And we talk about how many home runs he has, the only guy in the lineup that has over 20 home runs. It has to be him. And honorable mention, I'm going to give to Trey Turner. Trey Turner has to be a guy. We got to get this going today. We have to do something to get this going.
Well, I think you've seen it the last couple nights, that if they get down games or just like quiet games from Schwarber and Turner, there's not much offense. It's the rest of the guys, it's just very difficult for them to put together good at-bats and score runs. I thought the at-bats in the 8th inning last night from Castellanos and Bohm were just not good. I mean, Hugh, they need especially, and we do have an update on Bryce we'll get to in a second here, but until Bryce gets back, they need Turner and Schwarber, obviously. They also need, I feel like one of Bohm and Castellanos has to do something each day. Otherwise, they're just not going to score.
And see, this is what I was talking about, because you talk about Castellanos and how he was batting before we got to this series. There's a lot of times, Joe, that I was talking about how when you get in a tough situation or you get in a tough spot, you regress to the mean.
Yeah.
And it feels like this is what this team has done. We gave them praise all last week about how they were playing small ball and doing things to move runners and taking at-bats and stuff, taking pitches, trying to work the counts and everything. Doesn't seem like they're doing that in this series. Seems like everybody's pressing a little bit, and we're paying for it.
Well, they are. And when you face good – and what strikes you about this series is the Astros pitching is the kind of pitching you see in October.
The playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not quite what it was 3 years ago in the World Series, but the Astros pitching is really good, and that's what you see in the playoffs. To win a championship, you got to hit good pitching in the playoffs, and the Phillies the last couple days have not hit that good pitching. All right, let's get to the injury report here, sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Contact them at paworkinjury.com. Hugh, we have an update on Bryce Harper from earlier today. So, Matt Gelb, quote, another good day for Bryce Harper, Rob Thompson said. He took 75 swings off the high-velocity machine. He'll hit outside Friday at Truist Park. Phillies may or may not find a live arm to throw to him. Monday looks possible. So that is a good update. Yeah. Monday looking possible for a return from the injured list. I have a question, though, then we brought this up a little bit yesterday. Why is he taking 75 swings against in a batting cage? Like, if he could take 75 swings, we can't take 12 of those in a game?
I think, and I'm recklessly speculating here. I feel like he wants to see how he feels if he's comfortable.
But he did 50 the other day.
No, and I get it.
So obviously he responded from the 50 to do the 75.
Yes, and I get it. And to your point, like I guess Ben said it, if you can hit, you can hit. So I don't know. I'm just trying to recklessly speculate why is it that he's taking so many pitches.
There was also a question he was asked last week about when you come back from this, is it going to change things? Are you going to change how you try to get through the season?
Mm-hmm.
Do we need 75 swings? Like, he's dealing with a wrist issue.
Yeah.
I mean, in a game, how many times do you swing? 12, 15?
I was thinking the same.
It feels like a lot of swings for a ramp-up.
I was thinking the same, but didn't play baseball. Especially not to the caliber or talent that Bryce Harper has. To hear that it's a little perplexing, but I guess it's for him the comfort level.
Yeah, no, he hasn't played in a few weeks. So I get that. He wants to get his timing back and all that. We'll see. I mean, hopefully. I mean, this is certainly Matt Gell throwing out Monday is the first time someone's put a day on this. Maybe Monday, the series following the Braves. I guess it'd be the Padres back at home Monday. So we shall see. Let's get to Neil in the Northeast. Hey, Neil.
Yeah. Hey. I would. I don't know. It's Monday the earliest, but if they could rest Harper to even maybe the All-Star break so he's healthier, I don't know, because I think he's rushing to come back. And there is the All-Star gate coming up mid-July. So I just don't want to rush it back too soon.
Well, Neil, to your point, before you go on, to your point on that, if he comes back, let's say around next week, right? There's only one more week left in the first half after that, right? So right now there's 2 weeks left till the All-Star game. A week from now there'll just be one. So it is worth wondering, is it even worth it to come back before the All-Star break?
Well, in my opinion, by San Diego, I send down Buzz Kennedy and bring up Crawford.
There's no kids allowed.
Yeah, the Buddy Kennedy thing, he's not giving you much. I mean, the one thing, he could play the infield.
I mean, I know he's out of options. That's what, the GM said, Dombrowski, the other day, that he's out of options. But, Crawford's like hitting he got speed, and he could play the outfield. And, with Rojas not hitting in clutch situations, he's batting like something like 125 his last couple of weeks. So I think that's maybe a move by San Diego to bring up Crawford.
It could be. And Neil, it seems like we get, and Neil, we appreciate it. It feels like we get a Justin Crawford call a day. The only issue is like the way they've built the roster. He's a clunky fit unless they get rid of someone, right? He's left-handed.
Yeah.
So he doesn't fit to match up with Marsh in a platoon, right?
Uh-huh.
So who plays, right? And he doesn't fit to match up with Kepler in the platoon. I think if Crawford were right-handed, it'd be easier. He would just take Rojas' spot.
Yeah, because that looks like that's the guy when you talk about in the position in the order,
right?
And what you're not getting with the bat, that would be the easier fix.
And when you bring Crawford up, you want to play him, right? You don't want to play him once a week and because that's going to stunt his growth.
Definitely.
I want to see him too. It just feels like until they move off of Marsh totally or move off of Kepler or one of them gets hurt or something, I don't see how he comes and fits in here.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
It just feels like there needs to be an injury or a trade or something. I don't know. I mean, I actually think in the reality of it is they probably regret signing Max Kepler. He hasn't provided much. They didn't trust him off the bench the other night for Rojas.
Yeah.
If he wasn't here, maybe they would have just called Crawford up anyway. I don't know. We do get a lot of Crawford calls, though, and it doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon.
Especially when you talk about what the offense has been these last couple games, and the fact that, like last night, Sosa, his last at bat, and then Rojas' last at bat. You look like you need somebody at the bottom of that order that's going to come in and at least give you something.
Are you going to do a victory lap on Johan?
No. Okay. I mean, but this is what we do.
There's no victory lap to take.
No,
he was the one that said it was Rojas' fault yesterday.
Yeah.
But he's got you ever notice he has the Johan Rojas people that like reach out to him. They think you're an ally.
Yeah, I am. I'm an ally.
He can't hit.
You are a false prophet.
He needs to adjust, and he needs to grow. It's time to grow, bro. That's the bottom line. It's time to grow.
Did you say it was time for Coy Detmer to grow, or did you realize Coy couldn't play?
No, Coy was in a different spot. Coy was the gunslinger.
Yeah,
well, no, because Coy, we knew what Coy was. Coy was
and we know what Johan is.
He was a true West Coast quarterback that, he could throw it sidearm, and he was doing sidearm throws before Patrick Mahomes.
You are so good at saying everything, but he sucks.
I know.
I mean,
that's not the vocabulary that I choose.
I know.
Because I don't believe in that.
You like to sugarcoat things.
Nah, not sugarcoat. I just like to see the good in everybody. I like to see the good in people.
Yet we try to be excited about the six. Never mind. 215-592-9494. All right.
Trust in the process.
Coming up, we'll give you the starting lineups for the game today. Phillies and the Astros, and what we're watching for, the finale of the 3-game set. You're listening to Leading Off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Get you set for the Phils and the Astros. 2:10 first pitch right here on WIP. Phillies try to avoid the sweep today. Christopher Sanchez on the mound against Hunter Brown for the Astros. All right, let's get to the Phillies starting lineup here. Leading off, the shortstop, Trey Turner. Batting second, DH Kyle Schwarber. Batting third, the third baseman, Alec Boehm. In the cleanup spot, right fielder, Nick Castellanos. Left fielder, Max Kepler, is batting fifth. Otto Kemp at first base, batting sixth. Bryson Stott hitting seventh at second. It's a Marchand day game after a night game. Rafael Marchand catching and batting eighth. And Brandon Marsh back in center field, batting ninth. So it goes Turner, Schwarber, Boehm, Castellanos, Kepler, Kemp, Stott, Marchand, and Marsh. All right, I I have a thought on the lineup here. I was waiting to see it before I threw this out. Is it time for Topper to move Brandon Marsh up in the lineup? He has hit well for a month now, a month plus.
Mm-hmm.
They're not getting anything out of Stott. Otto Kemp's been here 10 minutes. Like I'm not trying to tell you that Marsh is something special, and I don't want him batting 1, 2, or 3, but 9.
You need a spark. You need a spark right now. You need something, man, because was it last night? He had a pretty good at bat.
Yes,
had a pretty good at bat last night, and you need to try to figure out something today because you don't want to get swept. I mean, it's not the end of the world, obviously, but you want to try to get something going because, to your point, Joe, when I see the Phillies struggle, it's always struggling. The struggles always look eerily similar to playoff struggles.
Yep.
Quiet bats.
Well, good pitching. They struggle against.
Quiet bats.
So starting lineup brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at fenceauthority.com. It is that.
Yeah. So it's a little disheartening when we talk about how good this team is that when they come up against quality pitching, it just feels like everybody reverts to the mean and becomes individuals and not trying to move runners over anything.
Yeah,
like
Kyle,
that.
I just don't get why Marsh is below Stott in the lineup.
I'll take it even a step further. Stop platooning him. Let him play every day. He's hitting lefties. Well, finally, this season.
Do I need to see Rojas?
No. There's we know what Johan Rojas is. He stinks.
Well, most of us do.
Right. No, Brandon Marsh is finally he's finally evening out with his splits, and he's fine out there in the outfield. Like he's probably one of the. I think he has the hottest bat of the team in June. Like why didn't we go 2 days without him in the lineup?
Yes, it was Sunday,
week?
and then the opener.
What are we doing? What is Topper looking at? What does he see that I'm not seeing?
Well, my favorite thing is we do this every year. Every year that Marsh is no longer – we don't think he's a platoon player anymore, and then they don't play him against lefties.
But I don't understand it. Then it made sense at least because his numbers against lefties were not good. This year they are. He's hitting basically the same against lefties as his righties. Yeah. The real platoon is Stott and Sosa.
Yes, and that one makes sense.
Right.
Because Stott doesn't hit anyone, but he certainly doesn't hit lefties. And Sosa can really – look what he did Sunday night. He hit tank to right center. He can hit lefties. So that one I get. All right, let's hit what to watch for here. And this is an interesting one. Brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Hugh, I'm curious your thought on this one. So Buster Olney, ESPN. He has his latest power rankings up at ESPN.com. And, the Phillies are ranked third. That's not the point. So before I read this to you, just a little backdrop. The Phillies and Mets were on Sunday Night Baseball just a few days ago, right? Mm-hmm. So he's part of that broadcast. He was around this weekend. So when I read this, I read into it that this is kind of like fresh, right? He just was around the Phillies and just was around these people. All right. This is from Buster Olney's power rankings here. When Pete Alonso's free agency dragged into spring training, Bryce Harper made it clear to his agent, Scott Boras, who also represents Alonso, that he was willing to move to the outfield if the Phillies had interest in signing the first baseman. Harper continues to communicate this to the front office. If the Phillies feel they can upgrade the team by adding a first baseman, Harper is prepared to move to the outfield. What struck me in there is he is prepared. It's not like I'll just go do it. That tells me, I know physically he's been down the last couple weeks, but mentally and maybe some physically, he's preparing to go back to the outfield. Your reaction?
I mean, that's great if they're going to make a move, because wasn't there reports a couple days ago where they were talking about they feel like they're a World Series contender and they're talking about making a big swing?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that kind of falls in lockstep. And I can't remember the names of the guys that you said they were targeting, but it was outfield and relief pitching.
Yes. But this opens it up now.
Yeah, it definitely opens it up. And it speaks to Bryce Harper making a sacrifice for the betterment of the team. I kind of like it. I like that.
Well, I do too, but especially this. If you're pigeonholed, you have to get an outfielder, right?
Yeah.
You're competing against the other teams who need an outfielder, and maybe it's not a perfect fit or you don't love the player. If you open it up to first base, I think it would almost double the amount of bats they could get, the kind of players they can get. And I know he's got a wrist injury right now, but if he's the one communicating this to the Phillies, then they shouldn't hesitate. If they could get a first baseman in here and Bryce goes back to the outfield for half the season, let's do it. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't, unless they're afraid he's going to get hurt more out there with the wrist. But if he's the one pushing it, then I think he thinks he's fine.
Or they're looking at what potentially they want to give up, and they're probably not that comfortable doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, with the report being what it was, if you're If you think that you have a World Series contender and your team is getting older, and you should push all in. If you feel like you're right there, then I don't have a problem with you pushing all in. And if that means giving up some top prospects outside of giving up Andrew Painter, then you should be open to do that.
Yeah, Kyle, I love this. I mean, the fact that it just gives Dombrowski more options a month from now.
Yeah, and I mean, at least somebody on the team is willing to step up and move to the outfield for the betterment of the team.
Why you look at me when you said that? Like I know somebody. Like,
so I was wondering if you were picking up what I was putting down.
No, I didn't pick that up.
Yeah.
You talking about what, Trey?
Yeah, of course I'm talking about Trey Turner.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not.
Who let a ground ball go right past him last night?
I'm not.
And I got to see stats about his outs above average.
Hugh.
I'm not a Trey Turner. Like, I'm not a friend of Trey Turner. They're like he's not my neighbor.
But Rojas.
Skip, of course, is your neighbor. That we've established. All right. 215-592-9494. That is how you have it. You can react to all this. Bryce Harper, according to Buster Olney, continuing to communicate to the Phillies. He would be willing to go back to the outfit if they acquire a first base at the deadline. Today's game. And when we get back, we got to see. Maybe we'll help you put together a parlay for the game. We could do that. We could put together.
I need a parlay.
We could parlay.
It's not parlay.
I need a parlay.
And here's the real question. Over or under Phillies runs today? We'll hit that next. 215-592-9494. It's leading off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, welcome back. It is the Midday Show live today. Yacht Club at Sea Isle City broadcasting for the New Heights Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting Eagles Autism Foundation. Of course, leading off, getting you set for the Phils and the Astros, the finale of the three-game set. Phillies trying to avoid a sweep in Houston. I was about to say, when was the last time they were swept? And then I remembered the Pirates series a few weeks ago, which this one.
That's the one that kind of kicked off us getting rid of everybody and talking bad about it.
Well, we panicked after that one, which was, I mean, who wasn't?
Not me. Not me.
No.
You ain't panicked?
I never do.
Okay.
Oh, I panicked. Yeah.
I mean, I forget a lot of stuff. So I don't recall.
It was 2 Mondays ago. Long time. Long time ago. All right. Today's weather report brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors.
It's hot.
Philadelphia. It is hot.
You talking about the weather report?
That should be our new weather report the rest of the summer. I read that. You scream, it's hot.
Ollie from Family Guy.
Family Guy. It's hot.
For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros. And there's no pros on this show. PellaPhilly.com.
There's no shortcut home.
All right, so it's 87 degrees in Houston today, in case you were wondering. I imagine the roof is closed.
I hope it is. It's hot.
Would you ever keep the roof open if you had a retractable roof stadium?
No. Hey, listen, I had a drop top before.
Yeah.
Never dropped the top.
What's the point?
Yeah, I don't know. I got rid of it. I was like, what am I doing? It's like a waste. It's like a big old waste.
When I was down there for the World Series of 22, for game 1 and 2, they had the roof closed both games, but it was like, it wasn't, they could have kept it open. It was like,
it wasn't that hot?
It was like upper 60s, low 70s with humidity, so it was like sticky outside. It was weird weather, but when I was walking to the stadium, the one I was like, oh, it might be able to be open. Nope, roof closed.
No, they like to soak up that AC.
Yeah.
I get mad if I go into a venue and it's hot. If I'm out walking from outside and then I go into a hot venue, I'm hot. I'm mad. I'm mad about that.
I got to say, speaking of the weather here, it has calmed down a little bit.
Not really. No.
It's gotten breezier.
There's no breeze.
It's still hot.
We might be getting a little storm front coming in soon. Looks like
so.
maybe.
But it's still hot, though.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, of course it's hot.
It's hot.
Yeah.
That's the weather report, you.
Yeah. This is the weather report for the Phillies and the Astros tonight. It's hot. As they get to play indoors in air conditioning. It's hot, according to Hugh Douglas. All right, Hugh. We know you need help.
Okay,
we know you need some help here because, as predicted, you're on a cold streak with your bets.
No, that's Francisco
No,
Rojas.
it's your fault.
Passing the buck.
These are
it's Francisco Rojas.
I mean, you walked in here like you're some sharp on Monday. Oh, you hit a parlay. Well, let's try to help you out today. Phillies and the Astros. And really, here's my question, everyone, because this pertains to the game. The Phillies team total for runs scored today against the Astros is set at 3.5. Are they going over or are they going under against Hunter Brown and the Astros pen?
Okay, so first of all, this is how I do it. Like, I like to start my parlays out. The Phillies winning today with Chris Sanchez on the mound?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a 2-1 Phils victory.
Okay. We get plus money on this one.
So we're going over. Well, it's 3.5, right? No.
Oh, the team total. No, well, he said 2-1.
Oh, okay.
That would be an under.
Under 3.5
would be 2.
It's too hot. It's too hot.
Sharp don't mean I'm betting like that. Okay.
Sharp does not have a double meaning.
If you just keep it simple, Hugh, you throw in Phillies win and the under 3.5 team total runs. That's plus 630.
Who hit the home run, though?
Home run. Have you seen this offense this week?
Yeah.
The only way we're getting the 2 runs is a 2-run home run.
Well, what do we think? Schwarber?
Schwarber.
2-run.
Wow, this is a very specific, narrow way to win a parlay here. All right. If you do a Schwarber home run, Phillies on the money line, plus 124 today, and Phillies team total under 3.5, that's a 43-1.
Okay, I'll take that.
That's $2 to win 86, if the quick math is correct on that. You put it in?
Yes.
You feel strong about this?
Do I feel strong about it? Now, that's something totally different. That's a different conversation.
Just ask.
But blind faith, I'm going to have that for the Phillies, and I'm going to put that in. It's
okay.
on.
All right. Phillies trying to avoid the sweep today. I also will be checking in today on the Mets and the Braves. I was last night. Now, the Mets were down early in that game last night, but they did come back to win. So their losing streak ended, or their tough run ended last night. They actually got a win. Mm-hmm. So the Phillies now are half a game up, I believe, now half up in the division. So we need to keep winning games here because I like the Mets are in their worst stretch of the season. I would like to build this lead up 2 or 3 games before the Mets figure it back out.
Let them off the hook a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, last night we gave that lead back. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Juan Soto is heated up. He's been ridiculous in June. So, like, they're eventually going to win some games. They're still in a down stretch. We got to win some games. And now after this, Hugh, we go to Atlanta. So Listen, it's going to be an interesting weekend. After today, to Atlanta, and we talked about this. This stretch of games is hard.
It's a little bit of a gauntlet.
Yeah.
And Atlanta has to be feeling good about themselves. They picked themselves off the mat for the most part.
Thanks to the Mets.
Yeah, and you know, we're coming into town, and they're going to look to be making some headway.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend because it could go one of two ways. Like, we could kind of bury them for good. If we beat them up this weekend and they're 11 or 12 back entering July, they're done, right? I mean, maybe they'll come back for a wild card, but they're done in the division. On the other side, if the Braves have a good weekend here, all of a sudden – they'll wake up July 1st and be like, we're back in this thing. The next 4 days, you know, we know it's a long season, but sometimes these series, they feel bigger. Today, let's just avoid a sweep. And then this weekend when we get to Atlanta, I want to bury them. I don't want to give them any life. We had a chance here in the Strider when Strider hit Bryce to bury them. We didn't really do it that week. Mm-hmm. I want to bury the Braves this weekend. I don't want them alive entering July.
Oh, no. And then, you know, we got a chance that, Ronald Acuna Jr., he might be in a little bit of a slump because, you know, he just signed up for the All-Star. He signed up for the home run derby.
Have you seen what he's done in, like, the 20 games he's gone back?
Saying,
he's hitting, like, 400 with, like, 8 home runs.
But what I'm saying is normally when guys –
Oh, he's calling a shot after the home run derby.
No, I'm just saying they usually when they come back from the home run derby, they're kind of off.
So that's why Bohm hasn't hit home runs for a year?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I said it with a straight face.
Yeah, I know.
And plus the girlfriend. Yeah. The girlfriend and the home run derby thing.
That second one has more merit than the first one.
No, it's about the same.
So zero merit is what you're saying on this. If we're calling it what it is, about zero merit. All right, Phillies and the Astros coming up next. All right, Hugh, I knew you were you weren't strong on it during our parlay. Are you guaranteeing a win today to avoid the sweep, to beat the Astros, to head to Atlanta with a win? Can we get a guarantee out of Hugh Douglas?
Yes.
Oh, that's the weakest yes for a guarantee.
But it's a yes nonetheless.
No.
How can I be enthusiastic about what I've seen the last couple of days? Now, I'm giving you a yes because I believe
it's a tepid
and
yes.
I put money on it. But I can't just sit here and be like, that's $2. That's $2 of my hard-earned money.
$2.
$2 though.
All right, that's more than enough for us.
I can put that on.
Enjoy
a nice
the game.
Back.
Phillies, Astros next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating employee pricing.
Are we back? Are we on? Oh, shoot. This is WIP Afternoon Show only on YouTube.
There we go.
With Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Oh, look at how big Fritz's head is. It's enormous.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh,
there we go.
For yourself.
Yeah. Oh, look at that big head.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, come on.
All right, I'll back up a little bit.
We got the special background today, too, with the fish in the open closet.
There you go.
Oh, well, this is
Ring
my parents' house, too. Yeah, no, this is my parents' house. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So we're doing a special YouTube only episode today because the Phils are on WIP, but we had a big event last night as the Sixers took VJ Edgecombe. We wanted to talk about it with you. I thought, I think it's sort of nice today. We'll talk about all this stuff. It's sort of nice that everybody seems happy about it today and everybody seems to like the kid, right? I mean, like all the fan reaction seems to be really positive. Like I think for me, it has been a refreshing cleanse because every time we have talked about the Sixers for the last 7 months.
Yeah.
Everybody's been pissed off. And this is one thing that everybody's like, even the people that wanted Ace Bailey, it seems like everybody is pretty positive about VJ Edgecombe. So it's been a nice moment where everybody's been positive.
I agree. And I'm not surprised because, see, beneath the surface of all the anger and resentment and everything else, we ultimately love basketball.
We want them to be good.
Yes, we want them to be good.
Yeah.
And I know there's sort of everybody had their guy that they wanted or what have you. But here's the thing that I like. We didn't do anything crazy. Right? Like, I understand that there was an opportunity to move back and take another player, what have you. I'd have had more trepidation about that than I did, any trepidation that I have about taking VJ Edgecombe at number 3.
Yeah.
So that's a solid pick. He seemed like a solid player. Listening to him last night. Come on, man.
Well, how can you not love
Come on,
him? You know,
man.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
This is how we fell in love with Tyrese Maxey, man.
Yeah, he was like a genuine kid.
Yes,
You know what I mean? So,
yes. So I'm excited for him. Dwayne Wade.
yeah, that's who he let's not give him. Yeah. No pressure.
Yes.
No pressure.
D-Wade, let's go.
You-
Top 2 or 3, 3 or 4 shooting guard
Of all time.
Yes.
Yeah. So you feeling the same way?
I think you just hope he's Oladipo at worst. You know, I think if you can just
Yeah,
get
that's fine.
at least prime Victor Oladipo out of him, I think that's okay. You know, so
before injury, Oladipo's
Victor
all-star.
Oladipo
Yeah,
was
that's
a good
all-star.
player.
I'll take that.
Yeah, for
okay,
sure.
well, you just said Dwayne Wade, so I'll take Victor Oladipo. Let's tone it down a little bit. But I think the nice part about what the Sixers have done, and I think they need it, is I think that they've taken a page, maybe a little bit, out of the Eagles' book. No one cares about the Phillies draft, but the Phillies have drafted a similar way. But I think they've accumulated good people, and I think that's what he is. Like Maxey, good dude. McCain, good dude. Edgecombe, good dude. We know what the Eagles guys.
By the way, Bona, who
I like him, Bona.
He's a hard worker, and I had a chance to meet him when we did our road trip. Where was it? Atlanta this year. He was the guy that came and met with all of the. What are we doing over there?
I forgot my parents still have a landline. How do you turn this stupid thing off?
Unplug it. Just unplug it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But when Bona came and met with all the fans down there, he legitimately stood there for 25 minutes answering everybody's question. He appears from what Sixers Adam told me, in terms of in the locker room, he's positive, hardworking.
Yeah.
So, not to cut you off, Jack, but it does seem like that is when they're drafting players, that is one of the things that they're drafting for.
I like that too.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much, and I imagine if you put this much value into his character and whether or not he'd fit in the culture in your locker room, you certainly had to consider how would he fit in the city of Philadelphia.
Sure. I think they think about all those things.
Yes, right? Yeah, you have to. And so they seem to have done a great job of selecting guys under Daryl Morey that they value that. And based on that track record, they have brought in guys that I seem like we all wouldn't have a problem having them here as Sixers.
Yeah, Morey is interesting in that way because I think the perception is that he only cares about talent. And
Right.
he does care about talent, right? So if he thought there was a player at 3 that was way more talented than everybody else, but potentially a problem. By the way, this is similar to Eagles in terms of like Jalen Carter or something like that. They would go and they would take him.
Yeah.
But the other thing that you look through with the history of Morey is he was a guy who valued Shane Battier. He was a guy who valued Kyle Lowry. He was a guy who has the drafts since he's been here. He's a guy who values PJ Tucker, who, by the way, is another character, hardworking sort of guy. So I think he understands. I think we group Morey and Hinkie sometimes because they work together and I think they're both numbers guys. But I think the one thing that is very, very different than them is I do think Morey does value that sort of work ethic. And one of the things he said last night, and he said a couple of things that worried me, but one thing he said in terms of Edgecombe that I thought was really interesting is he said one of the most important things when you're talking to kids this age is if they are aware of what their shortcomings are. He said, because if they're aware of what their shortcomings are and they're hard workers, the chances of them improving on those shortcomings are good.
Yep.
And he was like, he knows he needs to shoot better off the dribble. He knows he needs to develop a mid-range game. And the fact that he knows those things and he is such a hard worker makes you feel better about the fact that he may improve on those things, you know?
Well, I think the one thing that I like about it, and I like that there's a part of me that likes he just stayed there and took a player, because it shows, I think, that he had confidence in the player. But what you talk about Morey and team building and, being cold in a way. Like, I thought Hinkie had a coldness to him, to where he's like, that's when he took Okafor after he took Embiid, and it was strictly viewed as an asset. Like, I think if he took Ace Bailey, I think that would have been viewed as an asset pick. Whereas Edgecombe, I think he viewed as someone that can actually play, that can actually help this team. I don't think he viewed him as picking him to trade him. I think he picked him with the idea that he could blossom into something.
Well, I think he would have traded him. And put it this way, I think like he picked him confidently that if there was not a trade, that is the player he's happy with. I think I agree with you in that if he picked Bailey, he was probably picking him to trade him. I think picking Edgecombe this is the guy that I like best. If somebody bowls me over, there's other guys that I like. Right. And I think, we talked a lot about trading back, and I think they were very open to trading back, but I think it's pretty telling that there were no trades into the top 8. Nobody traded into the top 8. So I think there was a general, like, what you hope is somebody falls, even though we all think the guys from 3 to 6 or 7 are of the same general talent level, you hope that somebody falls so in love with one of the guys that you're in position to pick that they bowl you over. But I think what it turned out is that everyone in that range was just comfortable with whoever fell to them. Jazz were comfortable with whoever fell to them. The Wizards, even though Ace Bailey seemed to want to go to the Wizards, they didn't seem like in a rush to get Ace Bailey. The same thing with Brooklyn. I mean, Brooklyn seemed pretty happy, even though they took a guy that nobody thought was going to go as high as he went. So I just imagine that even though there was a crazy trade to get up to, where did Derek Queen go? 13? Is that where that trade was?
I think so.
Yeah. There was a crazy trade to go from 23 to 13. There were no crazy trades to get into the top 5. No. So I think they were perfectly happy just taking Edgecombe.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what you have to do. You have to find a guy that you certainly would be okay with, meaning that you're going to sleep okay, knowing that you took a guy that you liked.
Yeah, he's on your team.
Yeah, he's on your team. If no one offered you something to get to that pick or that player, you're perfectly okay with having him here. Now, that part is there. Now, the next part comes of the fit.
The player.
Yeah, the player. And I think he has – let me ask you this. Do you believe he has – what's his ceiling? Do you think his ceiling is – he's a better player than any guard we have on the roster now? His ceiling. If he reaches his ceiling, you think he's better than any guard we have?
See, I have very high expectations for McCain.
Sure.
So
that's why I'm asking.
Probably not McCain.
Okay.
But I don't think. But he could. Like, if McCain doesn't become as good as McCain can become. This is something I've been thinking about a lot over the last 16 hours or whatever since they took him, because I actually went and watched, somebody told me to go watch his play in the Olympic playing rounds. When he played for the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And when he's playing for the Bahamas, he has a way different role than when he's playing for Baylor, when he had a very sort of narrow role in do this, and this is what we want you to do. When he's playing for the Bahamas, they wanted him to do more off the dribble stuff. There was a lot more dribble drive. There was a lot more, and you see him and you're like, wait a minute. I've been told for the last month that this guy doesn't have a handle. And then you see him dribbling like a guard and you're like, okay, he might not have an NBA handle yet, but you start to come up with like this stereotype of what you think the player is. And I think he's better than what we have thought he is. So I guess that's a long way to saying, I think his ceiling is much higher than we have given it credit for. And I think what gets in the way of that is because his floor is high and because we talk about him being a defensive player, people think to themselves, okay, what is this stereotype of a defensive player who has no offensive game?
Yeah.
So they start thinking about Josh Hart's and Chris Dunn.
Well, I was going to say, you brought up Chris Dunn.
Yeah. And they start thinking of that. But that all that to say, those are guys that did not, Chris Dunn never became a good offensive player. So okay, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that VJ Edgecombe's ceiling is low because he's already good at an NBA skill, which is defense. So I think we were doing this thing where we were saying, okay, well, Ace Bailey has a chance to be a star, but we think it's risky. VJ Edgecombe's never going to be a star, but at least he's not risky. Like, I don't think it's that way. Okay. I think there is a chance that VJ Edgecombe can be an all-star player. I think there is it. And by the way, and who knows where the league is in 5 years, right? But the way the league is going now, the way that you have to defend, which is a lot of switching, a lot of running around, and by the way, they've let the physicality back in there. So you need like guys who can move around and are physical. This guy, like, you watch not just the Pacers, but you watch the Pacers and the Thunder, and you feel like they have 4 of this guy, right, running around who is tough. So I think he can be a star player.
See, I was going to say that the flip side of that is he a star player?
I think he can be.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he can be. Go ahead.
Yeah, but can he ever be a guy that you can just give the ball to and say, go get me a bucket? Like, there's a lot of people talking last night about Jimmy Butler. There's no way. Like, I would be shocked if he is Jimmy Butler.
No, I don't think so. But like, I don't want to say he can't be the go give me. I don't think he ends up being. I don't think he profiles at this point as a guard who is your primary scorer. Like, he might be the like. I don't think so.
So he's a role player.
No, I think there's a difference between, like, Drew Holiday's not a role player.
Sure he is.
No, he was 2-time All-Star.
Yeah, but
they trade 4 first-round picks for him.
Yeah, but
he'll still be a valuable player.
He's a 3. In other words, to me, you either the superstar or the co-star, or you're the third star.
Well, okay,
and Drew is a third star.
Okay,
type
for
of
sure,
player.
for sure. I think that's above role player.
Sure,
we're just
fine.
playing.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm just saying that third guy. Third guy.
I think if you're being optimistic, you could say second guy. All I know is when I'm looking at him now, okay, I don't know. He has to get.
He's only 18.
Yeah, he has to 19.
He's 19. Okay.
He has to get better at 2 things. He has to get better at shooting off the bounce, and he has to get better as like a creator. I think those 2 things are hand in hand.
So you know how this is going to be. He's going to always be compared to the Nipple and Ace Bailey.
Yes,
and what they are.
I'm like, let's put it this way with Ace Bailey. I don't know. Ace Bailey is 2 inches taller than this kid. Okay. I don't know what else Ace Bailey is better at this point than VJ Edgecombe is.
I agree. All I'm saying is that's how we're going to look back on the draft.
Sure.
Because Ace, although he didn't end up where he wanted to, he ended up in the situation he wanted to be in, which is he's going to get to shoot as much as he wants to shoot. Lauri Markkanen is there. I wouldn't be surprised if they get rid of him in the next year or two, because they traded for Clayton Jr. as well.
Yeah.
So I could see them viewing Clayton Jr. and Ace Bailey as their future. And Ace Bailey is going to get a chance to score and get the max extension if it's there for him with Utah. So he may not have wanted to go to Utah, but he went to the situation that he wanted to be in, where he gets to be the focal point of the offense. And we're going to look at the players that way. If he's out there averaging 20 and Edgecombe is averaging 12 or 14.
Well, Edgecombe this year is probably going to average 7.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, but I think at the end of the day, we're going to look at it and we're going to look at the team success. And I think that is a big part of it too. If Ace Bailey is somewhere scoring 21 points a game on a team that isn't any good, and VJ Edgecombe is here at, like, let's say he's like at 15 points, 4 assists, 5 rebounds, and a defensive stalwart, and the team's really good, we're not going to have any regret at all. You know? So
I agree with that.
So there's a lot of that going on. So I've been.
Well, I tell you.
I'm just throwing questions out there that I know is getting thrown at me.
No, yeah, for sure.
Well, one guy who's going to make sure he lets us know what his numbers are on Jazz is Elliot. I mean, he might as well just order an Ace Bailey jersey now. It's going to be
a Utah Jazz fan now.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be averaging 21 points a game on a 25-win basketball team.
How long are they going to be a 25-win basketball team? We may say that in the first year, but in the second or third year, we're going to be saying that. Like Donovan Mitchell went out there.
Yeah.
And he turned them in. They not a title contender, but he went out there. He got his shots and this and that and the other, and then eventually got traded. But Utah was a playoff team when they traded Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, because they didn't think they could win a championship.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's why they moved on from it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, and by the way, Elliott is trying to jump onto the VJ Edgecombe thirst train too. He's trying to do both things. No. You picked your path.
Well,
you picked your path. Ace the pick, buddy. Ace the pick.
He said today that he was always number 2 in his big board. Oh, okay.
We never heard anything about Elliott's big board.
Yeah, no big board.
Yeah.
Could he be a 6'5" version? Hopefully, a better shooter of OG of Anunoby.
Similar.
I hope he's better than Anunoby. Anunoby's a solid player, but he just doesn't excite me.
Super freak offense, like a dunk guy that can play great defense. That's a valuable player. I think he's going to be a valuable player. I have no doubt.
By the way, OG's the third guy on that team.
That's my only thing.
Fourth.
Is he the fourth guy?
Well, I would say Bridges probably.
You think Bridges going? Yeah.
I mean, him and Bridges play the same role.
Yeah.
I'm excited though. He's a winning player.
I think so too, and I think people like him, which makes me happy. He will have I think it is a jolt of positivity, which makes me happy. So let's talk about him on the team.
Okay.
And then I want to talk about some things that Morey said last night and then rest of the draft if we wanted to.
Yep.
So him on the team, I hadn't considered this until we did the podcast last night. I always assumed they were going to sign Quentin Grimes. Now he by the way, not the same player as Quentin Grimes, but there's similarities. They're the same size, both really active defensively. Quentin Grimes is a little bit better, like with the ball, than I thought he would be. So Quentin Grimes is a restricted free agent, and he played really well. But the way this sort of works is that the only team that has enough cap space to offer him more than this, like the Sixers can match any offer for him.
Mm-hmm.
But there's only one team that can offer him more than the $15 million a year mid-level exception. That's Brooklyn. And unless Brooklyn's going to give him some big contract. So then what happens is
they just drafted 4 guards last night.
Right. So then what happens is when you offer a restricted free agent a contract, the other team has 2 days to match it, which means that your salary is tied up in that offer for 2 days. So if they think you're just going to match anything anyway, they don't even make them the offer.
They don't want to tie the salary up and lose out on other players.
Correct. So then you end up getting the guy a little bit cheaper because nobody will even offer him the mid-level because it's not even worth their time. Right. Okay. So, but what could happen too is that if I don't know, that I think what they do with Grimes is interesting to me. I hadn't thought about sign and trade with Grimes for a player that is maybe plays a position of need, like maybe an athletic power forward, maybe a 6'8", 6'9" guy who, and to a team that might need an active third guard, which is what Quentin Grimes is. Mm-hmm. So I think that's possible. I think what's more likely is they sign Grimes and they have a 4-guard rotation of Maxey and Grimes start. McCain is your first guy off the bench, and then it is Edgecombe off the bench. Mike seemed to think that he thinks there's a chance they could start Edgecombe because he's the 3rd pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that. I think he would have to be much better initially than, but like for everyone worried about we have too many guards. We have 4 guards and we don't have to worry about either of them being Kyle Lowry or Eric Gordon at this point. That makes me happy to not have a 37-year-old guard.
You don't think he's making a team?
Well, I mean, he's a free agent. I mean, maybe they'll sign him as a minimum.
Oh, I thought he came back.
No.
He just said he's coming back for a year.
Or somebody said that he wants to.
He wants to come back. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just happy to not have a guy pushing 40 in the backcourt rotation.
Oh, they have Kyle Lowry on their roster.
Because the rosters haven't turned over yet. New league year doesn't start until June 30th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
No, for what?
I know. Well, I think Morey seemed like he learned his lesson last year with all the old guys.
Too many old guys. Yeah.
Too many old guys.
Yeah, I don't think Eric Gordon is coming back.
So Eric Gordon will be back because he has a player option. So what will happen with Eric Gordon is
he excited about that one? Is he?
Eric Gordon does not want to be here.
Well, what is he getting?
It's just minimum.
Oh, it's minimum.
Yeah,
okay.
But so what will happen with Eric Gordon, just in case you want to know, is there's some weird cap thing where if he opts out and then they re-sign him, he actually gets more money and he is lower on the salary cap. So he won't pick up his option. What'll most likely happen if another team doesn't want him is that he will opt out. They will re-sign him. He'll make more money and they'll get cap space. But I think he'll be on the team. Oubre has a player option. I think he'll pick it up. He'll be on the team. Andre Drummond has a player option. They'll pick it up. I think he'll be on the team.
Great.
Well, he'll pick it up. I think. Yeah, he's terrible.
Hey, man, we need somebody to rebound.
Oh my God, he's the most overrated player in the history of basketball.
He's very close.
Dreadful.
Yeah.
He's dreadful. And they all
he's rough.
I don't care. I don't care that he
Are we gonna bring Yabba Dabba Doo back?
So it depends on what the offers are. They can offer him like $5.6 million. If that's, I think he would like to be back. Like it seems like he really likes it here.
He's probably looking for more than
if
that.
somebody's going to offer him more than that, he'll get more than that. But he's a weird guy.
I like Yabba Dabba Doo, man.
I don't know what his.
Yeah.
I don't know what his like. I think he fits, and he's a good bench guy.
He's a 6'8", 270-pound two guard.
Yeah. Well, and like we were all right with him as a center, but like he doesn't really have a position. But he's a good guy to have on the team.
Yeah,
bust his ass. You know.
Well, the guy that I'm curious about now, and I saw, Jeff Teague cracks me up, man. I love Jeff Teague. I think he's hilarious.
Justin Edwards. He said Justin Edwards is better than Ace Bailey.
Yeah, like I'm curious to see. Like he's going to be off the bench, right? Like, well, the bench unit's going to be what?
The bench ought to be much better.
By the way, he could start. Just so everyone knows.
Watching him last year at the end of the year. Look good.
Well, you think about, all right, we know, let's just say they re-sign Grimes, right? So the Grimes and Maxey in the backcourt, you're starting Paul George, you're starting Embiid. Like, who's the four?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think
he's 6'7".
There's a world. And by the way, Mike scoffed at this on the podcast last night when all he's done is shit on Ace Bailey for a month. And then
now we're cursing.
Well, and I'm sorry. Well, we're just on the internet. Yeah. All he's done is crap on Ace Bailey for a month. And then as soon as somebody says that Justin, by the way, I've said, I think 5 times on our show that I think Justin Edwards would play over Ace Bailey next year. Justin Edwards was a very highly recruited, like top level high school player.
Yeah.
He got to Kentucky. They didn't know what to do with him. He didn't get drafted. But he was good last year. He was legitimately good.
Yeah.
And he, even from the first time he played, a lot of times you get rookies in there, they try to do too much, but he seemed to know exactly what he was doing as soon as he got in there.
I hate the number 19, but other than that.
Get him a real number.
Yeah.
Get him a real number.
I like Justin Edwards.
Yeah,
I'm excited
me
about
too.
Justin Edwards.
Now, I was reading on Blue Sky about the idea of trading back into the first round.
Will you stop it?
Blue Sky.
No, that's Jack.
Elliot.
No, that's Jack. That's Jack taking a veiled shot at actually somebody else. I'll explain it to you afterwards.
Idea,
Yeah. No,
they should have traded back into the first round. I mean, what is this? Daryl's
enough? Can we stop? Can we stop, Jack? We are on the internet.
And everything lives on the internet.
Yes. So they have one pick in the second round. It's 35. The kid,
another early pick.
The kid from St. Joe's is still there.
Let's go.
Power forward. What's his name?
No, honestly, I was watching. I caught a quick screen grab or whatever of the draft last night because I was watching the Phillies. But and I saw that the St. Joe's kid was like the number 1 projected guy. I was like, there's a guy at St. Joe's that's gonna get drafted.
He's a power forward. Hang on,
we need a real 4.
Rasheer Fleming. Yeah, he's a good player. 6'8.5". Big dude. Can shoot.
How'd your YouTube big board do last night? Was it a good night, you think?
Well, I think my guys ended up in pretty good situations generally. Right. Carter Bryant ended up with the Spurs which ends up being a pretty good. I thought it was
a great spot for him.
A great spot for him. I thought it was really funny. Did you see the reaction when Colin Murray Boyles got picked by the Raptors?
Now, I think you misread that. I personally think you misread that.
Well, then everybody misread it because I wasn't the only person to say that. So he gets up, he shakes his head, and he says the F word.
Oh, yeah? After he got drafted?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think it was a disbelief F word. I don't think
that he was excited. Like, I can't believe I went number 9.
Like, man, like that kind of effort. Not an Embiid at the camera when he got drafted.
Okay, all right. Situation. That is not what happened, though.
We had to break that down for like 2 months.
Yeah,
that was a tough scene.
Colin Murray Boyles seems like a Raptor, but I don't know what that team's doing up there. So I think it's a good spot for him. Jeremiah Fears.
He thought about the taxes immediately. He was like, "Oh,
yeah, I'm sure half my money's gone." Yes. Well, I got to tell you, buddy, it's not that different in Jersey or New York.
Else,
Now, Jeremiah Fears went to New Orleans, I think. Is that where Fears went? Yeah, Jeremiah Fears went to New Orleans.
Where players go to die,
Yeah. Trey Johnson went to the Wizards.
And then your boy...
Nick Clifford went to...
With the Thunder, or was he...
Went to the Thunder.
Which is...
Yeah, which is pretty good. Nick Clifford, the Colorado State guy. Yeah.
He's a winner. He's a good basketball player.
I'm pretty confident in my YouTube big board this year.
Yeah, no, honestly. I think you had a good eye this year. Good eye.
Put a little too much work into it. Yeah. So, a couple of other like funny things. Con Knippel's brothers are funny in that they just look like like the Paul brothers.
Everybody,
yeah.
Whole family of them too.
Yes.
Mom played ball too.
Yep.
They all have
played ball.
They all have K as their first name.
Yes, that was weird too.
Very odd. Very odd.
I made sure I didn't do that with my kids.
Initial
thing. Everybody with the same initial.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
We can't do that.
I felt a little bad for, not that he went to Utah. So Ace Bailey goes to Utah, which is funny because the rumor was he wanted to go somewhere between Atlanta and New York.
Mm-hmm.
Utah's not between Atlanta and New York. I don't like that. I don't think that was the goal.
Nowhere near.
Yeah, I think it was Washington or Brooklyn is where he wanted to go. But that said, he looked pretty happy when he was doing his post draft interview. He's smiling. He didn't look bummed out.
He's putting his best face on.
Yeah, and
while he's processing now, I gotta go to
Utah. Yeah, I felt bad for him. Everybody took a quote of his out of context afterwards. Zach Gelb asked him about the fans who think that he doesn't want to be there because he wanted to go somewhere else because he didn't want to meet with them.
Yeah.
And his answer was, I can't do anything about the way that they feel. I can only concentrate on basketball, blah, 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 blah. But the way that it gets aggregated was, what does he think of Utah picking him? And it makes it look like he wasn't happy that Utah picked him. So they're doing him a little dirty.
He was the black sheep in the draft last night.
He was. And that, what did you, so you're more stylistic than me. He looked like a jockey.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't like the style. Okay.
Didn't like anything about it. The rhinestones that was on his jacket, none of that. It was all terrible. No, you should never wear black and red. That's a terrible combination.
Yeah. In my opinion. He looks like a Dracula or something.
Yeah. But now I wanted to tweet about it, but then I was like, you know what? I'm the old head. So
right.
I don't,
what do you know?
Yeah. What do I know about fashion when it comes to young people nowadays? But yeah, I'm out on. Matter of fact, I was gonna say who else? A couple guys' suits stood out last night.
I thought Jeremiah Fears looked good. He had the red.
He had the Oklahoma
with the
suit
big chain.
On. Yeah,
looked good.
The one kid that went to was that your guy who went to that might have been a Toronto kid. He had the navy blue suit on, navy blue pinstripe.
I think Colin Murray Boyles. I think had that.
I think that, with the braids in his hair.
Yes.
Yeah. I like that suit. That was a nice
he
suit.
looked good.
That was a nice suit.
I thought overall it was good. Edgecombe suit was pretty.
Cooper looked like Cooper Flag.
Yeah, it just looked like a white guy from Maine. Normal suit. By the way, they kept going to his hometown in Maine, and I'm like, man, this is a hometown in Maine. Do you know what I mean? And I actually, we were texting about beforehand. I was like, when was the last time an American white guy went number one? And it was 1977.
What was his name?
Kent Benson.
Kent Benson.
Yeah.
He looked as bad as Kent Benson as a Kent Benson could look.
Oh, look at how old he looked at Indiana. He looked like he was 45 in Indiana. And then 2 years before that, what's his name? Went to Portland. Bill Walton.
Yeah.
But it's been almost 50 years.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Cooper to Gene.
Yeah.
Cooper Flag.
Oh, a lot of Coopers.
Hey, man. We're back.
No white cornerbacks in Seahorn. I mean, it's wild.
Hey, man, but you're coming back though, man. It's 2025, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all in cycles.
Yeah, it's
Cycles,
good.
man.
I'm feeling good about
There
it.
you go. You're running the damn NBA in a minute.
Well, and I don't consider that like I have nothing.
European players.
Yeah, I mean I have nothing against them, but like I don't look at Jokic and go, yeah,
Right.
that's one of us.
Nah.
No.
No, you're right. White American born. No,
Yeah.
you're right.
American born, so and not even Canadian. I'm not even taking the Canadian guy.
Hell, I know it hasn't been as long for the African American born player, but when's the last time we had one of those as the number one pick?
It's the number one pick.
Was it Anthony Edwards?
About
4 or 5 years.
I'd have to look at top. Let me
A
look
lot
at
of
top
foreigners
picks. Hold
getting
on.
drafted.
A
at
lot
the
of
top the
foreign
draft
guys.
the last
Yeah.
5 years.
Hold on. Number one picks. Well, yeah, and you start looking at the
Anthony Edwards was the number one pick, right?
He was.
Yes. he
Yeah.
was, yeah.
Okay. List of number one overall picks. So last year was Risa Shea.
Yeah.
Did he do anything?
Yeah. Did he do anything?
No,
in
he was
Atlanta?
he was good. Second
Was
half
he?
of the year, he
Okay.
was really good. Yep.
Yeah.
He was good.
There you
He
go.
played more and more as the year went. Paulo Banchero, Cade Cunningham. There you go.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
American,
Cade Cunningham.
right?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right, Cade Cunningham. I
Yeah,
forgot
and
about Cade
Banchero's
Cunningham.
US. Yeah, you had a string.
Is he?
You.
Paulo's is U.S.?
Yeah, Apollo's US. It was Zion, Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham, Paulo Banchero. The last 2 years were France, and even it's before Zion. DeAndre Ayton's from the Bahamas. Fultz was US, but then Ben Simmons, Australia. Karl Anthony Towns, Dominican Republic. Andrew Wiggins, Canada.
Oh.
Anthony Bennett, Canada.
Cat's not U.S. born?
I guess he's Dominican Republic.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
Thought he was from Jersey.
Well, I think that's where he grew up because he's an Eagles fan, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, people forget that. Yep.
Yep. Sassy Eagles fan.
Yeah.
Let me real quick.
Yeah.
You on the way home last night. Stop your whining.
There's no whining. It's
Stop
just
your
truth.
whining.
It's just truth.
Stop your whining.
What was he whining about?
About
There's
Eagles
no whining.
fans.
Oh, Eagles elitists?
Yes.
Well,
Yes. Stop your whining.
well,
There's no whining. It's just like we
The team
did.
is carrying the city.
They're fine.
They're
There's 4 teams
carrying
in
the city.
In what aspect? In what
Phillies
aspect?
are in first place.
And relevancy.
They're not in relevancy. I get it. They won the Super Bowl. You just look down on everyone else in the city. There's no community anymore. It's
No
strictly
one
Eagles
looks
fans.
down.
Yes, Eagles fans versus everybody else.
Yeah, it is.
They do.
You heard Jerry in Douglasville. He was exactly what I was talking
He
about.
was extreme. Yes.
Harper's a loser, me guy, and Embiid's dead basically, and everything on the Eagles is
That
the
was
greatest
extreme.
thing that's
Yes,
ever
that
happened.
was extreme. Yes.
It's
I don't know
exactly
Jerry
what
and
I'm talking
Douglasville.
about.
Yeah, the Eagles elitism it's there.
It is there.
It's
We're all
just
happy
like,
they won the
It's
Super
like,
Bowl.
hey, Phillies are in first place. It's like, but did they win the Super Bowl?
Who cares?
I guess they didn't. I guess they didn't win the Super Bowl.
Wake me up when they win something.
Yeah.
Well,
I get it. We all wanted to win the World Series. It's just like my team won. I thought this was a 4-for-4 town.
Morey talked last night. Very sort of strange. He started talking around the 11th pick, which I just like. I don't know, I thought it was strange because I would have figured that they would have taken calls the rest of the
I was gonna
first
say,
round.
that lets you know he wasn't doing anything the rest of the night.
time. Yeah.
Yes.
So everything he said about Edgecombe, I thought was good. He did say somebody asked if Paul George and Embiid were, because Maxey was at the Edgecombe meeting. He said they both wanted to go. Neither of them were available at the time. So
scheduling conflicts. Is that what
scheduling
happened?
conflict. Yeah. But
Come on.
I think Paul George would have gone. I actually think Paul George would have gone. The thing about being mad at Paul George, which I am all the time, he seems like a nice guy, and he's
He does
generally
seem like
pretty honest.
Yeah.
He's caught in the web right now.
He really is.
Yes,
He really is.
Not that he's done anything wrong.
Nah, he just got hurt. Yeah.
He's
I don't know how
caught in the web.
self-aware he is, though. Sometimes.
Yeah.
No,
I do wonder if he understands his surroundings.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's not self-aware at all.
If he was, scheduled to go to the workout, would he have gotten lost on the way like he did with the Super Bowl?
Maybe
celebration.
Yeah.
And where's Joel? I mean, doesn't Joel couldn't have gone?
I would not have expected Joel to be there.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, so Morey, somebody asked for a health update on Embiid. and he said, he talked to the doctor, he talked to Embiid. I think he said something to the effect of, everything's on track, everything's looking good. And then somebody asked, will he be ready for training camp? And the response was, sometime around then, yes.
It was a knee scope, wasn't it?
Yeah, in April. And by the way, even if the knee scope was today,
he'd be fine.
Camp's not for 3 months. Right. So, okay, so good point by Mike last night. He's sort of in a no-win situation here, Daryl, because if he says he's going to be ready for camp.
Oh, we're holding him to it.
Yeah, and then they got blindsided, I think, last year when he wasn't ready. So I think he wants to express some sort of optimism, but not give anybody any deadline, whatever. I just want to, we're not in the air. We're just on YouTube here. I just want to give my realistic Embiid, because I think.
Wow. Hold on. Why are you doing it on here and not on the air? Is this
because we have more time to I'm happy to do it on the air.
You can workshop through this.
No, I want to know where we're going here.
Well, because here's what happens. What happens on the if you just listen to the Ricky, I seem like the negative Embiid guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's over, whatever, whatever. On the air, when everybody is such a jerk about him, it makes me turn more pro Embiid, because I'm like, okay, it makes me defend him.
Yeah, the Eagles elitist. Yep.
Yes. The truth is that I am very disappointed in him. I think he could have played last year. I think he was being a baby because he didn't like the plan that they had for him. I think he could have given it a shot last year and he didn't. I'm not in his body, whatever. I've been disappointed that so many of the things that people told me about him ended up actually being true. And I think if you made me bet, is he ever a great player again? I would bet no. Now, I think there is a better chance of it happening than most people do. I don't think there is a 3% chance of it happening, but I don't think there is a greater than 50% chance of it happening either. And I think he does, while the organization has failed around him many, many times, he also deserves a large portion of the blame for not maximizing whatever opportunity they had by being as committed to doing all of this. I just don't think at the end of the day, he cares enough. I think he cares, but I don't think he cares the way that you need to care to battle through everything he needs to battle through to be I think ultimately he is satisfied. I don't think he's happy. I think he would have rather win than not win, but that's not, everybody would rather win than not win.
Right.
There's a next level to that. If you want to be the greatest players in the NBA are obsessed with basketball. All of them are.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? LeBron, for all of the shit I give him, LeBron is obsessed with basketball.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant's obsessed with basketball.
Yeah.
All these top guys they are so committed to it, and he's not. So I don't think that next year, if you made me bet, are the Sixers going to win 56 games and end up in the Eastern Conference Finals? No, I would not bet that. I just think there is a better chance of it happening than most people do. I think most people say it will never happen. It's at 0%. I'm just not there.
Right.
I think it could happen.
Yeah. Yeah. He's quiet. I don't know how to take this. Is he in the lab?
It's just why
getting healthy?
It would just be nice for us to have. And I don't blame Morey, because every general manager and every coach who has been here has been hamstrung in the information they can give out about Embiid, because he either doesn't want it out there or he doesn't share it. It would be nice to hear, hey, he's looking great. He's working out with Drew Hanlon. Wouldn't that be nice to hear?
That's what I'm saying. And you don't hear that. So
no.
You wonder, here's what I worry about with Big Fella. I worry that the injuries have finally defeated him mentally.
Yes, I think that's possible as well. Yep.
And he's resigned to, this is who I'm going to be. This is what it is. I've accomplished what I could accomplish as a player. I'm not going to kill myself over this. And I'm figuratively speaking, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not about to worry about this. I've done this enough. I've worried about this enough. He started off his career worrying about his health. Then it was, how many minutes does he play? Then it's the freakish accidents and injuries that have happened to him. I just wonder if this has finally beaten him mentally.
Yeah,
that's what I'm afraid
I think
of.
that's possible too.
And I think we saw maybe that shift in the Knicks series because didn't he say to Maxey, like, you got to take over here because I don't have it or something along those lines?
He just didn't have the
physically that night.
Physically, he thought he couldn't do it in the fourth quarter anymore.
Sure, but I think like that could have been a little bit of a change in the guard. But that's why I like the Edgecombe, and that's why I like the McCain and the Maxey because
you need that youth. Yeah,
you need the youth, but you also need like a winning positive culture. And there's still the Embiid cloud that is there. But at least with these guys, I think it gives you a reason to tune in every night and not. I think there was a time where people just hated the Sixers. Like they hated the players on the team, they hated Harden, they hated Embiid, and blah blah blah. I think at least with these three, you got good dudes that seem like they care a lot. And I think that at least are they going to be stars? I have no idea. But at least from the standpoint of liking the team, and then hey, maybe the next star that it comes available, they can go get him, and he can assimilate it into the culture that they rebuilt here. Like that, I think, is more my hope with the future of the Sixers.
Well, I'll say this: listen, as long as he's here, it's his team.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Because like he's the guys that are here all came after him, and they came here under the guidance that it is his team.
Yep.
So unless he holds a meeting and says, you know what, fellas, y'all got this, man. I'm out. Like unless he just relinquishes the team, relinquishes his standing with the team in front of everybody. He's a prideful guy, and so and having that status as the franchise player, he doesn't mind sharing the franchise title. He obviously gave Maxey that nickname,
the franchise. Yeah.
So he doesn't mind that aspect of it. But we know Joel, and there's pride that's still in there. I just wonder, how does he navigate through this little transitional period? Is he still thinking, I can go win, I can go lead us to a title?
Right. Or is he just here because he's supposed to be and he doesn't want to quit because then that's worse. Like it's almost better for the team if he's not going to play 50 games or they don't. It's almost better for the team if he doesn't play any games. And they figure, I'm being honest with you.
No, I'm with you.
Like because one of the problems of last year,
the in and out.
If you were to ask Coach Nurse or you were to ask any of the players, is that they didn't know. Forget about the day before the game. They didn't know 2 hours before the game if Embiid was going to play.
Yeah.
So think about how different you have to play, whether your primary scorer, who by the way is a slow center, is going to play or not.
Yeah.
Like you almost need two different plans. And that's really hard, especially when your second plan isn't a great one.
Yeah.
You know, like the Tyrese Maxey being the primary scorer or whatever is not. It's all planned, but it's not a great plan.
No.
And I think Nick Nurse would do a better job with a team who knows what they're dealing with, and he knows what they're dealing with, as opposed to Embiid being in and out. You know the way that
he was also worn down this past year mentally with
Nurse.
With everything. Like you could tell towards those last 20 to 30 games, he just got fatigued with everything.
He was done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was short with his answers. His moods were seemingly always in a bad place because he didn't know who the hell was going to be in his rotation that night.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I give him credit. I thought at the beginning of the season he was brutal and just seemed like didn't get it. And I thought at least in the last like 2 months of the season, his press conferences weren't like disconnected feeling. I thought he sort of got it by the end of the season.
Well, it makes you, the press part of it, it makes you respect Brett Brown.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Because Brett Brown had to answer like injury questions and is Ben Simmons going to shoot questions for the entire time he was here and never exploded anytime. Yeah. Nick Nurse had 2 weeks of it, of being asked about when Joel is going to play. And he was like, I don't know. Do you think he's going to play? Do you? I don't know. You know, like he lost it immediately.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, I mean, Brett had to answer for Okafor driving 102 miles an hour over the bridge, you know?
Yeah. Brett Brown did yell at my dad on the field before an Eagles game once about something he said. I never found out what it was, what he said, what he was mad about, though.
Oh, he called the king down there on the field?
Yeah.
Brett Brown.
I don't know if they love when he walked through the doors, you know, for the press conferences.
Oh, Howard? No,
Yeah.
no. For the Sixers? No.
Good old days. Man. Good old days.
Hold them accountable.
Yeah.
Oh man, no one better.
Yeah. No one better.
Yep. Well, okay. Well, it was a uneventful night, but at the end of the end of the day, we got a player I think we're all optimistic with.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens.
What do you think they're looking for tonight?
The best player that's there, honestly. I don't think
what a take. I mean, what a take. Have a name. Give a name.
Well, I said Rasheer Fleming. I think that he would. By the way, I don't think he'll be there at 35. I think he'll be one of the first couple picks of the second round. But I think because the first round stops at 30, so there's 31, 32, 33, 34. I don't know. I don't think they will. Maybe they would trade up if there was an opportunity to get him there. I think the thing that they need is they need an athletic person who can rebound. And by the way, Edgecombe is good at that as a guard. One of the things that those teams that we're watching in the finals do is their guards also rebound well too. It's not just some big guy getting
right.
Miles Turner's not some rebounding animal.
Neither one game where he had 3 rebounds in the game.
Neither
he's 7 feet tall and only had 3 rebounds.
But they're all doing it because everybody has to move around so much. Yep. It's really just whoever is there and has the opportunity to go get the ball. So I think an athletic, bigger guy, I think would be
which led me to say a year or so ago, Jack, I don't know if you remember this, that rebounding is an overrated stat.
The stat is, I think,
I think somebody texted me about that.
Oh.
Was that your take?
Yeah, that was my take. I said rebounds are overrated.
Yeah. After the Knicks series, it didn't feel that way. Yeah.
Although 20 minutes ago you talked about Andre Drummond and his need to be here for rebounding. So is what it is. He's an air.
Well, listen, I didn't say they aren't necessary. I just said it's an overrated stat.
Yeah, it is. Well, especially with LeBron, whenever he's uses rebound numbers for how impressive it is.
27, 8, and 8.
Yeah,
every night.
Cheapest 27, 8, and 8 ever.
Everything he does is cheap. Yep.
Hey, at this point,
everything he did was pointless. I got it.
At this point.
It's pretty crazy.
I mean, Luka without LeBron got to the finals. With LeBron, lost in the first round. You do the math. You do the math.
Yeah. Did you see the Nico Harrison quote about?
Fortune favors the brave.
Yeah. So you got lucky because you're the first pick, you idiot.
Yeah.
Shut up. Shut up.
Or fortune favors the bold.
Tweeted out last night.
He said it. They said,
come on.
Fortune favors the bold.
Man, come on, Nico.
Come on, Nico.
The
Sixers,
they rigged the draft for
you.
For
you. Yeah,
exactly. The Sixers drafted more players last night than the Phillies have scored in 2 games. It's pretty impressive.
Are they going to score a run today?
Man, you want to go down that road?
Yeah, they going to score a run today, buddy?
So can we get so I want an official, before we get out of here, official word from both of you guys. Was Jolly joking when he tweeted at me last night?
Dude, did you see this?
No, what did he tweet?
Go ahead, Fritz.
Like a 10-tweet meltdown because I have hyperbole. I said they're never going to score again. And he said, "This is ridiculous. Of course they're going to score again. Like, you're better than this, essentially, in like 5 tweets." And I was like,
I got to pull it up for you. Yeah. I didn't see it till this morning.
Yeah. Can you pull it up so I can see it?
I was like, is this real?
Well, he was going back.
I thought it was a fake Jolly account.
Well, he was going back and forth. I got caught in some argument because he said the guy that he wanted them to get yesterday. And somebody's like, Jolly, he's 23. Like, with your first pick, you can't take a 23-year-old. And then it was some inane argument with this guy. It was like 100 tweets.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, here are all the best players out of the draft. Here's how many are 23. And he goes, I don't care. I don't care about your lists. And he was like, this isn't a list. It's literally what I'm trying to teach you.
I know.
Yes, I saw that tweet too. That's why I was like, hold on, man, is this real?
Yeah,
they have over half a season remaining and hopefully many years after that. One of the dumbest comments I've ever seen. Sheesh.
He sheeshed me.
I'm telling you, Jolly might be losing it a little bit.
Hey, I was like, hold on, is this real?
Yeah. And then the next one, he's like, he got, of course, someone was like, Jolly, he's just kidding, whatever.
Right.
And he's like, he's better than this or whatever.
Yes.
Would you just chill out?
Take. It's a hot take.
Now, do we want to break down Elliot's list of the 10 most important athletes in Philadelphia quickly?
Dude, I'm gonna break his neck.
Ike, did you see this?
I did not see it.
Yeah. So Elliot, Jack texted it to me, and I said, I just can't do it anymore, man. I can't. The 10 most important athletes in Philly. And he says this is age, importance to franchise, position, value, etc. Number 1, Jalen Hurts. Number 2, Jalen Carter. Number 3, A.J. Brown. Number 4, Quinyon Mitchell.
All Eagles.
Number 5, Andrew Painter. Number 6, VJ Edgecombe.
Welcome to the city, VJ.
Yeah. Number 7, Cooper DeJean. Number 8, Jordan Mailata. Number 9, Kevin Sullivan. Number 10, Matvey Michkov. Now, first of all, Matvey Michkov is higher than Kevin Sullivan, who plays soccer. No offense to any of the soccer people, but it's still, as far as MLS, it does not count.
He should be the future of the Flyers. He should be in the top 5.
How is VJ Edgecombe higher than Maxey or Jared McCain at this point?
Yeah. It didn't make the list.
That didn't make the list.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he probably has a couple too many Eagles on that list.
Yeah. Like, what is the point of this list?
What's the point? What's the point?
How does he have AJ on there instead of Devontae if he's going young players?
Yeah. Well, I can't even figure out what he's talking about. No more lists. No more lists.
6 years left. He has 6 years left in his deal. You don't think that's important?
He's still important. Yeah.
He just needs to make a list every day.
And put the Eagles on it.
It's the worst thing that happened with top 11 is Elliott being like, you know what's a good idea? Here's a list.
Yeah. Well, I can say this, between the Ace Bailey stuff and this, the old Elliott ratio is coming back. Like the equal responses to likes.
Yeah.
Like he's
bringing it back.
Yeah. Maybe he's doing what we asked him to do and get back to being Elliott instead of riding the Eagles train.
Yeah. Getting back to his roots.
Getting back to his roots. A takesman. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll be back tomorrow, right? Chickies. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to break down second round pick the entire time.
What a day.
Yeah.
What a day.
What a day. What a job.
Yeah.
What a job.
All right.
Hopefully the Phillies win.
Yeah. Would like that.
Oh, yeah. Score a run or two.
Yeah. Well, I'd take one. I take one at this point. By the way, just for you guys, Jack was sending me Trey Turner defensive stats yesterday, and
look what happened.
And he jinxed them. I responded. I was like, "Wait till he boots it into left field in the playoffs, buddy." I didn't even need to wait till the playoffs. It was just last night.
Oh, what, the first inning?
Yeah, and then your boy Bohm costing us the game. Yeah. I mean, come on.
I got nothing.
Put the ball in play.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Put the ball in play.
I'm saying the same thing you're saying. Put the damn ball in play.
Hit a fly ball.
Yeah, do something. Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah. All right.
Give me a run or two tonight, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this
today,
afternoon.
right now. Yeah, they're playing now.
Hold on. Yeah, they are on right
now.
Yeah.
Have they scored yet, Jack?
No. But Castellanos led off a second with a single. So
okay.
Yeah, we're cooking with gas. All right,
I'll go watch this game. Jack, can you shut this off from where you are?
Yeah.